325. Chen Pinggan applied what he had learned from the old general, Lu Xiao, and pretended not to hear the sarcasm in the old Taoist's words. When Chen Pinggan finished drinking, the old Taoist had already disappeared from the small courtyard. The old Taoist was always elusive, and Chen Pinggan could do nothing about it. At dawn, the skinny little girl who was sleeping against the door of the woodshed had already woken up. She saw the rich man in the white robe strolling in the courtyard with his eyes closed like a blind man. One of his palms was open with the palm facing up, resting on his abdomen, and the other hand was clenched in front of his chest. His steps were small and slow. It was as if he was hesitating whether or not he should punch her palm. She waited in boredom, feeling that he would punch her. It would be great if this fellow's eyes were really blind. It would be even better if he accidentally punched through his own palm with a smack. At the thought of this, the skinny little girl was a little happy. She was afraid that he would see through her, so she quickly put on a straight face and deliberately yawned. Chen Pinggan opened his eyes and removed the strange posture. He had learned it from Ding Ying. The reason why he brought it up today was that he felt that the female ghost in the wedding dress, the blind old Taoist with 2 disciples, had learned the thunder method, which required a heavy punch to pound the Qi mansion. It was a little similar to Ding Ying's. Chen Pinggan did not look at the little girl, nor did he stop walking. He continued to immerse himself in the pinnacle stance that Zhong Qiu had comprehended. He said, "Go and see if Cao Qinglang's school is open. If the headmaster has not started teaching again, ask the neighbors nearby when the class will start." The little girl bargained and asked, "Can I go after breakfast? I'm hungry and can't walk." Chen Pinggan said indifferently, "When you come back, fill the water tank in the kitchen and you'll have food." The little girl stared at Chen Pinggan's side face and did not see that he was joking. She deliberately stood up unsteadily, walked around Chen Pinggan, and walked out of the courtyard. After leaving the alley, she squatted at the corner of the street for a long time, and then ran all the way to the gate of the courtyard. Her forehead was already sweating. She bent down, put her hands on her hips, and panted while facing the guy who was still walking. "He hasn't opened the door yet. I asked an aunt, and she said that the headmaster was scared out of his wits by the previous fight and won't open the door recently." Chen Pinggan did not say anything and pointed to the kitchen. The little girl went to the kitchen with a sad face and took the smallest bucket. Fortunately, there was still more than half of the well water in the water tank. If it was empty, she was sure that she would not be willing to leave the bucket behind and run away. When she walked to the gate of the courtyard, she heard the sound of Cao Qinglang reciting. With her back to the courtyard, she rolled her eyes and grimaced in disdain. Fetching water was really tiring. When she returned to the courtyard with the bucket, she still stuck to the wall and carefully walked around the person. She ran into the kitchen and drew water from the well. She only fetched less than half a bucket of water. She was tired on the way back, so she poured a lot of water away. In fact, when she returned to the courtyard, the bottom of the bucket was only a little more than an inch high. She quickly turned her head to look and did not see the person. She immediately lifted the bucket and gently scooped up half a bucket of water from the water tank. Then she lifted the bucket with all her strength, tilted it, and poured the water into the water tank. Chen Pinggan saw all of this clearly, but he did not expose her on the spot. She would rather spend so much time and effort to be lazy than to put in some effort. Cao Qinglang memorized a few articles and went to the kitchen to cook. Chen Pinggan said that he might be back very late today. Cao Qinglang nodded. Chen Pinggan left the alley and passed by Zhuiyuan Alley. The courtyard where Ding Ying and the evil cult's Yao stayed was lifeless. It was obvious that it had been abandoned. The incense in the temple of Xinxiong was getting fewer and fewer. As for the martial arts school's morning practice, they were working harder than before. Shouts came one after another, and the martial arts master's voice was especially loud. It was probably because of the previous battle that frightened the common people and made them feel that the world was not peaceful. However, it also fascinated the Jianghu disciples. If there were no storms, could it still be called Jianghu? This time, Chen Pinggan did not wear the golden wine. He wore a brand new green robe. First, the lotus figure had not yet recovered, so he still needed a robe that looked like a small paradise. Second, Chen Pinggan did not want to show off. He even left the blade-strengthening gourd in the house and let Chu Yiwu and Chu Yiwu look after the lotus figure who was recovering. However, he hung the long sword infatuation and the narrow saber stopping snow at his waist. In this way, he looked like a wanderer who liked to play with swords and spears. Chen Pinggan went to look for Zhong Qiu. He wanted to trouble the Nanyuan imperial tutor with another matter. Although the big pile of books that the little girl stole from the house were all ordinary books, and the 2 immortal books bought by the inverted mountain were kept in the square-inch object, Chen Pinggan still wanted to get them back. This was because on the title page of each book, there was a description of where Chen Pinggan bought it and when it was written in regular script. These books that were collected from everywhere had a special meaning to Chen Pinggan. It had nothing to do with what the Confucian sages said, there is a house of gold in a book, and there is a jade in a book. Everyone knew that Zhong Qiu lived near the imperial palace, but few people knew the specific location of his seclusion. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan was now so famous in the Nanyuan kingdom that a master of the Nanyuan kingdom who was recruited by the imperial court showed up and respectfully led Chen Pinggan to Zhong Qiu's residence. It was a quiet mansion in the Chongxian market. Chongxian market was the real foot of the emperor. The people who lived here were either rich or noble. The streets and alleys were covered with dense shade. In the serene silence, there was a graceful atmosphere and strict rules. It was completely different from the crowing of chickens and barking of dogs and the chattering of orioles in Zhuangyuan Alley. There was no plaque hanging in the mansion. It was not big in the Chongxian market and only had 3 courtyards. Chen Pinggan thanked the master in charge of leading the way. After walking in alone, Chen Pinggan found that it was not quiet inside. There were many young faces busy. They were wearing official uniforms, but according to the Nanyuan Kingdom's official rights, their ranks were not high and they were just low-level officials. The rooms were full of people. Most of the young people who were holding documents and passing through the doors were in a hurry. Occasionally, they would walk side by side and talk about things. When they saw Chen Pinggan, who was carrying a saber and a sword, they just glanced at him and did not take him seriously. Zhong Qiu stood under the eaves of the main courtyard with 2 courtyards and welcomed Chen Pinggan with a smile. Beside him was a young official who was reporting on government affairs. After Zhong Qiu gave a rough answer and suggestion, the 2 of them asked questions and were concise and to the point. When the young official saw Chen Pinggan, he was obviously curious. However, the imperial tutor did not reveal Chen Pinggan's identity, so he did not dare to investigate in private and took his leave. Zhong Qiu took Chen Pinggan to the backyard. It was different from the lively and bustling atmosphere in the front. Separated by a wall, it was a completely different world. In the corner, there was a large clump of plantains. It was so green that it looked as if water would drip out. On the stone table, there was an ancient chessboard and a chess box. This should be the imperial tutor's residence. It was neither shabby nor extravagant, but elegant and simple. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan sat opposite each other at the stone table. Zhong Qiu said that he had already asked the officials of the Ministry of Works to collect and organize the books on bridges. As for the intelligence report on the scholar surnamed Jiang, he should be able to send it to Chen Pinggan tonight. Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed and told him about the stolen books that were sold cheaply. Zhong Qiu agreed with a smile. Chen Pinggan took the initiative to speak. He said that the capital was in turmoil and he still had to trouble the imperial tutor with so many trivial matters. He was willing to do something and hoped that the imperial tutor could just ask. Zhong Qiu did not stand on ceremony and said that he wanted to ask Chen Pinggan to help guide his 2 direct disciples. Zhong Qiu's disciples had to join the army after they finished their apprenticeship. They had to start as soldiers and stay in the border army for at least 10 years. After 10 years, Zhong Qiu would not restrict them if they wanted to advance step by step in the army or leave the border army to travel the martial arts world. However, if they chose to travel the Jianghu, they could not announce that they were Zhong Qiu's disciples. If they were discovered, there was no room for discussion. Zhong Qiu could take back all the martial arts he taught them. The 2 direct disciples beside Zhong Qiu were young and had not finished their apprenticeship. They were very talented and had high aspirations. Of course, there was no problem with their character. It was just that they had never really traveled the Jianghu and needed someone to suppress their spirit. Zhong Qiu had been under a lot of pressure in recent years. In order to deal with the generational appointment, especially to guard against Ding Ying and Yu Zhani, it was very difficult for him to focus on teaching his disciples martial arts. Zhong Qiu was worried that his two disciples, who he had high hopes for, would remain his disciples for the rest of their lives. Chen Pinggan did not mind, although he did not feel that he was qualified to be a teacher and teach others anything. However, Chen Pinggan did not expect that Zhong Qiu would personally take him to see his two disciples. He could not help but ask, "Won't it affect the imperial tutor's work?" Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "If I, Zhong Qiu, am not here, things will become a mess. It means that I have been in the imperial court of the Nanyuan kingdom for so many years and have not done my job well. I only know how to give orders." Speaking of this, Zhong Qiu, who had led Chen Pinggan out of the small door in the backyard, suddenly asked, as the imperial tutor, how should he deal with people arguing and fighting on the road? Chen Pinggan thought for a while and said, if it does not affect his work, he should take care of it. Zhong Qiu asked again, and then? Chen Pinggan shook his head. Zhong Qiu smiled and said, according to what you said, as an official with a very high position, he can indeed take care of these trivial matters as long as it does not affect his work. However, the most important thing is that he should immediately reflect on himself. Why would there be people arguing and fighting on the streets within his jurisdiction? After some thought, Chen Pinggan deeply agreed. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan walked on the secluded street, under the deep shade of the trees. In the middle of summer, many of the markets in the capital were like steamers, so hot that there was nowhere to hide. However, here, the pedestrians felt much cooler. Zhong Qiu sighed and said, this was originally an allusion in a sage's book. That imperial tutor told the people around him that this matter should not be handled by him. He should not have overstepped his boundaries. When I first read this when I was young, I felt enlightened and enlightened. However, the more books I read and the more people I saw, it was inevitable that I would have doubts and be puzzled. Zhong Qiu did not continue. Chen Pinggan did not speak either. He only thought that if Mr. Qi or the sage of literature were here, they would definitely be able to solve Zhong Qiu's problems and explain those principles clearly. Zhong Qiu laughed and no longer felt sad. He started to talk about business with Chen Pinggan. Yu Zhani has already returned to the sect in Songlai Kingdom and brought Cheng Yuanshan, the sage of arms who secretly left the city. At that time, everyone on the city wall, except for Zhu Fei who had ascended, Ya of the devil cult, and Liu Zong, all of us who walked down the city wall had some gains. Yu Zhani seemed to have found a golden jade manuscript, Monk Yun too got a white jade lotus root, and the spies in the capital did not find out what Tang Thierry got. I, Zhong Qiu, got a book of pictures of the 5 sacred mountains. The things in the book are all about the immortals. It talks about how to confer the 5 sacred mountains and gather the spiritual qi of the country's mountains and rivers. However, I don't practice Taoism or magic, so this book is meaningless to me. Zhong Qiu sighed and continued, because Cheng Yuanshan was hiding in the city, he missed the sound of the drum and ended up empty-handed. His disciples have been expelled from the country. However, if Cheng Yuanshan himself had run slower, I would have left him here. After all, Cheng Yuanshan is a vengeful person. After suffering such a big loss in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, he will definitely instigate the grassland cavalry to go south and rob. Regarding this Book of Immortals, it was still a hidden danger. Zhong Qiu could not destroy it and could only hide it carefully. Once Yu Zhani knew about this, he would be determined to get it. Perhaps, for the first time, Yu Zhani, who did not care about the affairs of the mortal world, would have the ambition to support puppets and fight for the world. His goal was to confer the 5 sacred mountains as the rightful ruler of the world. Then, he would be able to gather the spiritual qi of the 5 sacred mountains for his own use and become a real immortal on land. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan talked about the general trend of the world. The female Taoist Huang Ting who fought to a draw with Yu Zhani has already transferred the sect master of Jing Xin Chamber to the Empress. Huang Ting herself has left the capital and no one knows where she went. She only said that she wanted to find a good place to practice her swordsmanship. Empress Ju Shuzhen will soon pass away due to illness and will be in charge of Jingxin Pavilion. His Majesty can't do anything about it. There has been a rebellion at Jingyanglu recently and they have colluded with the remnants of the three demonic sect. Ju Shuzhen has completely lost control. Jingyanglu has announced to the Jianghu that from today onwards, Jingyanglu will no longer rank the top 10 of the world. The great general of northern Jin, Tang Tieri, is still hesitating whether to join our Nanyuan kingdom. Chen Pinggan listened attentively. Zhong Qiu sighed. If only you were standing in that position instead of Ding Ying, who is bent on winning against the heavenly Tao. How good would that be? Chen Pinggan was puzzled. Zhong Qiu smiled. Anyway, it's just a compliment. Don't take it too seriously. Chen Pinggan smiled. It was not the kind of polite conversation he had with Emperor Wei Liang at the restaurant that night. Getting along with Zhong Qiu was like entering a room with orchids. The residence of Zhong Qiu's two disciples was 2 markets away from here. The residence occupied a large area and was called a martial arts school. It was not open to the public and was organized by Zhong Qiu's eldest disciple. He had been in the military for 20 years and became a general. Later, he was seriously injured on the battlefield and retired from the border army. Every time Zhong Qiu's disciples entered the capital, they did not dare to disturb their master and would often meet there. There was a huge age gap between these disciples. The oldest was close to 50 years old and the 2 youngest disciples were a pair of 15 or 16 years old. As a result, when the 2 of them walked to the martial arts field, Zhong Qiu could not help laughing. A dozen people, including the 2 disciples, were lively there. There were the grandchildren of the old General Lu Xiao and the 2 disciples' good friends in the capital. Most of them were children of the rich and powerful families in the capital who were mellow in character and longed for Jianghu. A few of them had already made plans to travel with Zhong Qiu's 2 disciples on the pretext of studying in Jianghu. Zhong Qiu did not interfere with this. The beauty of youth, even if a little childishness, should not be blindly denied by the life experience of an old man and should not be casually killed. Zhong Qiu looked at these children. Sometimes he was annoyed by their naughtiness, but more often he thought they were cute. Therefore, he felt that this world was not a blessed land of lotus flowers and there were no banished immortals. Chen Pinggan was a little surprised to find an acquaintance among these people. It was the young woman he had seen riding a horse on the street with her companion when he was strolling in the capital. In order to make up for her friend's mistake, she threw a purse to an old woman who was setting up a stall. In order to show off her horsemanship, she fell hard and flipped over on the horse. Covered in mud, she still held her head high and was in high spirits. At that time, Chen Pinggan even gave her a thumbs up, but at that time, the woman ignored him and even rolled her eyes. At first, no one recognized Chen Pinggan. After all, he was not wearing a white robe and had a scarlet wine gourd hanging from his neck. However, these young people were respectful and fearful of imperial tutor Zhong Qiu. When Zhong Qiu appeared, they all kept quiet out of fear. The 2 disciples also felt a little guilty. They had indeed neglected their martial arts in the past few days. There was no helping it. These friends came rushing over, their eyes shining as they talked about the deeds of the white-robed sword immortal. They all said that the young grandmaster who had killed old Demon Ding was on very good terms with their master and might be waiting here for him to appear. Old General Lu Xiao's grandson and granddaughter even swore that their grandfather's face was glowing when he returned home. He said that during the battle between Yi Yu Zheni and the Mirror Heart Temple's disciple outside Qingqing City, the sword immortal named Chen Pinggan was standing by his side. They regretted not meeting earlier and were already friends despite their age difference. It was a pity that sword immortal Chen was a very busy immortal. However, he promised to visit the general's residence whenever he was free. Lu Xiao's youngest grandson was only 12 or 13 years old. He would repeat this story almost every day, beaming with joy and feeling proud. His sister, on the other hand, did not repeat the same old story over and over again. However, her face was also full of anticipation and admiration. Zhong Qiu turned to look at Chen Pinggan, who nodded. Zhong Qiu stood on the training field and said to the 2 disciples, "I've found a senior for you. He will teach you fist techniques. Do your best." Chen Pinggan was a little helpless. He lowered his voice and said softly, "Didn't you say that you would only spar with them and not teach them anything?" Zhong Qiu smiled and said, "Let's just chat for a bit. These two little fellows already know how to deal with me, their master. Whatever I say now won't be of much use. They might even take the words of an outsider as their standard." A tall and valiant young man strode over and asked, "Master, who is this senior? He's both a saber and a sword. Why can he teach us fist techniques? Could it be that his fist techniques are higher than yours?" The young man looked at Chen Pinggan, his eyes clear. He smiled and said, "Senior, it's not that I look down on you, but my master's fist techniques are too high. If you taught me saber and sword, I wouldn't say that. Right, my name is Yang Shijing. I'm straightforward. Senior, please don't blame me." A young girl slowly walked behind him. She was already looking for Chen Pinggan's flaws. However, she walked slower and slower because she was shocked to find that the person was just standing there casually. She couldn't find any flaws in his stance. This uncomfortable feeling was too similar to the feeling that her master, Zhong Qiu, gave her. She could see a tall mountain but not the peak. She could see a river but not the bottom. This young man in a green robe must be a martial arts grandmaster with an outstanding realm. The young girl was about to remind her senior apprentice brother Yang Shijing to be careful when the latter said softly, "I can already see it. I'm not a fool. How many people in our Nanyuan kingdom have the face to walk side by side with our master?" The young girl asked, "Join hands." The young man didn't hesitate. He said in a low voice, "Let's try to last 10 moves. Master is watching us." The young man and the young girl took up a stance at almost the same time, ready to attack. Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and began to walk forward. It was just the 6-step stance and Zhong Qiu's peak stance. Just as the two were about to rush forward, Chen Pinggan took a step forward. It was like a mountain was pressing down on their shoulders. They couldn't move, as if they would die if they made the slightest movement. With another step, their bodies and minds were frozen. The valiant young man was about to grit his teeth and move forward. The young girl wanted to take a step to the side to avoid the sharp edge before making a plan. After Chen Pinggan took 3 steps, the momentum of the martial brother and sister had completely collapsed. After 4 steps, the two were already staggering back. They were sweating profusely and their faces were pale. Chen Pinggan stopped and asked, "If you know that you won't die by punching, why don't you punch? If one day you really have to fight to the death with someone, knowing that you will die, won't you still not dare to punch? Then, can you only punch when you meet an opponent who is on par with you, or an enemy who is weaker than you?" The young man sat down on the ground. The young girl said angrily, "Senior, you are a top grandmaster. As soon as you come up, you use your power to suppress others. How can there be such a competition in the world, such a teaching of fist techniques?" Chen Pinggan still asked, "Why don't you punch?" The young man lowered his head. The young girl's eyes were red and she began to cry. She only tried her best to glare at the stranger who liked to bully others. Chen Pinggan realized that he might have gone overboard. He turned his head and said apologetically to Zhong Qiu, "I rarely spar with others. I don't really understand the true rules of Jianghu." Zhong Qiu shook his head thoughtfully and said softly, "When I teach my disciples fist techniques, I am afraid that they will make mistakes. So, I follow the principle of don't punch when you're strong too much. My original intention is that they will not fight with others based on personal feelings in Jianghu. They should not use their power to bully others, and their punches should not be heavy. More importantly, I want them to throw themselves into the battlefield in the future and have at least 10 years to serve their country. So, my disciples have always been suppressed by me. Now, it seems that I am not wrong, but I have still killed the possibility of them surpassing me." Zhong Qiu sighed and smiled at Chen Pinggan, "You have to change." He never thought that the young man, who could barely endure being humiliated by an outsider, would not be able to accept his master, whom he regarded as his father, admitting his mistake. Moreover, it was for them. In the young Yang Shijing's heart, his master, Zhong Qiu, was the world's truly flawless martial arts grandmaster. He was also a literary sage. In his anger, the young man suddenly stood up. However, He did not launch a sneak attack on the green-robed man. Instead, he glared at him. "Come again." Chen Pinggan took a step forward. However, it was not the leisurely boxing stance. Instead, he threw a punch at Yang Shijing's forehead. It was like a thunderstorm. The young man took another step back. Chen Pinggan asked, "Where is your punch?" The young man was at a loss. He was dazed. Chen Pinggan sighed. He turned around and said to Zhong Qiu, "Someone once told me that practicing boxing seems to be cultivating strength. It is to be a pure martial artist. However, the cultivation of the heart is very important. Since you practice boxing, you cannot talk about human emotions. For instance, Mr. Zhong, you said that you should not use your fist when it's too high. I've thought about it and found that it's reasonable. However, Mr. Zhong, you should not use your fist when it's too high. It's something that people in your realm and cultivation base should do. It's just a principle that your disciple should understand. It's one thing to understand the principle, it's another thing to do. Only in this way can you have a clear conscience when you punch anyone in the future." Zhong Qiu smiled and nodded. That is the principle. He had a general understanding of Chen Pinggan's temperament. When doing something, no matter how big or small it was, he had to pursue perfection. Therefore, even if he was really uneasy in the beginning and did not know how to spar with others or how to teach them fist techniques, once he took the first step, Chen Pinggan took out the seriousness of an enemy encirclement on the street. Zhong Qiu was a bystander, so he saw it very clearly. Perhaps even Chen Pinggan himself did not know how confident he was at that moment. He even had a conceit that said, "When I punch, all the martial artists in the world only need to raise their heads and sigh." Zhong Qiu was actually a little curious. How did the approachable Chen Pinggan achieve such a state of mind when he punched? He was even more curious about how Chen Pinggan practiced boxing. No matter what, Zhong Qiu respected Chen Pinggan for both. Chen Pinggan was a little embarrassed. "It's just something I randomly thought of. It might not be suitable for your disciple, Mr. Zhong." Zhong Qiu shook his head and said seriously, "There are always some principles that can be applied everywhere. What you said just now is suitable for all martial artists." Chen Pinggan was afraid that the boy and girl's heart to practice martial arts would crack, so he carefully chose his words. Although he was not very good at it, he tried his best to comfort them. For those who practice boxing, other than being able to endure hardships, you must be calm. Only then can you punch quickly and calmly, moving forward with indomitable will. Then, one day, no matter if you meet me, the world's #1 martial artist like your master, or a seemingly invincible opponent like Ding Ying, you will be able to punch quickly. Chen Pinggan's expression was serious as he looked at the two people. "There is no one in front of you. Just use your fist." The boy and girl were confused, but the grief and anger on their faces and the fear in their hearts had lessened by a lot. Zhong Qiu nodded gently. How was this teaching boxing? This was clearly pointing out a martial path. As for how far these two silly children could go in the future, or whether they could walk this martial path, it would depend on their talent and luck. Zhong Qiu said too much, but it was useless. Chen Pinggan, who had retracted his fist, no longer had that imposing manner. Looking at the two pitiful boys and girls, he was a little nervous. He asked Zhong Qiu, was it too exaggerated? Zhong Qiu joked, it's about enough. How many flattering words do you want me to say today before you're willing to stop? Chen Pinggan did not know whether to laugh or cry. Zhong Qiu looked at the two disciples. Yang Shijing and the others did not receive such treatment. You don't have to practice boxing today. Think carefully about why you don't dare to punch. Once you understand, you can practice then. The boy and girl cupped their fists and accepted the order. Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan left together. After Lord Imperial Tutor and the strange man left, these young fellows began to chatter amongst themselves. Most of them were comforting Yang Shijing and the young girl, but there were also some sighs of surprise mixed in. Although these outsiders knew that Imperial Tutor was the #1 martial artist in the world, none of them had seen Zhong Qiu use his fist with their own eyes. Even if their families had powerful masters protecting them, their horizons were higher than the others. Thus, when they saw that person use his fist today, they still felt that this trip had not been made in vain. Yang Shijing was the first to leave the crowd. The youth was not in high spirits. He squatted on the steps, a little dazed. After the young girl chatted with her friends, she sat down beside her senior apprentice brother Yang Shijing. She spoke up for him and said, "What's so great about that? In the end, that person is just relying on his ability to point fingers at us. It's really infuriating, especially in front of our master." Yang Shijing looked into the distance. "I think what he said makes sense. Master also agrees." The young girl angrily said, "I don't believe that he would dare to speak such big words in front of our master, Yu Zhenyi, or that old demon Ding. It's easy to say, but it's just a punch." Yang Shijing clenched his fists. "From now on, I won't be lazy. I will practice my fist techniques properly, and every day I will beg my master to teach me a more profound fist technique. There will be a day when I will make that person take back everything he said today." The young girl's eyes sparkled. She stared at the side of her senior apprentice brother's face. "You can definitely do it." Eldest senior apprentice brother said that your talent is the closest to our master's. If you were given 5 more years to practice your fist techniques, you would be able to compete with Mirror Heart Chamber's Fan Wn or Spring Tide Temple's Flower Hairpin Boy Ju Shi. On the roof ridge, Zhong Qiu and Chen Pinggan were secretly sitting together. Zhong Qiu didn't know why, but Chen Pinggan had suggested that they quietly return. Then, they would sit here and listen to the children's nonsense. However, after listening to the conversation between Chen Pinggan and Yang Shijing, Zhong Qiu still couldn't guess what Chen Pinggan's intentions were. However, this imperial tutor felt a bit of regret and disappointment. Still, he wasn't too disappointed with those 2 children. Chen Pinggan smiled and stood up. He and Zhong Qiu truly left this place. On the way back, Chen Pinggan asked Zhong Qiu for advice on the martial arts of this world. Chen Pinggan benefited greatly from this. The 2 parted ways midway. Chen Pinggan chose a wine shop on the side of the street. He ordered a jug of wine and 2 side dishes. The wine was the most expensive kind in the wine shop. The old Daoist appeared out of thin air and sat across from Chen Pinggan. No one in the bustling wine shop noticed that something was wrong. A wine bowl appeared in front of the old Daoist. The wine poured from the jug into the bowl. When he reached out, a pair of chopsticks appeared in his hand. He picked up a piece of scrambled egg with scallions and ate it with relish. He smiled and said, "Did you just realize that you took everything for granted in the past? You always thought that you were an ordinary person. As long as others were willing to work hard, most people could reach your level today. Did you just realize that it was laughable?" Chen Pinggan asked, "Senior, are you so free?" The old Daoist also gave an irrelevant answer like Chen Pinggan. "Then you're looking down on the person who taught you the martial arts. If you continue to follow your previous state of mind, sooner or later you'll end up in the same situation as that person. You'll look around blankly and be alone. When that time comes, you won't be willing to ask for help for fear of implicating others. Haha, you'll probably be able to get a worthy death." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "If I wasn't good enough, I wouldn't be sitting here drinking leisurely with you. I would have died here without knowing why. In my next life, even if I'm lucky enough to be enlightened, when I leave Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, no matter what happens outside, I'll fight you to the death." The old Daoist drank the wine and ate the side dishes. He said casually, "Of course. Since you've entered Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, if you're not good enough and die in the hands of Lu Fang or Ding Ying, unless Chen Qingdo and Lao Shouzai join hands, then I'll hold my nose and let you go. Otherwise, you can just stay here and be reincarnated. Therefore, you should toast yourself with a glass of wine to thank yourself for surviving." In the depths of Chen Pinggan's heart, this old Daoist was no better than the man who sold candid whores. It wasn't that the old Daoist was deliberately targeting Chen Pinggan. In fact, Chen Pinggan knew that he wasn't qualified at all. It wasn't that the old Daoist was wrong. Chen Pinggan just didn't like that kind of feeling. It wasn't even the way people looked at ants. It was more like a person looking at his own chicken. Whether to fatten it up and kill it or continue to raise it, it all depended on their mood. However, it was also possible that Chen Pinggan wasn't standing high enough and couldn't see the scenery in their eyes. Chen Pinggan drank a bowl of wine. Putting aside whether Jianghu was good or bad, the wine in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was really bad. Chen Pinggan drank slowly, completely ignoring the old Daoist. He was thinking about how he got to where he was today. From Clay Bottle Alley to the alley outside Cao Qinglang's door. It turned out that in the world, there were countless forks in the road under everyone's feet. One had to treat oneself well. Only then could one treat the world well. But it was very difficult. The injustice in one's heart could be washed away with wine, but there were so many injustices in the world, so what? After Chen Pinggan, his fists became stronger and his sword became faster and faster. Then, the more capable he was, the more he saw other people's injustice. Did he have to care about everything? But if he didn't care, how could he overcome the hurdle in his heart? Wasn't it also an injustice? Would he let down Mr. Qi and the principals in the book? Would he let down Li Baoping's martial uncle? But he also wanted to take revenge. He wanted to fulfill his promise with Sister Sword Spirit. He wanted to practice boxing and become a seventh realm martial artist. He wanted to practice swordsmanship and build the longevity bridge to become a great sword immortal. He wanted to study and become a person like Mr. Qi. He also wanted to marry such a good girl as his wife. What should he do? He didn't want to think about the thousands of reasons. He would think about it after getting drunk. Chen Pinggan's head fell heavily on the table with a thud. In his sleep, someone seemed to have asked him how he felt after seeing the biggest river. Chen Pinggan was drunk. He laughed and replied that the water was so big, the fish must be big. In the past, Little Treasure Bottle always complained that his fish soup was too weak. Next time, he would catch a big fish and add enough salt. The old Daoist's mouth twitched. He no longer used Taoist magic to draw the wine from the pot. Instead, he poured himself a bowl of wine and asked, "There are so many mountains. How is the scenery?" Chen Pinggan slapped the table. He was still drunk and mumbled, "I don't know. But there is a sentence in the book, I saw how charming the mountains were. But I walked on many mountain roads. It was too difficult to walk in rainy and snowy weather. It was too difficult to walk." The old Daoist put down his wine cup and looked at Chen Pinggan. He said angrily, "How did Qi Jingchun teach such a drunkard?" 326. ******* When Chen Pinggan woke up, the moon was already high in the sky. Perhaps it was because Chen Pinggan was carrying a sword, but the tavern's innkeeper did not dare to chase him away. He pinched his nose and allowed this wanderer to stand in the latrine without taking a shit. Chen Pinggan gave him a bit more silver, a windfall from the sky. The old tavern's innkeeper was very happy. Chen Pinggan slowly walked back to Zhuoyuan Alley. The brothel business was cold and cheerless, and the bored and beautiful women were lazily lying on the railing. Chen Pinggan raised his head and looked at them. He noticed that the makeup on these women had lightened a lot, but they looked better than the heavy makeup they used to wear. Along the way, there were many women chatting and teasing upstairs. One of them directly threw an embroidered handkerchief to Chen Pinggan and shouted, "Handsome boy, come up and sit. Sister will treat you to tea. Sit on my lap." The brothel she was in and the women in the nearby brothel began to jeer and talk dirty. Chen Pinggan easily dodged the embroidered handkerchief. He only looked back at the embroidered handkerchief that had fallen to the ground. He went back to pick it up, rolled it into a ball, and gently threw it back to the woman. The women in the brothel on the street were silent at first, but then they burst into laughter. Chen Pinggan's heart was as calm as still water as he walked back to the alley. At the corner of the street stood a man and a woman in ordinary clothes. They were not old, less than 30 years old, but their breathing was long and steady. In the world of Lotus Flower Blessed Land, they should be young masters with good talent and a good foundation. Of course, compared to geniuses like Smiling Face and Hairpin Man Jusha, there was still a big gap between them. The two of them reported that they were spies in the capital under the direct command of the state preceptor, Zhong Qiu. The man handed Chen Pinggan 2 parcels, which contained the stolen books they had collected from a bookstore in a neighboring market, as well as the books on bridge construction that they had picked out from the Yamen of the Ministry of Works. The woman, on the other hand, handed Chen Pinggan a secret file about the scholar surnamed Jiang and the Peeper woman. Chen Pinggan realized that no matter if it was a man or a woman, when the two of them handed him something, their state of mind and hands were very unstable. Chen Pinggan smiled at them. After thanking them, he walked to Cao Qinglang's house. He killed the pink Vaja Ma Xian and the Peeper woman on the street, almost killed the Bird's Eye Peak land boat, defeated the imperial tutor Zhong Qiu, and finally killed the demon sect master Ding Ying. For these spies of the Nanyuan kingdom who wandered the borders of the imperial court and Jianghu, it was just like how the old general Lu Xiao couldn't help but exclaim, "What a true immortal," when he saw the battle between Yu Zhenyi and the female crown princess Huang Ting on the city wall. Chen Pinggan was now even more powerful than when Ding Ying was at her peak. When Chen Pinggan slowly walked to the courtyard door and pushed it open, the young woman took a deep breath. It turned out that she had been holding her breath all this time, not daring to breathe. She softly said, "So he really is so young." After saying that, he felt a little embarrassed. At this moment, the man suddenly stepped out of the courtyard. He leaned back and gave the woman a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Good taste." The woman was stunned. Even the man who did not smile was caught off guard. When the door closed, the woman suddenly covered her face and stomped her feet. The man sighed. In fact, she was not usually so silly. She had been a spy for 7 years and was good at hiding. She had always been meticulous and steady. She had made a lot of contributions to the Nanyuan court. Even the state preceptor Zhong favored her. This time, the two of them were responsible for keeping an eye on Tang Thierry, the general of the Dragon Martial Kingdom of Northern Jin Kingdom. It was obvious that Zhong Qiu trusted her. In the courtyard, Cao Qinglang and a little girl whose name was unknown were sitting on a stool. They were of the same age and were not chatting. The little girl was eating melon seeds. She must have asked Cao Qinglang for some. The shells of the melon seeds were scattered on the ground. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she was a little flustered. Chen Pinggan glanced at the ground. She immediately put the melon seeds in her hand into her pocket and put them away. After greeting Cao Qinglang, Chen Pinggan went into the house. He lit the oil lamp and opened the 2 packages. The books sold by the little girl were intact and were stacked on the table. The books from the Ministry of Works were placed on the other side. 2 small mountains of books, one on the left and the other on the right, guarded by the 2 door gods. Chen Pinggan opened the secret file. It recorded the past of scholar Jiang and concubine Peeper in detail. Chen Pinggan put it back in the envelope and put it in a book. Chen Pinggan began to review the inexplicable chess game. Although he had entered the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land this time, he had gained a lot. In the battle with the martial arts grandmaster Zhong Qiu, not only did he successfully break through the bottleneck of Realm 4, Zhong Qiu had even lowered his status and taken the initiative to punch him in the second round to help him stabilize his Realm 5. Zhong Qiu also had his own considerations and guessed that Ding Ying and Yu Zhenyi were most likely working together to set up a trap to prevent them from succeeding. But no matter what, Zhong Qiu's grandmaster bearing, martial strength, and temperament all made Chen Ping admire him. After that, the battle with Ding Ying was satisfying and full of twists and turns. It was the first time Chen Pinggan had truly held a sword to face an enemy. As expected, a pure martial artist still needed to sharpen his body on the line between life and death. Even though Chen Pinggan was not clear about the 5th realm of the other martial artists in the world, he believed that his 5th realm foundation was quite good. This was his foundation. No matter how much of a miser Chen Pinggan was, he would not exchange it for anything. Even if he could not build the longevity bridge on this trip to the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, it would still be worth it. Compared to when Chen Pinggan had hoped to try his luck at the ancient battlefield ruins or the martial saints temple to try his luck and reach the 5th realm, the result was much, much better. However, although the situation was good, there were also hidden dangers. The problem was that Ding Ying's golden body of Yin God had struck him from the peak of the Black Ox Mountain to the huge pit outside the mountain. Especially at the bottom of the Thunder Pool, the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land was involved with the vast spiritual qi and broken martial fate of the Black Ox Mountain area. The seawater flowed backwards into Chen Pinggan's body and seeped into his soul. Chen Pinggan vaguely sensed that a mist had appeared on the lake in his heart. It lingered and did not disperse. Thunder and lightning intertwined like dragons and serpents soaring through the clouds. Moreover, there were streaks of sword light flashing in the mist, as if they were slaying dragons. Fortunately, the spiritual energy that clashed with the pure martial artist's true energy was isolated in the faraway vassal towns. For the time being, there was no uprising or rebellion. After all, in the vast world, Qi cultivators and pure martial artists were two completely different paths from the very beginning. Martial artists had to disperse all the spiritual Qi in their body and cultivate a pure genuine Qi that was like a fire dragon patrolling the wilderness. On the other hand, Qi cultivators' first step was to cultivate the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. The more, the better. After that, they had to remove the impurities and preserve the impurities. They had to expand their territory and build their Qi residence and aperture acupoints into their own small abodes. Like a huge lake beside a great river, Qi cultivators could always connect themselves with the world regardless of whether it was a flood or a dry season. Qi cultivators could always create an elixir chamber and become a golden elixir cultivator. After that, they would nurture their yin spirit and yang spirit, and finally become an earth immortal. The current situation in Chen Pinggan's body was a confrontation between the pure genuine Qi and the spiritual Qi of heaven and earth. The two armies faced each other and formed their own formations, barely managing to maintain the situation where they minded their own business. Chen Pinggan collected his thoughts. He picked up the blade-strengthening gourd beside the table and drank a mouthful of wine. It was so difficult to build a longevity bridge. It was really easier to destroy a bridge than to build one. He had almost died in this lotus flower-blessed land. Thinking of this possibility, Chen Pinggan could not help but feel scared. Even if 60 years in the lotus flower-blessed land was not equal to 60 years in the vast world, he would definitely miss the 10-year appointment with Miss Ning. 10 years later, how old would Li Baoping and Li Huai be? During this period, would they be bullied? And what about Ji Yu Kan, who had gone to the Bookslip Lake? Would Liu Xianyang return to his hometown in glory and then not be able to find him after returning to the small town? What about the bamboo house in Luopo Mountain, the ancestral home in Mud Bottle Alley, and the shop in Dragon Riding Alley in Longquan County? Chen Pinggan stood up. Soon, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. The skinny little girl also ran to Chen Pinggan's side room to ask for credit. Just as she was about to remind Chen Pinggan that there was a guest, the door opened. Chen Pinggan saw the female spy from the Nanyuan Kingdom standing outside the courtyard with a long box in her hands. Chen Pinggan walked over and she explained softly, "This is the relic of concubine Peepa. The imperial tutor just ordered someone to bring it over and asked me to give it to immortal master Chen Pinggan." Before Chen Pinggan could say anything, she had already run away with a blush on her face. Cao Qinglang looked at this scene and was just curious. The skinny little girl's eyes rolled around as if she was deep in thought. Chen Pinggan put the Peepa back in the room. Cao Qinglang went back to her room to read under the light. The little girl continued to sit on the bench and eat melon seeds. This time, she learned her lesson and didn't dare to scatter the shells on the ground. Instead, she piled them up beside her feet. Chen Pinggan walked to the bench and found that Cao Qinglang had left her fan on the bench. He gently picked it up and sat down. He said to the little girl, "You can go home now." She ate the melon seeds and blinked her eyes. She shook her head and said, "Home? I don't have a home. I'm just a little beggar. How can I have a home? There are a lot of bad people among the beggars. They often beat me. I'm too young and I don't have enough food to eat. I can't beat them. They have taken all the good places in the capital. I can't compete with them, so I can only find a place to live. For example, under the bridge or above the stone lions of the rich." Chen Pinggan asked, "Where are your parents?" The skinny little girl ate the melon seeds and said with a smile, "They died a long time ago. I'm not from the capital. It's thousands of miles away from here. There was a plague in my hometown. I was still young at that time. I fled with my parents. My mother died on the road. My father took me here. The officials in the capital are not bad. They set up a lot of porridge outside the city. My father died after drinking a big bowl of porridge. Chen Pinggan asked again, how old are you this year? She finished eating the melon seeds and stretched out her 2 palms. She hooked a little finger and shook it. 9 years old. Chen Pinggan didn't say anything else. She laughed a few times. I don't look like I'm 9 years old, right? I can't help it. I'm hungry, so I can't grow tall. Did you see the person who gave me the little snowman last time? She was only 6 years old, but she was taller than me. The little teacher in this courtyard, Cao Qinglang, is also younger than me. Chen Pinggan gently waved his palm leaf fan. He seemed indifferent and cold. The little girl had been looking at Chen Pinggan's face and eyes. Seeing him like this, she cursed in her heart. Rich people, no one was good. He never cared about the lives of others. He was obviously a very powerful big shot. He could let her live a good life with just a little money, but he just refused. She was already 9 years old, but she was as skinny as a 5 or 6-year-old child. Chen Pinggan didn't find it strange because he had been like this before. It wasn't until he left Clay Bottle Alley and the small town and went to Old Yarrow's Dragon Kill as an apprentice that he started to grow taller. Before that, Chen Pinggan was half a head shorter than his peers. Chen Pinggan didn't take off his infatuation and ceasing shui today. So even if he was sitting on a small bench, he still looked very dignified. This was the reason why the little girl was especially obedient tonight. Chen Pinggan waved his palm leaf fan and asked, how much did you sell those books for? She wrinkled her face and wanted to squeeze out some tears, but she couldn't. She could only raise one hand and cry out, I really didn't steal the books. I can swear that if I lied, I will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, if you lied, who will be struck by lightning and die a horrible death? You don't seem to be clear. Her face changed slightly and she laughed dryly, of course it's me. Who else could it be? Chen Pinggan nodded, then who are you? What's your surname and name? The little girl bent down and fiddled with the melon seed shells with her fingers. I have a surname, but no name. My parents left early and didn't have time to give me a name. At this point, she raised her head and smiled brightly. But father told me that our family's ancestors were very rich. They were very, very high-ranking officials and managed several thousand people. Chen Pinggan put down his palm leaf fan and shook his wine gourd. Do you miss your parents? She blurted out, what do I miss them for? I can't even remember what they look like. Probably because she felt that saying this would be unpleasant, she immediately changed her words. Actually, I miss them a lot. I often dream of them, but unfortunately, I can't see their faces clearly. Every time I dream of them, I wake up in the morning with a face full of tears. It's so sad. Chen Pinggan turned to look at her. The little girl stretched out her hand again. I swear. Chen Pinggan asked, are you really not afraid of the heavens? The little girl was a little annoyed, but she didn't dare to contradict this guy. She quickly lowered her head and muttered, what heavens my ass. Chen Pinggan stood up and put down his palm leaf fan. He walked out of the courtyard and saw a person standing at the corner of the street. That person had a silver lotus crown on his head. He had a young appearance and height and carried a long sword on his back. When Chen Pinggan walked to the corner, the person had already retreated to the opposite side of the street. This was to show his attitude that he wasn't here to pick a fight, but to discuss something. Chen Pinggan didn't have a good impression of this person. Yu Zheni, the leader of the Lake Mountain sect, the so-called leader of the righteous faction who secretly colluded with Ding Ying, and the unshakable second in the world. Yu Zheni smiled and said, my return to the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom this time is for business and personal reasons. The business is to discuss with Zhong Qiu and ask him to hand over the 5 Mountains Atlas. Then, the Lake Mountain sect and I can move to the Nanyuan Kingdom and won't compete with Zhong Qiu for the position of Imperial Preceptor. The personal matter is to ask you if you have the so-called deity money, snow money, summer money, Guyu money. As long as you have any, I'm willing to exchange it with you. As long as it's in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, I can help you find it. Chen Pinggan asked back, if I really want it, can't I find it myself? Yu Zheni shook his head, why waste your time? After all, I'm more familiar with Lotus Blossom Blessed Land's Jianghu and Imperial Court than you are. For cultivators, time is the most valuable. The gathering of spiritual qi in the Yunyu mountain was the result of the old Daoists' heavenly magic, which moved all the spiritual qi in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. It was definitely not normal and could be said to be a rare occurrence in 100 years. However, the three types of deity money of the banished deity were the materialization of the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Yu Zhani, who wanted to achieve immortality, urgently needed this item and only he could afford it. Yu Zhani pointed at the glazed flying sword on his back. Chen Pinggan, other than exchanging this sword for deity money, I can also help you collect the relics of the banished deity in Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. I can even help you get the magic weapons that Tang Thierry, the monk of Cloud Mud and the others have obtained. Moreover, you're a pure martial artist. Ding Ying's three demonic sects and Tong Qingqing's mirror heart room, these holy lands of Wulin have collected a large number of secret martial arts manuals. Maybe there'll be some that you'll like. Chen Pinggan asked, when you came to the capital this time, you must have come to me first to talk about business. I can be sure that you really want to make this deal, but you also want to take advantage of the situation to suppress State Preceptor Zhong, right? Once I agree, the Imperial Tutor and the Nanyuan Kingdom will be pressured. Moreover, when you say that you'll help me collect secret martial arts manuals, you'll use your status as the world's #1 and #2 to suppress the entire Jianghu. You'll be free to search for the remnants of the banished deity's techniques. Otherwise, Yu Zhani, no matter how powerful you are, wouldn't have dared to risk universal condemnation. After all, the martial madman Zhu Lian and the demonic sects Ding Ying are examples. Yu Zhani didn't deny it and nodded, but you'll still benefit from this. Moreover, you won't have to show your face in public. I'll be the villain. Chen Pinggan pulled out his narrow saber and stopped the snow. The glazed flying sword on Yu Zhani's back buzzed, ready to be unsheathed. Yu Zhani's face darkened. He didn't expect Chen Pinggan to be so unreasonable. But then, Chen Pinggan used the tip of the saber to pierce two small holes in the ground. Then, he drew an arc between the 2 points. After sheathing the saber, he asked, your original intention is good, and the result you hope for is also good, but is this the reason for you to act unscrupulously? Yu Zhani glanced at the arc under Chen Pinggan's feet and retracted his gaze. He said indifferently, those who want to achieve great things don't bother with trifles. Today's loss and tomorrow's gain are both big and small. I have a clear conscience, so why don't I do it? During this time, how many people on the list died? More than a dozen. That's nothing. Do you know how many people have died in vain because of the banished deity? Let's not talk about those tragic battles. Just based on the 10 people on the list you've seen, how many people has Zhu Fei of the Spring Tide Palace harmed? Chen Pinggan nodded and said, I've flipped through many books. I don't dare to say that I know everything, but I know quite a lot. Just the names of the battles that could have been caused by the banished immortal alone, I can name more than 60 of them. Yu Zhani said no more. Those who walked different paths could not make plans together. Chen Pinggan hesitated. He squatted down and added 2 lines with his fingers. One was a straight line, and the other was between the 2. The arc was smaller. Chen Pinggan stood up. I'm not asking you to be a moral saint, Yu Zhani. You don't have the ability to do so. It's hard to say that you're wrong at the moment. But let's put that aside. I won't do business with you. I have a lot of money, but I won't sell you a single one. Yu Zhani narrowed his eyes. Oh! Chen Pinggan laughed. What, are you unhappy? Very good, then I'm quite happy now. Yu Zhani suddenly smiled. I hope we'll meet again. The glazed flying sword flew out of its sheath and hovered at his feet. He stepped on the flying sword and prepared to leave the capital of Nanyuan. As for Zhong Qiu, there was no need to look for him. Just as Chen Pinggan had exposed, only if Chen Pinggan agreed would he have a chance to persuade Zhong Qiu. Yu Zhani's flying sword had just risen 3 feet when he heard that person say with a laugh, Short Wintermelon, I hope we'll meet again. Yu Zhani's killing intent surged. He turned the tip of his sword and stared coldly at the rude young banished deity. Chen Pinggan asked calmly, Yu Zhani, you feel humiliated just because someone called you a short wintermelon? What's so great about cultivating Tao and becoming an immortal? Chen Pingan's hands were already on the hilts of infatuation and snow-stopping. Yu Zhini snorted. He rose on his flying sword and turned into a rainbow. Chen Pingan turned and walked back to the alley. The guy who was peeking out quickly turned and ran. The little girl felt pity as she ran. It would be great if the two of them died fighting. Chen Pingan returned to the courtyard and closed the door. At the entrance of the kitchen, the little girl sat on a stool and pretended to sleep. Cao Qinglang had already turned off the lights and was sleeping. Chen Pingan entered the house, took out his sword and knife, and began to flip through the books to read about bridge construction. After that, it was peaceful. The capital of Nanyuan was like this, and the whole world seemed to be the same. Just like that, from the last solar term of summer, Chen Pingan slowly turned the pages of the book until the beginning of autumn. The old Daoist did not come looking for him, so Chen Pingan could only wait. The Pearl Grotto heaven in his hometown was once a pearl that hung above the territory of Dali. The Huangliang blessed land in the inverted mountain was also an entrance that even immortals could not find. Who knew what the lotus flower blessed land was and where it was in Tongya continent? The school near the alley was still closed. The skinny little girl shamelessly stayed there. She learned to carry water and sweep the floor every day. Although she still cut corners, she was lazy when she could. Generally speaking, after the beginning of autumn, the people in the marketplace could look forward to the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival. The children, in particular, began to wait impatiently, counting the days with their fingers. The family was reunited, eating mooncakes, looking at the big round plate hanging in the sky, and laughing happily. Chen Pingan was enjoying the shade in the courtyard that night. He suddenly realized that he, Cao Qinglang, and the little girl did not look forward to the Mid-Autumn Festival. However, during this period, Cao Qinglang smiled a lot more. Sometimes, he was really annoyed by the little girl whose mouth was as poisonous as arsenic. However, after the annoyance, they would interact as usual. He did not hold a grudge. Occasionally, he would quarrel with her, but Cao Qinglang was no match for her. Once, she scolded him until his eyes turned red and his lips trembled. However, when she asked him for melon seeds that night, Cao Qinglang quietly took them out and gave them to her, saying that there were only a few left. When she said that there were no more, he quickly went to buy more. "You're already an adult. Do you still need me to teach you how to buy things?" This made Cao Qinglang sulk for a long time. He did not talk to her for the whole night. The little girl did not care about this. She only cared about eating melon seeds and chatting with him. She never cared whether he talked to her or not. She only said what she wanted to say. Cao Qinglang rolled his eyes. In the end, he could not take it anymore and went to the house to read. He gathered his courage and turned around to glare at her. However, when she glared at him, he got up and was about to hit him with a stool. He was so scared that he quickly ran into the house and closed the door. Cao Qinglang leaned against the window. When she saw Chen Pingan glance at the naughty girl, she quickly sat up straight and explained that she was playing with Cao Qinglang. They were very close. Cao Qinglang laughed happily and began to read by the light. This was the real reason why Chen Pingan did not chase the little girl away. One morning, it suddenly rained. The little girl carried half a bucket of water that was either well water or rainwater. She had a fawning expression on her face. When she returned to the courtyard, she told Chen Pingan that the school was open. On this day, Chen Pingan held an oil paper umbrella and accompanied Cao Qinglang to the school. The two of them walked in the alley. The skinny little girl, who was hiding under the eaves to hide from the rain, trotted to the entrance of the courtyard. She saw Chen Pingan holding the umbrella and quietly tilting it to Cao Qinglang. The two of them seemed to be chatting. Cao Qinglang talked more, and Chen Pingan smiled and looked at Cao Qinglang. She stood at the entrance of the courtyard for a long time. 327. They finally left the bottomless lotus flower paradise. After the old Taoist left, the first thing Chen Pingan did was to inquire about the current year of the North Jin Kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountain was already 1,000 years in the world. On the mobile phone. Otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long chi sword, he would not be able to find anyone to take revenge on. Fortunately, after asking the merchants on the official road of the North Jin Kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was only the 7th year of the Guangxi dynasty instead of the 6th year of the Guangxi dynasty. At this time, it was also autumn in the Tongyi continent, similar to the solar terms of the lotus flower paradise. Chen Pinggan was already traumatized by the North Jin Kingdom and did not dare to stay any longer. He went all the way to the north. He had long heard of the famous peaceful mountain and wanted to take a look from afar, but now he did not have a good relationship with Ju Fei of the Spring Tide Palace, Lu Fang of the Bird's View Peak, and the banished immortal Feng Qingbai. Chen Pinggan wanted to find an immortal ferry and go straight to the Aquarius continent. Although when he left his hometown, Old Yang reminded him not to return to the small town for 5 years, there were still many places he could go. For example, the old dragon city where Fan was, the Qinghuan kingdom where Zhong Shanfeng and Xu Yuanxia traveled, the Shushui kingdom where the old sword sage Song Yuxiao was, the Shujian lake of Ji Yukan, and the Great Sui Kingdom Academy where Li Baoping and the others studied. In short, it was not advisable to stay in the Tongyi continent for long. Chen Pinggan put away the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the blessed land. The two walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, is it? She did not understand a single word that Chen Pinggan had said to the others. Chen Pinggan nodded. This little burden was also the reason why Chen Pinggan wanted to leave the Tongyi continent immediately. If he brought her along, it would be very troublesome if they encountered the bandits from the mountains and swamps. But when he thought of Lu Tai, the haze in Chen Pinggan's heart thickened. That man selling candied fruits. Mountain chi cultivators, especially those that reached the earthly immortal level, would often be able to observe the mountains and rivers like a deity. Even though the immortal Daoist was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower blessed land, in the end, it still wasn't something that made one feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask Elder Kui or Wei Pai carefully about this supernatural power and immortal technique. They would find out what the techniques were and what the taboos and restrictions were. Pei Qian continued to ask, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily and shook his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to talk about it, so he didn't probe further. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. "What's wrong?" Chen Pinggan asked. Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. "It feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was just cleaning Cao Qinglang's house, and now I'm here." Chen Pinggan glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected himself. "I finished cleaning the yard and sat on a bench to eat melon seeds." The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that the soles of her feet had blisters. Chen Pinggan rented a horse carriage at a courier station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They agreed to stop at a county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. The journey would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongyi continent was very different from the lotus flower blessed land. There had been no war for a long time, so the courier station management and customs clearance were very relaxed. As long as one had money in their pocket, even if they weren't an official, they could stay in the courier station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a horse carriage, so she felt very fresh. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time, she lifted the curtain to look at the scenery outside. After autumn, she could often see golden persimmon trees not far from the official road. She drooled at the sight and wished that Chen Pinggan could ask the coachman to stop the carriage quickly so that she could steal 8 or 10 catties of persimmons. Chen Pinggan took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 scrolls. The scrolls were all different. One was made of rosewood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the scrolls were vivid and lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual emperor's posture. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his figure was not tall and sturdy. Instead, he was a little thin and small. Sui Yuyi, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword on his back and looked valiant and heroic. The person in the painting looked like they were looking at the painting. The chief of the demonic order, Liu Baixiong, wore a bright red armor. Both of his hands were propped in front of him. Wei Yixian looked more like a monarch in the mortal world. The martial arts madman, Zhu Lian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body with his hands behind his back. He squinted his eyes and looked like a little old man in the marketplace. These 4 painting scrolls only cost GUU money. The problem was, how much grain rain money would it take for the person in the painting to walk out from it? Furthermore, the concept of loyalty and devotion was still debatable. Taking a step back, Chen Pinggan was a pure martial artist. Even the magic robe, golden wine, infatuation, and stopping snow were all external objects to him. Fortunately, after traveling around the world with the old Daoist at the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, Chen Pinggan had a better understanding of the affairs of the world. Unknowingly, he started to look at the general trend of the world of the Aquarius continent, as well as the situation and position of the Lizhu cave in the territory of Dali in a new light. Regarding the matter of external objects, Chen Pinggan's thoughts were no longer so extreme. Otherwise, based on his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Chen Pinggan at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yui's portrait and said softly, "This sister is really beautiful." Chen Pinggan ignored him and kept the 4 scrolls gently. He did not keep them into the object core in front of Pei Qian. He temporarily placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to take care of. How could it be compared to the 1st and 15th of the lunar month? With the blade strengthening gourd, not to mention the grain rain money, they had relied on each other for survival for so long and fought side by side many times. They did not even spend a single grain of snow. Refining and nurturing swords did not require Chen Pinggan to spend any effort. Actually, Chen Pinggan owned a piece of dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and nurturing flying swords. However, how could Chen Pinggan bear to let the dragon beheading platform, which was engraved with the words naive and Ning Yarrow, be missing? Fortunately, on the 1st and 15th of the lunar month, Shen Lian did not throw a tantrum with Chen Pinggan over this matter. However, he planned to return to Longquan County in the future and strive to purchase a small piece of dragon beheading platform from Sage Wan Qiong. He could not treat them unfairly. Chen Pinggan would not be frugal with this expenditure, even if it was not the grain rain money but the golden fine copper money. Chen Pinggan looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her off the horse carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place. Wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was at least familiar with the roads. She knew which doors she could steal, which children's belongings she could rob, who she could not provoke and who she needed to please. She had her own calculations in her heart. When she arrived here, the horses were entering winter. A heavy snowfall came crashing down. If she did not starve to death, she would freeze to death. She had seen with her own eyes many old and young beggars who could not survive the heavy snowfall. Pei Qian knew that Chen Pinggan did not like her. Just like she knew that Chen Pinggan liked Cao Qinglang very much. She did not want him to like her. As long as he took care of her food and drinks, it would be fine. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man in this line of work and was familiar with the roads. Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian stayed at a courier house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Chen Pinggan asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Chen Pinggan bought some food from the courier house and packed it in a bag. It was convenient to carry it diagonally. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Chen Pinggan went to his room. He took down his sword and lit the oil lamp on the table. He took out a carving knife and a small emerald green bamboo scroll. He started to write down what he saw during this trip to Lotus Flower Paradise. There was a knock on the door. Chen Pinggan went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside and said timidly, "It's so dark, I'm a little scared." Chen Pinggan found it funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on a lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep." Why would you be scared living in a house? But Chen Pinggan still let her enter the house. She obediently closed the door. Chen Pinggan gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This is called Bronze Leaf Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is at the north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start to learn the elegant language of Aquarius Continent and the Dali Mandarin of my hometown." Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously. Okay. It wasn't that she wanted to learn some **t elegant language, but the meaning behind this guy's words was obviously to bring her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But what Chen Pinggan said next was like pouring cold water on her head. It made the skinny little girl's expression fluctuate, and she was full of complaints. Chen Pinggan picked up the carving knife and continued to carve on the azure immortal mountain bamboo slip that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and continued to carve on it meticulously. At the same time, he said to Pei Qian, "From tomorrow onwards, other than teaching you elegant language and Mandarin, I will also teach you how to read and write. If you learn well, you will be able to eat your fill every day. If not, you will have to eat less." She made a bitter face. "I am very stupid." Chen Pinggan made an O sound, "Then I can save money." Pei Qian secretly glanced at Chen Pinggan. It didn't seem like he was joking. She immediately smiled and said, "I will learn diligently." Speaking up to hear, she leaned on the table and whispered, "Can you buy me some clothes?" Chen Pinggan didn't raise his head. "When the weather turns cold, I will buy you some thicker clothes." She muttered, "It's autumn, and the weather is already very cold. Also, look, my shoes have holes. Really, I'm not lying to you. If I accidentally get sick, you still have to take care of me, it will be very troublesome." Speaking up to hear, she lifted her feet. Her shoes were really worn out, and sure enough, her black toes were exposed. Chen Pinggan put down the carving knife and used his finger to gently wipe away the bamboo debris. "Go back to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow." Pei Qian didn't say anything else. She quietly got up and left the room. After returning to the next room, she closed the door and immediately smiled. She immediately straightened her face, not allowing herself to laugh out loud. She threw herself on the bedding and rolled around happily. Finally, she looked up at the ceiling. After kicking off her shoes, she thought of Chen Pinggan's appearance and silently said, "Go back to sleep." She didn't dare to say it out loud, and then she made a face. Before going to sleep, she jumped out of bed and lit the oil lamp on the table. Only then did she sleep until dawn. It would be a waste not to light the lamp. Rich people should be like this. In the next room, Chen Pinggan wrote densely packed travel notes of lotus flower blessed land on 3 bamboo slips. He blew out the lamp and began to practice the 6-step stance walking, combining it with all kinds of proper sword-holding gestures. Still, his grip was empty. His steps were silent, like a fish in the water. His fist intent was completely restrained, and his divine essence was restrained. Compared to the time when Chen Pinggan practiced boxing by the Dragonbeard River, his fist intent flowed through his whole body. It was a world of difference. Now that Chen Pinggan practiced boxing, he could completely divert his attention to think about other things. After the stance walking and stance erecting of the mountain vibrating fist, there was actually the sleeping stance, 1000 Autumns. Chen Pinggan already knew the theory and stance of boxing. Now that he had entered the 4th realm, he already felt that it was not difficult to practice. The key was that the essence of the sleeping stance lied in the 4 words, "Great dreams are like death." It would cause a person's soul to be like the stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining a complete recovery. But Chen Pinggan had traveled far away twice, and each time, Chen Pinggan did not dare to sleep too soundly. Therefore, he kept delaying it. He could only wait until he returned to Dragon Spring. Leaving Lotus Flower Blessed Land this time was really too hasty. Otherwise, Chen Pinggan would definitely try his best to collect all the first-class martial arts in the world. Now that he thought about it, Ding Ying's martial arts path was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains, and could be said to be the highest peak of martial arts in Lotus Flower Blessed Land. To reach this step, other than comprehending it himself, he also needed to observe the scenery of the lower mountains, corroborate each other, check for loopholes, and finally form his own fist intent. That was the true fist beyond the sky. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already begun to brighten. Chen Pinggan had practiced boxing for an entire night, but he hadn't even broken a sweat. Perhaps this was one of the conveniences of having stepped into the fifth realm and having his soul reach large success. But since he was wearing his robes and golden wine, it didn't matter if he broke a sweat or not. As Chen Pinggan practiced boxing, the little lotus flower figure had already recovered from its injuries. It was sitting at the table, dozing off. After leaving lotus flower-blessed land, the little fellow seemed to have something on its mind. Chen Pinggan stopped practicing boxing. He sat at the table, the little fellow's head drooping down. Chen Pinggan smiled and rubbed its head, not saying anything. Comforting people was not something Chen Pinggan was good at. He took out 4 more painting scrolls and spread them out on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should bet. In the past, Chen Pinggan feared luck like a tiger. But now, the knot in his heart had been resolved. In fact, after Lizhu Grotto heaven shattered and fell to the ground, and especially after he was schemed against by sect master Lu Chen, he became involved with He Xiaoyong of the Divine Expanse sect. His trip to the Great Sui Kingdom was a blessing in disguise. His luck was good, and when he parted ways with He Xiaoyong on the Kuan ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Chen Pinggan's net worth was not considered poor. Not to mention the huge profits from traveling with Lu Tai, the yin spirit that accompanied Zheng Dafeng in Old Dragon City had spent a total of 10 guyu money to buy a small bamboo scroll of the bamboo of courage from him. It was as if he wanted to buy the saying, "Immortals are different, yin and yang are separated. The soul is to stabilize the mind, and the soul is to shape the golden body." So Chen Pinggan didn't expect to be able to support 4 paintings. He chose one of them. It seemed that it was appropriate to make a small bet. Now that chaos had arisen, Chen Pinggan really needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Old Man Kui and Chen Pinggan didn't dare to have any extravagant hopes. One of them was a teacher, and the other was a student. He couldn't ask for anything more. After all, Wei Pai was the righteous god of the mountains, and he had his own responsibilities. The little boy in green and the little girl in pink were still young. Moreover, Chen Pinggan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was the nature of their temperament, and had nothing to do with their age. If something big happened, not only would Chen Pinggan not let them take risks, but he would also keep them away from trouble. As for the 4 painters, Chen Pinggan didn't have that many burdens. As for how they would get along after getting to know each other, that would have to wait until then. Out of the 4 paintings, Chen Pinggan didn't know which one to choose first, but he was very sure that he wouldn't choose first. It would be the painting of Sui Yuyi. If Ning Yarrow found out in the future that he was following a woman who walked out of the painting, and that he spent a lot of guyu money, what would happen? Therefore, Chen Pinggan first kept this painting into the 15 flying swords. After that, he also kept the founder of the evil sect, Lu Baixiang. With one look, he could tell that he was an arrogant and unruly person, and also the founder of the largest underground force in Lotus Flower-blessed land. After Chen Pinggan managed to invite him out with great difficulty, what if he was an ambitious and ruthless devil like Ju Fei from Spring Tide Temple, who disregarded ethics and committed treason? Was he going to imprison him back into the paintings again? There was no reason to treat money as money in this world. Guyu's money was not Nashua's money, and even if it was Nashua's money, it wouldn't do. After keeping the second painting, there was only Wei Liang's ancestor left, and the seemingly amiable martial madman Zhu Lian. The latter was once the owner of the Silver Lotus crown. This made Chen Pinggan's heart beat like a drum. When he fought with Ding Ying, he almost lost his life on Mount Mengniu. That was the most dangerous battle in Chen Pinggan's life. Chen Pinggan stared at the 2 paintings, hesitating. The little lotus flower figure sat silently in front of Chen Pinggan, also seriously examining the 2 paintings. Chen Pinggan couldn't make up his mind, So he asked with a smile, "Which one do you like more?" The little lotus flower figure turned its head. The little guy with only one arm pointed at the paintings, then pointed at himself, as if asking Chen Pinggan if he really wanted him to choose. Chen Pinggan smiled and nodded his head. The little guy quickly stood up and ran around the edges of the two paintings with his eyes wide open. Sometimes he would lie on the table and look at the two people in the paintings, looking very serious and adorable. Chen Pinggan laughed at himself. The little guy finally squatted on the ground and pointed at the painting of Wei Xian beside him. Chen Pinggan laughed, "That's him." After the little guy got up, he quickly ran to the edge of the table and pulled on Chen Pinggan's sleeve. He was a little worried. He was probably afraid that he had chosen the wrong one. "It's okay. I have to choose anyway. It doesn't matter if I choose the wrong one." Chen Pinggan stretched out his finger and scratched his armpit. The little guy giggled. Chen Pinggan took out a grain rain coin, pinched it between two fingers, and gently placed it on the painting of the founding emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom. When the grain rain coin touched the painting, it immediately melted like ice and snow. The surface of the painting was quickly covered with a layer of the spiritual energy of the grain rain coins. It was misty like the water vapor of a lake, and then suddenly rippled and dispersed. Chen Pinggan looked at the painting of Wei Xian again. It had a little more vitality, especially the luxurious dragon robe that was connected to the warp and weft, which was flashing with golden light. It was a pity that he couldn't see any more clues. How many grain rain coins he needed to spend was still a mystery. Chen Pinggan made up his mind to throw 10 grain rain coins into it. If there were still no clear signs, then it would be a waste of money. Carefully putting away the painting, Chen Pinggan hung the infatuation stopping snow on his waist. He carried the cotton bag and went next door to call Pei Qian. They continued on their way. After knocking for a long time, the little girl finally opened the door with sleepy eyes. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she was a little reluctant. After she was dressed, Chen Pinggan saw her walking towards him. He pointed at the bed. Pei Qian looked confused. Chen Pinggan said, "Clean up before you leave." Pei Qian said in a wronged tone, "We paid to stay in the post house." "You spent a lot of money." Chen Pinggan was silent. Pei Qian could only turn around to clean up the bedding. Chen Pinggan glanced at the oil lamp on the table and frowned. After that, they rode on the carriage to the north. The coachman was familiar with the route. He arranged for the two guests to stay in the post house and some inns in the town. There was no chance for them to eat and sleep in the open. Chen Pinggan began to teach her the elegant Mandarin, as well as some of the local customs of the Dongbaoping continent and the Dali dynasty. He then took out a Confucian book he bought from the bookstore in Zhuangyuan Lane and taught her how to read. While she was reading, he taught her the elegant Mandarin. It was killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Qian was not very diligent in learning. Although she could recognize more than 100 words, he could tell that she did not like to read. She obviously preferred to sleep in the carriage, even if there was nothing to do. Chen Pinggan ignored her. As long as he let her sleep, she could sleep for half a day. When she woke up, she would open the carriage curtains to enjoy the scenery. After that, she would sleep again. After that, it rained a lot. Slowly, the carriage finally arrived at the county at the border of the North Jin Kingdom. Chen Pinggan paid the other half of the money and started walking with Pei Qian. Because the weather turned cold and it often rained, Chen Pinggan still bought her a set of thick clothes and new boots. However, he did not give them to her immediately. Every day, she looked at Chen Pinggan's sling bag and even asked him to carry it for her. The ordinary cities in the North Jin Kingdom did not have strict security. As long as the coachman pulled some strings, Pei Qian, who did not have a household registration and a customs clearance certificate, could enter the city smoothly. However, it was different at the border. Chen Pinggan began to take her on foot trekking. Pei Qian and the hard-working Li Baoping were worlds apart. Even though Chen Pinggan took good care of her leg strength, she still complained incessantly and squeezed out tears again and again. No matter how good-tempered Chen Pinggan was, he was still annoyed even if he did not want to. However, after changing into new clothes and boots, Pei Qian felt better for a few days. Then, because she did not cherish her clothes, they were soon torn by the thorns on the mountain paths. She relapsed. After Chen Pinggan promised to buy her a new set of clothes when they reached the next town, she became energetic again. However, the border of the North Jin Kingdom was long and the mountain roads were difficult to travel. Pei Qian's face was black all day long. Every time she was asked by Chen Pinggan to practice writing on the ground with a branch, she would deliberately write until earthworms crawled. She would not write more than 100 words. During this period, Chen Pinggan fed another 3 grain money. Because Chen Pinggan was now practicing boxing when he walked and almost every breath was to strengthen his physique, it seemed that all of Chen Pinggan's energy was spent on the sword furnace. Only when Chen Pinggan practiced the sword furnace did Pei Qian feel energetic. She did not dare to approach Chen Pinggan. She stood in the distance and silently watched him stand still like a piece of wood. After a while, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Chen Pinggan took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time in the border city, besides the small cowhide tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Chen Pinggan also bought a fishing hook and fishing line. He found a thin bamboo in the mountain and made a fishing rod. Then, he began to fish by the stream at night. Late at night, Chen Pinggan turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the distant forest. Soon, a strange scene appeared. There was a palanquin with 8 people with red lanterns hanging at the 4 corners. The bearers of the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the wild. The characters beating the gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword on its waist. Next to the palanquin was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She was wearing a festive bright red dress. Her cheeks were red, and her face was pale. However, she was surrounded by wisps of black smoke. Chen Pinggan was familiar with the affairs of the mountain, so he knew that this was the so-called marriage of the mountain god. He didn't want to cause unnecessary trouble, so he pretended not to see anything. 328. People's hearts were not like the surface of the street, which could be cleaned up after a heavy rain. That incident in the capital between the emperor, the general, and the peddlers were all immortals fighting, and there were still ripples. At the time, Chen Pinggan had helped Zhong Qiu teach Yang Shijing and the others martial arts, and those friends of the youth who had come to join in the fun had been one of those ripples. After old General Lu Xiao walked down the city wall, he bragged to his grandchildren that he and Chen Pinggan were friends despite the difference in age. The relocation of many families near Zhuoyuan Alley was also true. Ding Ying was dead. Yu Zhenyi flew away on his sword, leaving Zhong Qiu to clean up the mess. After sending Cao Qinglang to the school, Chen Pinggan went back the way he came. Holding an umbrella, he walked on the still lonely and cheerless street. As the imperial court gradually relaxed the curfew on the market square, he could see sparse passers-by on the street. However, the crowd was still very weak. Most of them were brave Jianghu people who came to admire the battlefield. They clicked their tongues in admiration at the ravine created by the bird overlooking Peak Sword Immortal. As for the area around Zhangyo Mountain, it was still a forbidden area and was cordoned off. The imperial court had ordered that anyone who crossed the Thunder Pool would be killed without mercy. Many officials from the imperial astronomer appeared. The simple hut left behind by Yu Zhenyi was not torn down either. Some Wulin heroes saw Chen Pinggan and thought that he was just like them who came to admire the Grandmaster. Chen Pinggan hesitated for a moment and went to visit the martial arts school. The gatekeeper saw that he did not look like someone who would ruin the school's reputation and had a good temperament, so he did not dare to neglect him. He quickly went to inform the master of the school. The master of the martial arts school came to welcome Chen Pinggan in person. It was said that the latter came because of the school's reputation and was quite proud. The disciples who came to the school also felt proud. Chen Pinggan spoke clearly, but he spoke to the master's heart. Obviously, he had heard of the school's reputation in advance. The real income of martial arts schools in the capital was to catch a few big fish who were looking forward to Jianghu and had money in their pockets. With the support of these rich kids who did not have to worry about money, the martial arts school could make money. The talented disciples who could bear hardships were the inner core, and the rich kids who came to the school for fun were the face. Both were indispensable. The master entertained Chen Pinggan in the main hall. He asked his disciples to serve tea and began to chat. When they talked about martial arts, the master did not talk about it in depth. He would not be so careless and casually spread the details. He just sighed that it was not easy to find a good disciple. If he was lucky, he could find such a good disciple in 4 or 5 years. If he was unlucky, he could not find one in 10 years. The master also said that the practice of martial arts was not only to strengthen the body, but also to hand the practitioner a weapon. The most important thing was the morality of martial arts. Otherwise, the more skilled the disciple was, the more trouble he would cause if he had a bad temperament and liked to bully others. If he did not agree with him, he could kill someone with 2 or 3 punches. In the end, the school and the martial arts school would be implicated. Chen Pinggan asked about some external martial arts theories. At first, the master was evasive and had a difficult expression. Chen Pinggan pretended to be enlightened and said that he had forgotten about the important matter. He took out 20 taels of silver and placed it on the tea table beside him. He said that he planned to learn martial arts at the martial arts school in the near future, but he could not guarantee that he would come to the martial arts school every day. The master's eyes lit up. Only then did he tell Chen Pinggan everything he knew. Chen Pinggan memorized each and every one of them and tried to corroborate them with the mountain-shaking fist manual. After listening to these superficial fist theories, Chen Pinggan finally made up his mind to collect all the martial arts in this world, from the lowest to the highest. He did not need too many. In the future, when he was practicing, he could casually flip through them. Who knows, there might be an unexpected surprise. For example, when the mountain-shaking fist's 6-step stance merged with Zhong Qiu's peak stance, Chen Pinggan successfully broke through the bottleneck of the 4th realm in one fell swoop. Moreover, when the conditions were right, success would come naturally. Especially when Ding Ying walked into the White River Temple's main hall and Zhong Qiu walked towards him for the first time, Chen Pinggan felt that this world's so-called oneness of heaven and man was very mysterious. Who knows, when he returned to the vast world, there might be additional benefits. Moreover, it was very likely that in the future, when he broke through the 6th realm, the opportunity to break through the 5th realm was here. Chen Pinggan guessed that after leaving the Lotus Flower Blessed Land, where the spiritual energy was thin, he would fall into a muddy situation. The situation was somewhat similar to Fan Wn's sluggishness outside the White River Temple's main hall. It was also somewhat similar to the 4 Zhenqi talismans that Old Yang had embedded in his hands and feet. This was the first time since Chen Pinggan started practicing fist techniques that he was alive. He began to try to think about his own gains and losses. When he faced an enemy, he comprehended Zhong Qiu's peak stance. When he first started practicing the mountain-shaking fist, in order to preserve his life, he immersed himself in it and practiced it diligently. He did not dare to make the slightest mistake. He practiced the 6-step stance and the sword furnace stance over and over again. He almost broke the stance of the fist technique. He memorized it by heart and integrated it into his soul. Even when he was taught the fist technique by Old Man Kui in the bamboo house, Chen Pinggan still learned whatever the old man taught him. It was not that this was bad, but if Old Man Kui saw it, it was already very difficult to reach this stage of the fist technique. However, it was still not enough. If he wanted to go further, he would not be able to bear the hardships and succeed. He would need an opportunity to enlighten his apertures. He could not say this to others, because it would not work. However, Chen Pinggan did not realize that he had only enlightened his apertures after practicing the fist technique for 1,000,000 years. When it came to practicing the sword, he had learned to apply what he had learned early on. Mr. Qi had broken the pink-robed Liu Chicheng's sword in the ancient temple. The sword spirit had unsheathed his sword in the painting of mountains and rivers. The sword he had slashed at Sui Shan. They were all Chen Pinggan's sword. Alliance had once said that Chen Pinggan would be more successful if he practiced the sword than if he practiced the fist technique. This was the reason. For those who taught the fist technique or the sword, if their fist technique or swordsmanship was too good, the harder it was for them to learn the fist technique or the sword. It was difficult and bumpy. Zheng Dafeng was a clear example. He was talented enough, and his realm was high enough. He was a ninth realm martial artist. However, when he was on the line of life and death in Old Dragon City, Chen Pinggan had said to him, he realized that the disciple did not have to be inferior to the master. Only then did he break through the bottleneck. To practice the fist technique, one had to cultivate the mind. Chen Pinggan had asked Yang Shijing, Zhong Qiu's favorite disciple, why he did not dare to use his fist technique. As for why Zhong Qiu was not too disappointed in Yang Shijing, it was not that Zhong Qiu did not have high hopes for the young man. It was because Chen Pinggan had already given him the answer. Zhong Qiu could say, don't use your fist at a high level. For the time being, Yang Shijing could not do it. It was the same principle. When facing the ancestors of the three sects, do not retreat from the will of the mountain-shaking fist. After much practice, Chen Pinggan could do what he said. However, Yang Shijing could not grasp the essence of it, so there was no need to force him. The twists and turns of this technique required one to use 1,000,000 fists and walk the Jianghu before one could truly see through it. Through the conversation between Yang Shijing and his junior sister, Chen Pinggan had already understood that he was not ordinary. Zhong Qiu's disciple was a proud son of heaven. The devil sect's crow and the hairpin man Zhu Shi were not as good as him in terms of cultivation or temperament. However, Chen Pinggan still could not clearly see that he was invincible in the lotus flower-blessed land. Fortunately, Chen Pinggan had already vaguely felt the signs of oneness of heaven and men. This was a solid step, a huge step for a martial artist. It was a state of mind that many 8th and 9th realm martial artists would not have. After Chen Pinggan left the martial arts club, he returned to his residence. The skinny little girl was in a daze under the eaves. The torrential rain turned into a drizzle. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she grinned. Chen Pinggan noticed that she was a little wet from the rain. He pretended not to see and took the bag with the peeper in it. He was going to find the poor scholar surnamed Jiang. There were 3 markets away from here, so it was not close. After Chen Pinggan left the courtyard and walked out of the alley, the little girl sneakily locked the courtyard door and practiced her fists under the eaves. She was secretly learning from Chen Pinggan's imitation of Ding Ying and the blind Taoist's thunder technique. With one hand facing the sky and the other clenched in front of her, she walked slowly. The threshold for the two was extremely high. One was the number 1 in the world, and the other was related to the thunder technique of Qi trainers. For the time being, Chen Pinggan only had a rough stance and not much true meaning, let alone a little girl who had not even learned any fists. After learning this set of fists, she felt a little bored and changed to other stances, which she secretly learned on the street. She learned one of Qiu Qiu's punches, Lu Fang's sword that split the street, and Chen Pinggan's 6-step pile walking. The little girl was crooked and could not get the hang of it. Of course, she did not learn any of them. After messing around for a long time, the little girl shouted and gave an aggressive roundhouse kick. As a result, she fell heavily. After getting up, she felt hungry and limped to the kitchen to steal food. She felt that she had learned a lot of martial arts and planned to practice on Cao Qinglang when he came back. Of course, the premise was that Chen Pinggan was not present. Chen Pinggan watched her fooling around from a rooftop. He frowned and left silently. When he chatted with her last night and asked her how old she was, she said that she was 9. She also casually stretched out her hands. One of her palms had a little finger bent, and the other 4 fingers were extremely straight. Moreover, when she came back from the well with the bucket, Chen Pinggan carefully observed her breathing and footsteps. Chen Pinggan walked on the street with an umbrella. He decided not to practice the pile walking in the small courtyard in the future. Jiang Quan was a child of a poor family. He studied hard for more than 10 years and was well versed in poetry. In his hometown, he was recognized as a child prodigy and a talent. However, he lost in the imperial examination. Although he was now in dire straits, he did not complain. He rented a house with his fellow villagers and continued to study diligently every day. However, between his eyebrows, there was a faint sadness. Every day when he was tired from studying, he would walk out of the alley and wait at the street corner as if waiting for someone. His 2 fellow villagers knew where Jiang Quan's knot was. Today, they took him to a nearby market to buy books. Although they said that they were going to buy books, in fact, The three of them were embarrassed. They flipped through some of the few editions of the sage books and glanced at some of the rare copies of beautiful women from afar. Under the impatient gaze of the shopkeeper, the three of them resentfully walked out of the bookstore. They saw a young man with an umbrella and a backpack standing outside. He looked at Jiang Quan and asked, "Are you Jiang Quan? I am Ji Ling's relative in the capital. I have something to ask of you." Jiang Quan's face was full of surprise. He said excitedly, I am Jiang Quan. Where is she?" Now, the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom was not very peaceful. This time, after she went to borrow money from her relative, there was no news of her. In addition, someone was killed in the alley near where he lived. At that time, the Yarman's attitude was very bad. They dispersed the onlookers and took the body away. They only heard that it was a Jianghu woman who died miserably. Some people guessed that she must have died in a grudge. This made Jiang Quan worried for a long time. Day after day, these days, he could not even calm down to read books. That person said indifferently, "Our Jiyu family is an official family in the capital." Although Jiyu Ling's family is in the local area, their official career is not very good. I heard that there are people who have mixed in the Jianghu and have not had the face to contact us for many years. This time, she took the initiative to look for us and asked to borrow money. The elders in the family were not very happy. They did not care about the money, but felt that it was humiliating for the family and did not want to acknowledge this relative. Ji Ling insisted on borrowing money and even vowed that you would definitely be able to pass the imperial examination. So, she will be able to return the money very soon and that person will marry her officially. The elders in the family know that the imperial examination is not easy. How would they believe that a poor scholar can pass the imperial examination? So, they asked Ji Ling for this paper and then were willing to lend her the money. At the same time, they asked her to promise that she will only agree to meet you after you pass the imperial examination. That person took off his luggage and passed it to Jiang Quan. He even took out a bulging money pouch. There are 50 taels of silver inside and 2 banknotes. Save some expenses and it will be enough for you to last until the next spring scholar tree. If you, Jiang Quan, do not have the confidence to pass the examination, I can actually pass a message to Ji Ling. Both of you can elope. One of you can give up your family's traditions, while the other can give up her books. At least you can live together. I feel that it is better than suffering for 3 years and then being publicly separated by the elders in your family. Oh right, the elders in the family were angry that she was stubborn and broke the paper in private. If you have the chance in the future, you can buy her a new one. Jiang Quan was stunned. The poor scholar believed that the young man in front of him was really the son of a rich family. In fact, his heart was beating like a drum. Standing in front of this person, Jiang Quan felt a little ashamed. He asked timidly, "Why are you helping me?" The person replied, "I am only helping Ji Ling, not you." Jiang Quan took the paper but did not take the money bag. He asked politely, "Aren't you the son of the Jiyu family? Why are you siding with Miss Jiyu? Since Ji Ling likes you so much, I want to see what kind of person you are." The person was silent for a moment and slowly said, "The book says that if 2 people love each other, they will be together forever." Jiang Quan smiled knowingly and felt a little more confident. As if to encourage himself, he nodded vigorously and said, "How can it be together forever?" Then Jiang Quan shook his head and said, "I don't want the money. I can go out and set up a stall, help people write letters, write couplets, and so on. I can support myself. There is no reason to take this money and let Miss Jiyu be bullied in the family. But I will have to trouble you to write a letter to her when you go home and tell her to wait for me to pass the imperial examination." Speaking of this, Jiang Quan smiled brightly and said, "Maybe in the future, there will be a titled wife." Jiang Quan hurriedly waved his hand. "You don't have to say this in the letter. You may not be able to do it. I'll keep it in my heart. If that day really comes, I'll bring her to you and let her know that I have such thoughts today." That person was also a strange person. He still stuffed the money into Jiang Quan's hands and said something strange, "You must accept this money. This is Ji Ling's goodwill, and it is the cleanest silver in the world. The other two people also persuaded Jiang Quan to accept it. The person turned and left. Jiang Quan asked loudly, "Little brother, after the examination, how can I find you?" The person turned his head and said, "If you pass the examination, there will be someone who will find you and tell you everything." A light drizzle came to the world again. Jiang Quan and his two friends left the market. In the distance, the person who delivered the letter stood under the eaves of a street with an umbrella and watched the poor scholar gradually leave. The old Taoist appeared beside Chen Pinggan and asked with a smile, "Why don't you tell him the truth directly?" Chen Pinggan said softly, "Don't tell him anything, tell him everything, and 3 years later, whether Jiang Quan passes the examination or not, let the imperial tutor help me tell him." "I think the third option is better for him." And Ji Yu Ling, the old Taoist, asked another question that went straight to the heart. "Then which option will make you feel the best?" Chen Pinggan answered, "Before entering the lotus blossom blessed land, I would choose the first option. In the Jianghu, everyone should be responsible for their own life and death. Now, I should choose the second option. I can ask for the simplest one, to have a clear conscience and not have any flaws in my state of mind. As for why I chose the third option, I don't know. In fact, I don't know whether it is right or wrong." The old Taoist laughed, "You don't know whether it is right or wrong, right?" Chen Pinggan turned his head, "What's wrong?" The old Taoist pressed one hand on Chen Pinggan's shoulder and said, "You won't know what will happen next." The next moment, as if it was dawn, the sun rose from the east. In front of the palace gate of the Nanyuan Kingdom's capital, the person who opened the palace gate shouted loudly. The old Taoist laughed and asked, "Do you know why there is such a tradition? Whether it is the vast world or the lotus blossom blessed land, they all need to be like this." Chen Pinggan, who had to put away the umbrella, shook his head. The old Taoist said, "The palace needs to take advantage of the dawn to call back some wronged souls." "Whose wronged souls do you think they are?" Chen Pinggan still shook his head. The old Taoist said, "In history, those loyal ministers who died unjustly, those who died unjustly, and those who died because they were the pillars of the country. After that, the long river of time in the lotus blossom blessed land, 1 year, 10 years, or even 100 years, seemed to be only a year for the old Taoist." The next moment, the old Taoist took Chen Pinggan to see an old master who was poor and had a bright future. His writing was like a god, but he did not have many restrictions on his descendants. When he died, his life's work was sold everywhere by his descendants, but to no avail. In anger, he simply burned it. They also saw a prime minister of the Cold clan who finally wrote a real poem about wealth in his later years. His poems were no longer ridiculed by his peers as wearing gold and silver and wearing straw sandals. They also saw an important minister who lived in a shabby official's residence. His sleeves were clean, and he had a good reputation. His relatives in other places bullied men and women, and everyone's family was rich. Every letter he wrote was filled with earnest advice, warning his family to be diligent and thrifty, and pass down morality to the family. After the contents of the letters were published, it was passed down as a story in the present and future generations. A prince of the northern Jin kingdom who was warming his hands outside a classroom on a snowy day. A hedonistic son who ran amok outside and was full of evil was filial to his grandmother at home, silently tucking in the corners of his elders' blankets. An important minister of the Songlai kingdom who worked hard for the country's political reform. Of the 7 or 8 people who were directly related to him, more than half of them used the name of the political reform to seek personal benefits, eliminate dissidents, or figure out the emperor's heart, secretly forming factions. In the end, the political reform failed. After that important minister was imprisoned, he was still generous, but regretted that he died before his ambition could be realized. A young hero of the Jianghu who was at the end of his rope had his parents killed in revenge. After that, he experienced more than 10 years of hardships and endured humiliation. When he took revenge, he killed dozens of people from his enemy's family, happily avenging his debt of gratitude and hatred. After the young hero, who had already become a great hero, left, there was a little girl with an even younger child. At the time, the 2 siblings were playing zong-zong and hid in a narrow wall, escaping disaster. In the end, the 2 children kowtowed at the grave, determined to take revenge. There were two similar incidents regarding the folding of boxes and the delivery of books. Both involved county magistrates who needed to be held accountable by the imperial court. One of the county magistrates privately gave the courier coachman a brocade bag of tricks, lying that he had encountered bandits on the way and even letting the courier cut himself with a knife. In the end, he got away with it, deceiving the imperial court officials who investigated the matter. The other was clearly in the heavy snow and cold winter, and the road was blocked. In order to complete the mission, the courier had to force his way across the river and drowned. The county magistrate reported the truth, but in the end, the courier was flogged 100 times and left thousands of miles away. The county magistrate's salary was suspended for a year, and the local government gave him a bad evaluation, with no hope of promotion within 5 years. After that, it was even more treacherous. The river of time began to flow backward. He saw the knight-errant Feng Qingbai and Tang Tie call each other brothers. In a border city, the two sat across from each other, drinking wine, slapping their knees, and singing loudly. Chen Pinggan also came to the outskirts of the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom and saw the woman named Ji Yuling. He saw her first meeting with the scholar Jiang Quan, and saw how they met and loved each other. Before entering the capital, there was a heavy snowfall. Ji Yuling, who had just completed an assassination, accompanied the scholar to rush to the imperial examinations. The woman stood alone in the heavy snow. This year, she met a scholar. In her gloomy and bloody life, it was as if another snowfall had fallen. The vast and boundless earth was clean, causing her to mistakenly think that she was the best woman in the world. Although she knew that the heavy snow would definitely melt and she would still be that bad woman, to be able to have such a meeting, it could be considered that the heavens did not treat her unfairly. He saw a skinny little girl who would occasionally go outside the city to take a few glances at a small mound of green grass. Finally, Chen Pinggan saw himself and glanced at the well. Twice, he went to the private library to flip through the books. There were tens of thousands of books in the library, and most of them were brand new. Many books had been opened for many years, but the smell of ink was still the same after being flipped open. There were so many sages' teachings and beautiful poems, but no one understood them. He stood at the door of the outer courtyard of the small alley. He raised and lowered his arm several times, not daring to knock on the door. When he and Cao Qinglang held the umbrella and went to the school, the little girl stood at the door of the courtyard, staring at their backs. Her face was covered in rain, but she did not notice. In the end, Chen Pinggan stood alone under the eaves, holding the oil paper umbrella that had accompanied him for so many years. It was still drizzling on the street. The old Taoist was no longer by his side. Right and wrong, good and bad, right and wrong, good and evil. Chen Pinggan saw many things. He did not see a single principle that he felt was right and proper. On the contrary, many of the principles that he had insisted on in the past did not make sense. For no reason, Chen Pinggan recalled that after the incident on Osmanthus Island, he saw the old boatman who had pushed the boat across the sea for Lu Chen. He looked at him and said, "You want to destroy my Tao." Before this, even though he knew that the hairpin man, Zhu Shu, was not the real murderer, he still made up his mind. According to Zhong Qiu, if there were really 5 places, he would use one of them to directly take Zhu Shu under his command and kill him with one punch. Before this, he was full of disgust for the skinny little girl, but for some reason, he did not want to think too deeply about it. However, it was not that he did not gain anything. He began to feel that he had spent money putting in an extra piece of snow. Even if that piece of snow cost money, it was next to the poem that he thought was extremely beautiful. After the rain, the sky cleared. Chen Pinggan walked all the way to the well and stood there, looking down at the bottom of the well. At this moment, the skinny little girl in the small courtyard raised her head to look at the glaring sun. Taoist temple, Taoist temple, Taoist temple. The old Taoist sat in the sky, looking at the two of them. In the lotus grotto connected to the lotus blossom-blessed land, a Taoist sat by the pond, looking at the three of them. According to the words of one of the disciples, he was just looking at other people's Taoism because he had nothing to do. Chen Pinggan suddenly withdrew his gaze and smiled. He left the well. Although he didn't understand anything, he did understand one thing. That annoying little girl, he had to teach her some principles. He would start from the simplest. If she couldn't understand and it was useless, then he didn't need to care about her anymore. However, he still had to teach her. After teaching her, she would at least know what was good and evil. Whether she was evil or good, it was her own business. The old Taoist's face was gloomy and he was not in a good mood. He wanted to throw Chen Pinggan out of the lotus blossom blessed land. He did not manage to defeat the old scholar. Therefore, he waved his sleeves and Chen Pinggan stepped out of the lotus blossom blessed land. It was actually the courier route of the northern Jin kingdom in Tongya continent. He was wearing a golden robe with the blade strengthening gourd at his waist. The only thing missing was the long chi sword on his back. However, his martial arts realm was already at the 5 states, so he did not disappear into thin air like the lotus blossom blessed land. Furthermore, the telepathic flying swords number 1 and number 15 were also in the blade strengthening gourd. Chen Pinggan hurriedly looked around. Fortunately, not far from the road, the little lotus person was poking his head out. Obviously, the little fellow Chen Pinggan was still confused. The old Taoist stood beside him. According to the agreement, you can take away 5 people from the lotus blossom blessed land. I have chosen 4 of them for you. The old Taoist held 5 scrolls in his hand and threw them aside. They were arranged in front of Chen Pinggan and floated in the air. One of the scrolls opened by itself, depicting a man in a dragon robe sitting upright. This is the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian. A woman with a sword on her back said, "The right side of the Sui dynasty." He gave up martial arts, but still has the bearing of a sword immortal. The founder of the devil sect, Liu Baixiang. Zhu Lian. These 4 people have a complete physical body and soul. Before this, you can use the Guyu money to raise them and throw them into the painting every day. Sooner or later, when they have enough food and drink, they will be able to walk out of the painting and serve you wholeheartedly. As for how their martial arts realm will be in the future, whether they switch to cultivation and become chi refinement warriors, it will depend on your ability as their master, Chen Pinggan. Of course, the premise is that you can afford to raise them. The old Taoist obviously did not want to say anything more to Chen Pinggan, nor did he give Chen Pinggan a chance to interject. Before Chen Pinggan could ask who the last person was, the old Taoist stretched out his hand and pulled out a skinny little girl. He slapped the back of her head and she fell face down on the road. When she raised her head, her face was blank. Chen Pinggan looked at the tall old Taoist and asked, "What about the longevity bridge?" The old Taoist's face was indifferent. "The foundation has been laid. You can explore it yourself." Chen Pinggan asked again, "What about the long chi sword?" The old Taoist looked into the distance. "I will return it to Chen Qingju." Chen Pinggan kept the 4 scrolls into the 15 flying swords and bade farewell to the old Taoist. The old Taoist was not in a good mood and returned to the lotus flower paradise. He glanced at the lotus flower paradise that bordered the paradise. That guy had already left the lakeside. The old Taoist smiled. Chen Pinggan and the skinny little girl stared at each other. Chen Pinggan sighed. "What's your name?" The little girl had a big heart. Although she didn't know what had happened, after patting the dust off her body, she still replied with a smile, "Didn't I say before that I only have a surname? My parents didn't have time to give me a name, so I gave myself a name. One word, Chen. I like money." Chen Pinggan asked, "What's your surname?" The little girl puffed out her chest and replied, "Pei. It's Yi with clothes underneath. I heard from my father that it's a big surname in my hometown. There's clothes in my surname, and my name is Chen. How lucky." Chen Pinggan slapped his forehead. Surname Chen. Pei Chen. Compensate. No wonder he did not like her. 329. They finally left the bottomless lotus blossom blessed land. After the old Taoist left, the first thing Chen Pinggan did was to ask about the current year of the northern Jin kingdom. He was really afraid that the so-called 60 years in the mountains meant 1,000 years in the world. On the phone otherwise, after being cheated by the old Taoist for decades and losing his long chi sword, he would not be able to find him for revenge. Fortunately, After asking the merchants on the official road of the northern Jin kingdom, he heaved a sigh of relief. From the 6th year of Guangxi, it was only the 7th year of Guangxi. It was also autumn in the Tongye continent, which was roughly the same as the lotus blossom blessed land. Chen Pinggan was already traumatized by the northern Jin kingdom. He did not dare to stay any longer and headed north. Previously, he had heard of the famous Taiping mountain and wanted to take a look from afar. Now, he no longer had such thoughts. Chen Pinggan did not have a good relationship with Ju Fei from the Spring Tide Palace, Lu Fang from the Bird's Eye Peak, and Wanderer Feng Qingbai. He wanted to find an immortal ferry and head straight to the Aquarius continent. When he left his hometown, Old Yang reminded him not to return to the town for 5 years. However, there were still many places he could go. For example, Fan Er's Old Dragon City, Zhongshanfeng and Shu Yuanxia's Qingwan Kingdom, Song Yu's Shu Shui Country, Ji Yukan's Book Lake, and Li Baoping's Great Sui Kingdom Academy. There were many places. In short, it was not suitable to stay in the Tongye continent for long. Chen Pinggan kept the oil paper umbrella that he brought from the blessed land. The two of them walked along the official road. The skinny little girl kept looking around. Where is this? It's not our Nanyuan kingdom, right? Previously, when Chen Pinggan was talking to someone, she did not understand a single word. Chen Pinggan nodded. The extra burden was also the reason why Chen Pinggan wanted to leave the Tongye continent immediately. If he brought her along, unlike when he traveled with Lu Tai, it would be very troublesome if they ran into robbing cultivators from the mountains and lakes. However, when he thought of Lu Tai, Chen Pinggan's heart became even more gloomy. That man who sold candid whores. The mountain chi cultivators, especially after ascending to the earth immortal realm, could often observe the mountains and rivers like gods. Although old Daoist Bu Laro was omniscient and omnipresent in the lotus flower blessed land, it was still not something that made people feel relaxed. When he returned to his hometown in the future, he would definitely ask the old man surnamed Kui or Wei Pai about this divine ability and immortal art in detail. He would also ask about it and what were the taboos and restrictions. Pei Qian continued asking, "Is it your hometown? Is it a place where immortals live?" Chen Pinggan couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. "It's not my hometown, nor is it some fairyland." Pei Qian saw that he didn't want to say more, so he didn't ask anymore. She raised her hands and rubbed her eyes. Chen Pinggan asked, "What's wrong?" Pei Qian raised his head and smiled brightly. "It feels weird, but I can't remember anything. I was cleaning Cao Qinglang's yard just now, and now I'm here." Chen Pinggan glanced at her. Pei Qian immediately corrected herself. "After cleaning the yard, I was sitting on a bench and eating melon seeds." The two of them walked for more than 20 miles. The little girl was so tired that she was panting like a cow. She frowned bitterly and said that there were blisters on the soles of her feet. Chen Pinggan rented a horse carriage beside a relay station. After negotiating the price, they headed north. They had agreed to stop at the border county of the North Jin Kingdom. It would take about 2 days. The North Jin Kingdom of the Tongye continent was very different from the lotus flower blessed land. There had been no wars for a long time. Whether it was the management of the relay station or the customs clearance, it was very lax. As long as one had money, even if one wasn't an official, one could stay at the relay station. It was Pei Qian's first time riding a carriage, so she felt very refreshed. Sitting in the carriage, she felt very comfortable. From time to time, she would lift the curtain and look at the scenery outside. After autumn, not far from the official road, she could often see a golden persimmon forest, which made her drool. She couldn't wait to ask Chen Pinggan to tell the coachman to quickly stop the carriage so that she could steal 8 or 10 pounds back. Chen Pinggan took advantage of the time when she was looking outside to take out the 4 paintings. The axes were different. One was made of red sandalwood, one was made of white jade, and the other 2 were made of unknown materials. The 4 people in the paintings were very lifelike. The founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom, Wei Xian, sat in the usual posture of an emperor. He wore a golden dragon robe, but his body wasn't burly. Instead, he was a little thin and small. The dragon robe was loose and didn't match. Sui Yu, who failed in his ascension, carried a sword and looked valiant. He looked like he was looking at the person in the painting. The head of the devil sect, Lu Baixiang, wore a bright red armor. He held a sword in front of him. Wei Yixian looked more like a monarch. The martial madman, Zhu Lian, who died in the hands of Ding Ying, had a stooped body. He put his hands behind his back and squinted his eyes. He looked like a little old man in the marketplace. Did these 4 paintings only take GUU money? The problem was, how much GUU money would it take for the person in the painting to come out? Moreover, the concept of loyalty was debatable. Taking a step back, Chen Pinggan was a pure martial artist. Even the golden wine, infatuation, and static snow were regarded as mere worldly possessions. Fortunately, this time in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land, he was brought by the old Daoist to travel the world. Chen Pinggan understood more about the affairs of the world. He started to look at the worldly affairs of the Aquarius continent and the situation and position of the Pearl Cave in Dali. He was no longer so extreme about the worldly possessions. Otherwise, according to his temper in the past, these 4 paintings would have been sold by Chen Pinggan at a sky-high price. Pei Qian stretched his neck to look at Sui Yu's portrait and said softly, "This sister is so beautiful." Chen Pinggan ignored Pei Qian and gently kept the 4 paintings. He didn't put them away in his space ring in front of Pei Qian. He placed them by his feet and sighed in his heart. These 4 ancestors were too difficult to raise. How could they be better than Chuyi and Shiwu? They had a blade-strengthening gourd. Not to mention GUU money, they had relied on each other for so long and fought side by side many times. They didn't even spend a single snow. Refining and raising the swords didn't require Chen Pinggan's effort. In fact, Chen Pinggan had a dragon beheading platform. It was the best whetstone in the world for refining and raising flying swords. However, Chen Pinggan couldn't bear to lose the dragon beheading platform that was engraved with the words naive and Ning Yao. Fortunately, Chuyi and Shiwu never lost their temper with Chen Pinggan. However, they planned to return to Longquan County in the future and try to buy a small dragon beheading platform from Saint Ruan Jiao. He couldn't treat them badly. Chen Pinggan wouldn't skimp on this expense. Even if it wasn't GUU money, but gold essence copper coins. Chen Pinggan looked at her. Pei Qian also looked at him worriedly. She was afraid that he would kick her out of the carriage. She was unfamiliar with this place. Wouldn't she be bullied to death? In the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom, she was familiar with the roads. She knew which family she could steal things from, which family she could rob, who she couldn't provoke, and who she needed to please. She had a little calculation in her mind. Here, it was winter. A heavy snow fell. She would freeze to death even if she didn't starve to death. She had seen many old beggars and little beggars who couldn't survive the heavy snow. They looked very ugly when they froze to death. Pei Qian knew that Chen Pinggan didn't like her. Just like she knew that Chen Pinggan liked Cao Qinglang very much. She didn't want him to like her. She only wanted him to take care of her food and drink. It would be best if he could give her a lot of money. As for whether he liked her or not, how much was it worth? The coachman was an old man who was familiar with the road. Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian stayed in a post house. The coachman stayed in the carriage for the night. Chen Pinggan asked for 2 low-class rooms and Pei Qian stayed next door. Chen Pinggan bought some food from the post house and put it in a bag for easy carrying. He also put some ordinary books in it. Otherwise, it would be too eye-catching to go out empty-handed. After giving Pei Qian a portion of food, Chen Pinggan went to his room. He took out his sword, lit the oil lamp on the table, took out a carving knife and a small green bamboo slip, and began to record what he saw and heard in this trip to Lotus Flower Blessed Land. There was a knock on the door. Chen Pinggan went to open the door. Pei Qian stood outside the door and said timidly, "It's dark. I'm a little scared." Chen Pinggan thought it was a little funny. He thought to himself, "You have the guts to climb on the lion's back in front of a rich man's house to sleep. Living in a house, you're scared?" But Chen Pinggan still let her into the house. She obediently closed the door. Chen Pinggan gestured for her to sit opposite the table and said slowly, "This place is called Tongyi Continent. It is a very big place. We are going to Aquarius Continent. My hometown is north of Aquarius Continent. From tomorrow onwards, you will start learning Aquarius Continent's official language and my hometown's Dali official language. Pei Qian smiled brightly and nodded her head vigorously. Okay. It was not that she wanted to learn some **T official language, but the guy in front of her was clearly implying that he wanted to take her to his hometown. Didn't this mean that she could eat and drink without worrying about food and clothing along the way? But Chen Ping'an's next words were like a bucket of cold water poured over her head. The skinny girl's face turned gloomy and she was full of complaints. Chen Ping'an picked up the carving knife and continued to carve words on the bamboo scroll that Wei Pai gave him. He lowered his head and meticulously carved each stroke. At the same time, he said to Pei Qian, from tomorrow onwards, other than teaching you the official language and official language, I will also teach you how to read. If you learn well, you will be able to eat a full meal every day. If you don't, you will have to eat less. She made a bitter face. I am very stupid. Chen Ping'an made a no sound. Then I can save money. Pei Qian secretly glanced at Chen Ping'an. He did not seem to be joking. She immediately smiled and said, I will learn diligently. At this point, she leaned on the table and whispered, Can you buy me some clothes? Chen Ping'an did not even raise his head. When the weather gets cold, I will buy you a thicker set of clothes. She muttered, It's already autumn. The weather is already very cold. And look, my shoes are already torn. Really, I am not lying to you. If I accidentally fall sick, you will have to take care of me. It will be very troublesome. At this point, she lifted her feet. Her shoes were really worn out, and her black toes were indeed exposed. Chen Ping'an put down the carving knife and used his finger to gently wipe away the almost invisible bamboo shards. Go back to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow to hurry on our journey. Pei Qian did not say anything else. She quietly got up and left the room. After returning to the room next door, she closed the door and immediately smiled. She immediately put on a straight face to prevent herself from laughing out loud. She threw herself on the bed and rolled around happily. Finally, she looked at the ceiling and kicked off her broken shoes. She remembered Chen Ping'an's appearance and imitated him to say, Go back to sleep. She did not dare to say it out loud and made a face. Before sleeping, she jumped out of bed and lit the oil lamp on the table. Only then did she sleep until dawn. It would be a waste not to light the lamp. Rich people should be like this. Chen Ping'an was in the room next door. On 3 bamboo slips, he wrote a densely packed journey of lotus blossom blessed land. He blew out the lamp and began to practice the 6-step stance. Along with the various swordsmanship hand gestures, he was still holding the air. His footsteps were silent, like a fish in water. He withdrew his fist intent and restrained his divine aura. Thinking back to when Chen Ping'an was practicing martial arts by the Dragon Whisker River, his entire body was filled with fist intent. It was a world of difference. Now that Chen Ping'an was practicing his martial arts, he could completely divert his attention to think about other things. After the walking stance and the erection stance in the mountain shaking fist manual, there was actually the sleeping stance, 1,000 years. Chen Ping'an had long known the theory and stance of the fist. Now that he had reached the 4th level, he felt that it was not difficult anymore. The key was the essence of the sleeping stance. It just so happened that the 4 words dreaming like death would cause a person's soul to be like stagnant water in an ancient well, obtaining complete recuperation and vitality. However, Chen Ping'an had gone on 2 long journeys, and each time he went far away, Chen Ping'an did not dare to sleep too deeply. Thus, he kept delaying it until he returned to Longquan. This time, leaving the lotus blossom blessed land was really too hasty. Otherwise, Chen Ping'an would have definitely collected all the martial arts in that world. Now that he thought back, the martial arts path that Dingying took was actually not wrong. She truly stood at the peak of the mountains, and could be said to be the peak of martial arts in the lotus blossom blessed land. To reach this step, other than one's own comprehension, one also needed to observe the scenery of the lower peaks, mutually corroborating each other, finding and filling in the gaps. Finally, It became one's own fist intent. That was the true definition of a fist beyond the heavens. Wasn't this similar to reading and reasoning? It was also similar to the construction of bridges in the books of the Ministry of Works. Unknowingly, the sky outside the window had already turned white. Chen Pinggan had been practicing his fist for the entire night, but he did not even sweat. This was probably one of the conveniences that came with reaching the 5th level and attaining great success in his soul. However, he was wearing a golden robe, so it did not matter whether he sweated or not. While Chen Pinggan was practicing his fist, the little lotus flower person, whose injuries had already healed, was sitting at the table and dozing off. After leaving the lotus blossom blessed land, the little guy seemed to have something on his mind. Chen Pinggan stopped practicing and sat at the table. The little guy's head drooped. Chen Pinggan smiled and rubbed its head. He did not say anything. Comforting people was not something that Chen Pinggan was good at. He took out another 4 scrolls and placed them on the table. He began to consider whether or not he should make a bet. In the past, Chen Pinggan was extremely fearful of luck. Now, the knot in his heart had been untied. Actually, after Liju Grotto Heaven collapsed and fell to the ground, he had been schemed against by the sect leader Lu Chen. He was involved with He Xiaoliong of the Divine Grandeur sect. During his trip to the Great Sui Kingdom, he had good luck. After parting ways with He Xiaoliong on the Kuan ship, his luck was still not bad. Moreover, Chen Pinggan's current wealth was not considered small. Not to mention the huge profit he had made from traveling with Lu Tai, the yin spirit that accompanied Zheng Dafeng in the old Dragon City, had spent a total of 10 pieces of Guyu money to buy a small bamboo scroll made of valiant bamboo from him. It was as if he wanted to buy a part of the saying, "There are differences between immortals and immortals. Yin and yang are separated. The soul stabilizes the spirit, and the spirit molds the golden body." Hence, Chen Pinggan did not have extravagant hopes of keeping the 4 scrolls alive. He chose one of them, as if it was a small bet for fun. It was still appropriate. Chaos had already arisen. Chen Pinggan indeed needed some helpers to help look after his family business. Chen Pinggan did not dare to have extravagant hopes of the old man surnamed Kui. He was just teaching and learning martial arts. He could not ask for more. Wei Pai was after all a mountain god. He had his own responsibilities. The 2 little fellows, the little boy in green and the little girl in pink, were still inexperienced. Furthermore, Chen Pinggan treated them more like an elder brother to 2 children. This was due to his temperament and had nothing to do with age. If something big happened, not only would Chen Pinggan not let them be in danger, he would only let them stay away from trouble. Chen Pinggan did not have that many burdens for the 4 people in the scrolls. As for how to get along with them after they got to know each other, he would think about it when the time came. Among the 4 scrolls, Chen Pinggan did not know which one to choose first. However, he was certain that it would be the portrait on the right of the Sui Kingdom. If Ning Yarrow found out that he had a girl who walked out of the painting by his side and spent a lot of Guyu money, wouldn't that be terrible? Therefore, Chen Pinggan first kept the painting in the 15 flying swords. Then, he also kept the founder of the Devil sect, Lu Baixiang. At first glance, one could see that he was an arrogant and unruly person. Moreover, he was the founder of the largest underground power in the Lotus Blossom Blessed Land. After Chen Pinggan invited him out with great difficulty, what if he was an ambitious and ruthless person like Zhu Fei from the Spring Tide Temple who ignored ethics and committed treason? There was no such thing as treating money as money in this world. Guyu's money was not spent by the snow. Moreover, even if it was the snow, it was still not enough. After keeping the second painting, only Wei Liang's ancestor and the seemingly amiable martial arts madman Zhu Lian were left. The latter was the owner of the silver lotus crown. This made Chen Pinggan's heart beat like a drum. During the battle with Ding Ying, he almost lost his life in the monstrous Ox Mountain. That was the most dangerous battle in Chen Pinggan's life. Chen Pinggan stared at the 2 paintings and hesitated. The little lotus person sat silently in front of Chen Pinggan and also looked at the 2 paintings seriously. Chen Pinggan could not make up his mind. He smiled and asked, "Which one do you think is more pleasing to the eye?" The little lotus person turned his head. The little guy with only one arm pointed at the painting and then pointed at himself. He seemed to be asking Chen Pinggan if he really wanted him to choose. Chen Pinggan narrowed his eyes and nodded. The little guy quickly stood up and ran around the edges of the two paintings with his eyes wide open. He even lay on the table and looked at the two people in the paintings. He was very serious and cute. Chen Pinggan was amused. The little guy finally squatted on the ground and pointed at the painting of Wei Xian beside him. Chen Pinggan laughed and said, "That's him." After the little guy got up, he quickly ran to the edge of the table and pulled Chen Pinggan's sleeve. He was a little worried. He was afraid that he would choose the wrong one. "It's okay. You have to choose anyway. It doesn't matter if you choose the wrong one." Chen Pinggan stretched out his finger and scratched his armpit. The little guy giggled. Chen Pinggan took out a grain rain coin. He pinched it between two fingers and gently placed it on the painting of the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom. When the grain rain coin touched the painting, it immediately melted like ice and snow. The surface of the painting was soon covered with a layer of grain rain coin. It was misty like the water vapor of a lake. Then, it suddenly rippled and spread out. Chen Pinggan looked at the painting of Wei Xian again. There was more life in it. Especially the luxurious dragon robe that was flashing with golden light. It was a pity that he could not see any more clues. He was still in a fog as to how many grain rain coins he needed to spend. Chen Pinggan made up his mind. He threw 10 grain rain coins into the painting. If there was still no clear sign, he would consider it a waste. Carefully putting away the painting, Chen Pinggan hung a cotton bag around his waist. He went out to call Pei Qian next door and continued on his way. After knocking for a long time, the little girl opened the door with sleepy eyes. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she was a little reluctant. After she was dressed, Chen Pinggan saw her walking towards him. He pointed to the bed. Pei Qian looked at him blankly. Chen Pinggan said, "Tidy up before you go." Pei Qian felt wronged and said, "We paid to stay in the post house. You spent a lot of money." Chen Pinggan was silent. Pei Qian had to turn around and tidy up the bedding. Chen Pinggan glanced at the oil lamp on the table and frowned. After that, they rode the carriage all the way to the north. The coachman was familiar with the route and most of the time was just right for the two guests to stay in the post house and some town inns. There was no chance for them to eat and sleep outdoors. Chen Pinggan began to teach her the official language of the Eastern Treasured Vase continent and the Dali dynasty. He then took out a Confucian book he bought from the bookstore in Zhuoyuan Alley and taught her how to read. At the same time, he also taught her how to read in the official language, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. However, Pei Qian was not very focused on learning. She had already learned more than 100 characters. However, it was obvious that she did not like to read. She obviously preferred to sleep in the carriage. Even if she did not do anything, Chen Pinggan ignored her. As long as she slept, she could sleep for half a day. After she woke up, she would open the curtains to admire the scenery and then sleep after that. It was considered a skill. After that, there was a lot of rain. Slowly, the carriage finally arrived at the county city at the border of the northern Jin kingdom. Chen Pinggan paid the other half of the money and started to walk with Pei Qian. As the weather was turning cold and it often rained, Chen Pinggan still bought her a set of thick clothes and new boots. However, he did not give them to her immediately. Every day, she looked at Chen Pinggan's bag and even asked him to carry it for her. The normal cities in the northern Jin kingdom did not have strict security. As long as the coachman pulled some strings, Pei Qian, who did not have a household register or a customs pass, could be brought into the city smoothly. However, it was different at the border. Chen Pinggan began to bring her across mountains and rivers. Pei Qian and the hard-working Li Baoping were worlds apart. Even though Chen Pinggan carefully took care of her leg strength, she still complained incessantly and squeezed out tears time and time again. Even if Chen Pinggan's temper was good, he was annoyed. However, Pei Qian felt better for a few days after she was given a new set of clothes and boots. Then, because she did not know how to cherish her clothes, they were torn and tattered by the thorns on the mountain paths. Her old habits relapsed. Chen Pinggan promised to buy her a new set of clothes when they reached the next town. Only then did she regain her energy. However, Beijing's border was long and the mountain paths were difficult to traverse. Pei Qian's face was gloomy all day long. Every time Chen Pinggan asked her to practice writing on a tree branch, she would purposely write so that the earthworms would crawl. He told her to write 100 characters and not one more. During this period, Chen Pinggan fed her another 3 grains of grain rain money. Because Chen Pinggan was now practicing his fists while walking, almost every breath he took was to temper his body. Therefore, it seemed that Chen Pinggan put all his energy into practicing the sword stance furnace. Only when Chen Pinggan practiced the sword stance furnace would Pei Qian have the energy. She did not dare to get close to Chen Pinggan. She stood in the distance and silently watched him standing in the same place, motionless like a piece of wood. After a long time, Pei Qian also felt bored. That night, Chen Pinggan took her to sleep in the wilderness. This time, in the border county city, other than the small leather tent specially prepared for Pei Qian, Chen Pinggan also bought fishing hooks and fishing lines. He found thin bamboo in the mountains and made a fishing rod. Then, he began to fish by the stream at night. In the middle of the night, Chen Pinggan turned his head and saw a red light flashing in the forest in the distance. Soon, a strange scene appeared. There was a large palanquin with 8 people carrying 8 big red lanterns hanging from the 4 corners. The people carrying the palanquin seemed to be monsters that grew up in the mountains. The people playing gongs and drums were a group of otherworldly ghosts. The leader was a white skeleton with a rusty sword at its waist. Next to the palanquin, there was an old woman who was gorgeously dressed. She wore a festive bright red dress. Her face was pale and her cheeks were red. However, there was black smoke lingering around her. Chen Pinggan was now familiar with the mountain affairs. He knew that this was most likely the so-called mountain god getting married. He did not want to complicate matters and pretended that he did not see anything. However, he did not expect that Pei Qian would wake up at this time. After she got out of the leather tent, she rubbed her eyes and stared blankly at the wedding procession. 3:30. Chen Pinggan put down his fishing rod and came to Pei Qian's side. The old woman was already looking at the skinny little girl with a smile. Her eyes were full of rumination. She raised a slender arm and the palanquin came to a sudden stop. All the mountain spirits and monsters, including the white-boned swordsman, looked over in unison. Chen Pinggan cupped his fists and took the initiative to apologize to the wedding team. Birds had their own ways, and mice had their own ways. Especially the difference between yin and yang, the world was orderly. Like this encounter, if Pei Qian had not violated the taboo by blatantly looking at them, the wedding procession of the mountain god would not have cared about the existence of Chen Pinggan and Pei Qian at all. They would have passed by. This was also the reason why many woodcutters and fishermen in the world lived near mountains and lakes for generations without suffering any disasters. The old woman saw that Chen Pinggan was quite sensible, so she nodded and waved her hand again. The wedding team began to beat the gongs and drums again and continued to welcome the wife of the mountain god. The skinny little girl almost got into big trouble, but Chen Pinggan did not blame Pei Qian this time. She was not a cultivator and did not know the rules of cultivation. It was understandable. Chen Pinggan did not teach her well, so he could not blame her. However, if Chen Pinggan had told her the truth, she would still be so reckless. Chen Pinggan asked softly, "Can you see them? Can you hear the gongs and drums?" Pei Qian's little face was pale. She nodded and said, "I heard the noise and got up. I thought it was a dream. It was so scary." Chen Pinggan stretched out a finger and gently pressed it between Pei Qian's eyebrows to help her stabilize her divine soul. If one accidentally encountered a filthy otherworldly item, even if ordinary people could not see it, it would not harm them. However, if people did not have strong yang qi, their souls would easily drift around and hurt their vitality. There were many ghosts in the world that said people were possessed and fell ill. It was usually because of this situation. It was a conflict between yin and yang. Fortunately, Pei Qian was fine. Chen Pinggan warned, "Although I don't know why you can see them, if you meet them again in the future, you must turn a blind eye to them. Otherwise, it would be easy for us to get into trouble and be seen as a provocation by the other party. Fortunately, the wedding procession tonight is more orthodox. I reckon that they're from the nearby mountains, and their status is similar to that of the officials of the mortal realm. That's why they didn't stoop to our level. Pei Qian had a lingering fear in his heart and could only nod desperately. Chen Pinggan asked, "Have you ever seen any wandering ghosts in or out of the city all these years in the Nanyuan kingdom?" Pei Qian pulled a long face and shook his head vigorously. "I've never seen these filthy things before, not even once." Chen Pinggan pondered for a moment before reminding him, "When you're traveling, you're not allowed to call them dirty things." Pei Qian replied, "Got it." Chen Pinggan sighed and comforted her, "Go back to sleep. I'll keep an eye on you. Everything will be fine." Pei Qian did not dare to sleep anymore. She insisted on following Chen Pinggan to the stream. This time, she was completely obedient and sick. She did not even dare to ask for new clothes and shoes anymore. She felt that following Chen Pinggan and being able to eat and drink to her heart's content was already the happiest thing. Chen Pinggan picked up the fishing rod again. Pei Qian took a stone and drew circles on the ground. Once bitten, twice shy. At this moment, she did not dare to raise her head to look around. She always felt that there were terrifying strange things hidden in the darkness. She asked, "The book you gave me said see no evil, hear no evil. Is this the truth?" Chen Pinggan could not help but laugh. It seemed that she had to suffer before she could learn something. Although this was a sage's teaching and should not be interpreted like this, he did not want to deny the book's truth that she had painstakingly figured out. He said, "This sentence has a lot of truth. You can't say that it's wrong, but it's far from enough. In the future, when you read more, you'll naturally understand more." Pei Qian wanted to chat more with Chen Pinggan to suppress the fear in her heart. She casually asked, "Then why is there a sentence in the book that says don't talk about strange forces, chaotic gods? You just said so many strange things. Is the teacher's truth wrong, or is it you who is wrong?" Chen Pinggan smiled slightly. "As long as you read more books, you'll know whether I'm wrong or the sage's truth is wrong." Pei Qian was a little unhappy and did not speak. She was silent for a long time and finally asked a question. "Are you unable to beat them?" Chen Pinggan laughed involuntarily. "Since we were wrong in the first place, does it have anything to do with whether I can beat them or not?" Pei Qian raised her head, her eyes shining. "If you can beat them, you don't have to lower your head and apologize to others. They should apologize to us and make way for us. If they beat drums and gongs and make people die of noise, they should apologize to me and be willing to pay for it." Chen Pinggan asked, "Even if I can beat them, what does it have to do with you?" Pei Qian was stunned for a moment and squeezed out a smile. "We're on the same team." Chen Pinggan kept staring at the stream and the fishing line. He seemed to be talking to himself. There's no difference between right and wrong. From the beginning to the end, he did not give a clear answer whether he could beat those mountain monsters. He was afraid that after she knew the truth, she would lose all her scruples and be inconsiderate. Chen Pinggan had a rough idea of the cultivation level of the mountain god who was waiting for the bride at home. Whether it was the county magistrate of the secular yamen or the city god who was in charge of the affairs of the underworld, if they went out on patrol, there would be a guard of honor. They had the habit of beating gongs to clear the way. If their rank was higher, there would be more sounds. This time, because it was a wedding procession, most of the gongs and drums were incessant. Most of them were festive. They did not let the reapers of hell hold wooden plates of silence and avoidance, nor the most eye-catching official title plate. But every once in a while, there would still be rules of officialdom. For example, according to the rules of etiquette, the gongs would be sounded 9 times to clear the way. It was probably the face of the mountain god to show off to the surrounding neighbors and ghosts. This showed that after the death of the mountain god, he was an official. In addition to the mountain god temple and the clay statue, he was also qualified to open his own mansion. In the treasured Vase continent and Tongye continent, he was regarded as a governor of a foreign land. He was similar to the brother of the little boy in green who was the royal river god. He was at least equivalent to the 6th realm of Qi cultivator. Maybe he was at the 7th realm, the Dragon Gate realm. As for whether Chen Pinggan could beat him, it was very simple. Yu Zheni was in the blessed land of lotus flowers where the aura was thin. He had already reached the Dragon Gate realm. The reason why Chen Pinggan was willing to bet on the 4 scrolls was not only because he valued the martial arts realm of the founding Emperor Wei Xian and the martial madman Zhu Lian, but also because of their potential. In fact, Zhu Fei of the Spring Tide Palace had already said that the imperial tutor of the Nanyuan Kingdom, Zhong Qiu, was expected to reach the 9th realm of martial arts in 30 to 40 years. The real body of the banished deity, Zhu Fei, was the head of the Jiang family of the Jade Gui sect. He was also a Qi cultivator of the 11th realm. His foresight could not be wrong. However, the 2 words expected were far from being a sure thing. After all, the path of martial arts was not smooth. It could end prematurely. Even so, Chen Pinggan's initial decision to bet 10 grains of grain rain money on each picture scroll to buy the word hopeful was absolutely worth it. Pei Qian did not know what was the point of fishing. After sitting for half a day without any harvest, he began to find something to talk about. Do you often meet so many strange fellows in your hometown? Then, isn't it very dangerous for people like me? I will definitely not be too far away from you in the future. Chen Pinggan focused on fishing. It was also a kind of cultivation. Regardless of whether the fish was big or small, he lightly pecked at the bait. The fishing line trembled slightly and passed it to the fishing rod and the palm of his hand. Then, he threw the rod to catch the fish. This was like facing the gang chi of a martial artist. There was only a difference in strength and strength. There was no essential difference. Moreover, Chen Pinggan had purposely chosen a slender bamboo pole. It was fine to fish in a stream or pond, but if it was a big river and he was fishing for a big fish of 7 to 8 catties, as long as he wasn't careful, it was very easy for the fishing line to break, or even the fishing rod to break. This was very similar to the time when he burned porcelain and pulled blanks. Chen Pinggan liked this kind of familiar feeling. Although he ignored the little girl, Chen Pinggan thought of himself for no reason. After careful consideration, he realized that he was actually no different from her. In Mud Bottle Alley, or the ignorant Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven, just like in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, danger lurked everywhere. It was not in the mountains, rivers, gods, immortals, or cultivators, but in the 3 meals a day, in the poverty and hardship, in the occasional cold, in the bitter cold of winter. Leaving Dragon Pearl Grotto Heaven was like leaving the lotus flower blessed land. The world was wider, but more unimaginable dangers followed one after another. The wind and rain were heavier. One could say that one would die. The 2 were in similar situations, but their styles were very different. She did not know how to cherish fortune. As soon as she had some copper coins, she would spend them extravagantly. Chen Pinggan, on the other hand, would carefully protect every hard-earned surplus. She liked the new and hated the old. As long as her clothes and shoes were old or tattered, she would not linger on them. She would turn her head and hope that a new set would fall from the heavens. She was never embarrassed by the charity of others. She would even beg for a reward, not knowing how to be grateful. Chen Pinggan still could not forget the pity and help he had shown the neighbors of Mud Bottle Alley. He would remember each and every one of them. He was even more cautious when it came to repaying these favors, lest he go too far and ruin the simple and honest family style and feng shui of others. She was mischievous, did not know how to advance, and liked to lie. In order to survive, she felt that everything she did was right. Moreover, when it came to the problem of how to survive, she had chosen a shortcut that seemed easy but was actually not easy in the long run. Deep in her heart, she was filled with hostility toward all beautiful things. As long as she could not obtain it, she would rather destroy it. Pei Qian took her revenge on the world that had given her malice. She was skilled at reading people's expressions and could keenly sense the good and evil of others. But this rare gift from the heavens was used by her to bully the weak and flatter the strong. Therefore, Chen Pinggan, who rarely hated anyone, really hated Pei Qian. However, now that Chen Pinggan had been with her day and night, he started to look at her and then looked back at himself. In the lotus flower blessed land, Zhong Qiu had always been worried that Eugenie would become the kind of banished immortal that they hated the most. Lu Tai once said that one would not know good without approaching evil. Of course, Chen Pinggan did not want to take her with him. It was the old Taoist who threw her out of the lotus flower-blessed land. If Chen Pinggan had a choice, he would rather take Cao Qinglang with him. If Zhong Qiu was willing to let go of her burden, Chen Pinggan would be more willing to take Zhong Qiu to see the vast world instead of Wei Xian and Zhu Lian. Under the premise that the general environment was destined to be unchangeable, it was obvious that learning to read and speak was necessary for survival. But she was still unwilling to put in the effort. Chen Pinggan found it hard to imagine what Pei Qian would do if he were to change his identity and position with her. She did not hate or envy Song Jisin, but she pretended to be attached to this rich neighbor on the surface. She watched Liu Xianyang get beaten to death. She bullied Ji Yukan every day for fun. She mocked that sissy like everyone else in the Dragon Kill. She wanted to please Mr. Qi, Alliance, and Sheng Lao Xiucai. However, even if Chen Pinggan was lucky enough to meet them in the River of Time, it was nothing more than passing by and meeting by chance. Therefore, Old Man Yarrow was right. There were all kinds of good fortune and opportunities in the world, but it was nothing more than a pair of hands that could grasp them. The small ones would slip through the fingers. How could one have the ability to fight for the bigger ones? But there was a but. He remembered the kindness of his parents. Later on, he firmly remembered the few words of Old Man Yarrow. What about her? It seemed that no one had taught her anything right. But Chen Pinggan had taught her a lot now, but she was still so heartless and difficult to change her nature. Chen Pinggan was a bit annoyed. When he took Li Baoping, Li Huai, and Lin Shuyi to the Great Sui Kingdom, and later Kui Dongshan, Yu Lu, and Xie Xie, Chen Pinggan had never been so depressed. Chen Pinggan put away the fishing rod. Pei Qian rested her chin on her hand and asked, "Why aren't you fishing? There are no fish hooks yet. The fish soup is delicious, and the dried fish is also delicious." Chen Pinggan wanted to say something but hesitated. In the end, he swallowed some words back into his stomach. He originally wanted to get straight to the point with her. For example, if Cao Qinglang was here, as long as he was willing to learn, he could generously teach him fist techniques and wholeheartedly teach him swordsmanship. Even if Cao Qinglang wanted to become a cultivator, he could help him. Guu, money, magical weapons, whatever he had, he could give them to him one by one. But Pei Qian, even if you have the talent to practice martial arts, I, Chen Pinggan, am not even willing to let you take a second look at the mountain-quaking fist's six-step stance. Chen Pinggan thought of Alliance's appearance that time. After that, they accompanied each other all the way. Did he look at him the same way, like how he looked at Pei Qian now, or how he looked at Cao Qinglang in the courtyard? Chen Pinggan suddenly asked her, "Do you want to learn how to fish?" Pei Qian whispered, "Can I not learn? I still have to memorize and practice writing every day. I'm afraid I can't learn what you teach me." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "If you don't want to learn, then don't learn. Go back to sleep. If there are no accidents, the wedding procession will return later and take the bride to see the mountain god perfect. Just remember to pretend to be asleep when the time comes. From tomorrow onwards, you will be in charge of the package and the fishing rod." Pei Qian thought of those dirty things that passed by tonight and did not dare to reject Chen Pinggan. She returned to her tent hesitantly and tossed and turned for a long time before falling asleep. Chen Pinggan thought for a while and still secretly pasted a heart-calming talisman outside her tent. About 2 hours later, the wedding procession with 8 sedan bearers returned from the original route in a lively manner. Before they left, their momentum was even greater. Behind them were many family members of the bride's family and mountain spirits. Some of them had already transformed into human forms, while others were still walking in the mountains with their real bodies. Among them was a pitch-black spider that was as big as a millstone. There were also 2 burly apes that sped through the forest as if they were flying. There was also a female ghost whose face was covered in blood and who was dressed in burial clothes. When they saw Chen Pinggan flipping through a book by the stream, many of them were tempted to make trouble. However, there were many reapers in the procession who dispelled these thoughts. Chen Pinggan suddenly stood up. From afar, a maidservant holding a lantern in her hand, dressed in a pomegranate dress, floated over. When she saw Chen Pinggan, she curtsied and smiled gently. "Esteemed guest, my prefect is celebrating a joyous occasion today. Just now, Granny asked me to deliver a message to you. Are you interested in attending tonight's banquet? Rest assured, my lord has always been known for his fairness and strictness. If you attend the banquet, not only will you not lose the slightest of your lifespan, you will also be given a gift." Chen Pinggan shook his head and smiled. "I really don't dare to disturb your lord. I hope you can thank Mama for her kind invitation on my behalf." The maidservant was not angry that this person did not know what was good for him. She smiled gracefully. "Then I wish you a safe journey. If you encounter any trouble within a radius of 800 miles, you can mention my lord's name, Jin Huang. I guarantee that your journey will be smooth." Chen Pinggan smiled and cupped his hands in thanks. "Here, I congratulate you on your joyous occasion." The maidservant smiled sweetly and left, leaving behind a fragrant wind. The maidservant returned to report. When the old woman heard that Chen Pinggan did not wish to attend the banquet, she dismissed it with a smile. Unfortunately, this young man had missed out on a great fortune. Her lord was known for his generosity. Tonight, all those who attended the banquet could drink a cup of orchid wine and take away a small piece of 1,000-year-old ginseng. Others would do anything to come to the manor to celebrate, but this fellow didn't know how rare it was. Forget it, it wouldn't be good to hold a knife to his neck and beg him to accept his gift. In a palanquin carried by 8 people, a hand as white as a lotus root gently lifted the exquisitely embroidered curtain. She wore a phoenix coronet and a red veil over her head, hiding her face. She looked at the old woman outside through the red veil. The old woman bowed and smiled. "Miss, is there something you need?" A soft voice spoke through the red veil. "How much longer until the palanquin can enter the manor?" She was an ordinary woman from a scholarly family. Several years ago, she met the lord who was incognito in the county city and fell in love at first sight. However, she wanted to be married to a mountain god. Being in the world of the living would harm her virtue in the world of the dead and her merit as a lord. She was infatuated with him and fulfilled her filial duties for 3 years. With the Lord's secret help, she paved a path for her family. Afterwards, she didn't hesitate to slit her wrists and commit suicide. Afterwards, she married into the Jin Huang manor with her yin body. It could be said that she was perfectly justified and didn't overstep the bounds of etiquette. This was a beautiful manor built in a mountain valley. It was brightly lit and a banquet was held throughout the night. The man who was getting married was wearing a golden robe and had a majestic aura. He sat on the main seat with his newly married wife beside him. The white-bone swordsman should have a very high status in the mountain deity mansion. Unfortunately, it was just a skeleton. Naturally, it couldn't drink wine. It had been standing under a pillar in the main hall. When Excellency Jin Huang was drunk, he raised his head and glanced at the sky outside the hall. He secretly gave the white-bone swordsman a look. The latter nodded and left the hall. The majestic man sneered, "Everyone, the banquet is over. Next, it's someone's turn to drink the forfeit. I was kind enough to entertain my friends, but many of you actually dared to collude with a lowly water demon and tried to attack my Jin Huang manor. Did you really think that I didn't know anything?" The door slammed shut. The man turned to his wife and smiled gently. He patted the back of her cold hand. "Don't be afraid." He smiled apologetically and sighed, "I've wronged you this time. A wedding banquet ended up like this." Alas! The woman wasn't afraid of this mountain god husband. She joked, "Do you want me to marry you again? Just treat me better for the next 100 or 1,000 years." The man laughed heartily. What else could he ask for after marrying such a wife? Apart from the elite troops of the mansion led by the white skeleton, there was also a group of people who were recuperating elsewhere. Most of them were Qi refinement warriors. The 2 armies converged and left the mountain god's mansion, which was still lively and beautiful just a moment ago, to intercept and kill the troops who were trying to attack the mansion at dawn. In the main hall, many of the mansion's auxiliary officials and ghost constables who seemed to be drunk like mud immediately sat up straight and took out their weapons from under the table, eyeing covetously. To the north of the northern Jin border, not only was there a mountain range, there was also a huge lake that was claimed to be 800 miles wide. There was a big island on it, and there was a large temple that wasn't recognized by the imperial court. It was huge and had a lot of incense. A lake demon proclaimed itself as the water god. The imperial court of the neighboring country of northern Jin was helpless and could only let it be. For 200 years, the water god's manor and the Jin Huang manor had been hostile to each other. There were constant conflicts, but no one had the strength to leave their own territory and kill the other. This was a true conflict between water and fire. The winner would definitely destroy the other party's golden body, destroy the temple, and cut off the incense. The loser would sink into oblivion. As long as the golden body was destroyed, it meant that even the afterlife would be a luxury. The two battles, the pretense in the main hall of the Jin Huang Manor and the narrow path outside the Col, started almost at the same time. Excellency Jin Huang was in the main hall. Immediately, there were people who changed sides and kowtowed to beg for mercy. The battle was sporadic and the situation was one-sided. On the other side of the mountain, a man in golden armor and a dark green robe led hundreds of lake spirits under his command to fight against the mountain god prefecture. It was an earth-shattering battle. The white skeleton with a rusted sword was a seventh realm martial artist when he was alive. After his death, his soul didn't dissipate. Although he didn't have the combat power of his peak, he was still murderous. In the army of water demons, he was invincible. The water god stood on a big carriage pulled by a water dragon horse. He held an iron spear in his hand. It was a celestial magic treasure that was left at the bottom of the lake. For hundreds of years, it had been running amok and taking things by force. Therefore, although it took 100 years to build the golden body of Excellency Jin Huang and wasn't regarded as the orthodox one by the imperial court, its cultivation state was higher than that of Excellency Jin Huang. This time, it took advantage of the marriage of the mountain god manor to win over a large group of mountain demons and bribed them with money. Its overall strength was already stronger than the other party. That was why it dared to leave the lake and lead the army ashore. It was determined to destroy the Jin Huang manor. The battle of Dao between the mountain god and the water god depended on whose cultivation state was higher and whose plan was further. Chen Pinggan woke Pei Chen up early in the morning. The two of them ate some dry food and started to hurry on their way. They deliberately avoided the direction of the Jin Huang manor. Chen Pinggan took a big stride and jumped onto a big tree branch. He looked into the distance and his face was solemn. Why was the wedding banquet of the mountain god in full swing? On a battlefield dozens of miles away, a man in golden armor cast spells and water flooded the ground. He stood on the back of a huge black fish and held an iron spear. The white skeleton swordsman had lost an arm. Even though he tried his best to kill and secretly recruited a group of chi refinement warriors, he and his many retainers were still at a disadvantage against this big water demon that could summon wind and rain. However, the Jin Huang manor had the geographical advantage. Therefore, both sides suffered heavy casualties. A golden-robed man left the main hall of the mansion where the situation had already been settled. After he walked out of the door, he strode forward and his body grew rapidly. 20 feet, 30 feet, 50 feet. When he arrived at the entrance of the Col, he was already a dazzling golden body that was 10 feet tall. He leaped and crossed the battlefield in an instant, smashing his fist on the head of the green carp spirit. Chen Pinggan stopped watching the battle and floated back to the ground. He said in a low voice, "Let's go." Pei Chen said tentatively, "I think I heard thunder. It kept rumbling in my ears." Chen Pinggan thought for a while and took out a demon-suppressing pagoda talisman that he had successfully drawn earlier. He pinched it with 2 fingers and patted Pei Chen's head gently to the right so that it would not block her vision. He reminded her, "Just focus on your journey. It won't fall down. But don't tear it. With it, even ordinary demons and ghosts will automatically retreat when they see you." But at this moment, a thunderous roar came from the battlefield. She was so scared that she shivered. She pulled a long face and her legs were weak. She said in a trembling voice, "I'm scared. My legs won't listen to me. I can't walk." She was really scared of those demons and ghosts that she always thought would eat human flesh. She did not put on an act for Chen Pinggan to see. Chen Pinggan was a little helpless. He took out a Yang Qi light-lighting talisman and put it in Pei Qian's hand. These two talismans are immortal items. They will definitely protect you. Pei Qian glanced at the demon-suppressing pagoda talisman in front of her and then at the Yang Qi light-lighting talisman in her hand. She sobbed, "Give me another one. I can hold it with both hands." Chen Pinggan could only give her another light-lighting talisman. With one in each hand, Pei Qian walked 2 steps. She swayed and still did not have much strength. She was very scared. Chen Pinggan said, "The 2 talismans in your hand are worth a lot of silver. Take it well. The one on the forehead is even more precious. You can buy a big house in the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom with it. If you can walk on your own and follow me steadily, I can consider giving you one." The skinny little girl was about to cry. Her dark face wrinkled and said with a wronged expression, "You're not lying?" Chen Pinggan nodded. She took a deep breath and ran out with a whoosh. She spread out her arms and clutched the 2 Yang Qi light-lighting talismans tightly as if she was carrying water. There was also a demon-suppressing talisman on her forehead. It was very funny. After running for a while, she did not see Chen Pinggan. She immediately turned her head and cried, "You should run faster. If we catch you, you're the bigger one. We'll definitely eat you first." Chen Pinggan wiped his face and followed silently. Well, the name Pei Qian was not given in vain. This time, the skinny little girl did not dare to be lazy. She ran very fast and did not complain that she was tired. Chen Pinggan took out her infatuation sword and hung it on his waist. It was connected to the blade-strengthening gourd on the left and right. With a bag slung over his shoulder and a fishing rod in his hand, he matched Pei Qian's running footsteps and walked side by side with her. In fact, Chen Pinggan was not worried about her safety. As long as she was not in the middle of the battlefield, there would not be any danger. Pei Qian's pace was hurried. Her running speed was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. However, in order to escape, she used all her cleverness. She ran for 2 to 3 miles on the mountain road in a spurt of energy. It should be known that the mountain road was difficult to walk on. After that, she did not stop to rest. Without Chen Pinggan's urging, she walked forward by herself. When she recovered, she began to run again and again. This made Chen Pinggan, who was secretly observing the little girl, stunned for a long time. He had to admit that she was very talented in martial arts. This was not the vision of Chen Pinggan in Liju Cave Heaven. It was Chen Pinggan, a 5th realm martial artist who had killed Ding Ying. However, when it came to cultivation, it was just like Wan Jiao's attitude towards Chen Pinggan. As long as they did not see each other as kindred spirits, they would not easily pass on their skills. They could not be master and disciple. Even in the martial arts school next to Zhuangyuan Alley in Lotus Flower Blessed Land, the master who taught the martial arts was not an expert. He would insist that if the disciple did not have martial virtues, he would not teach the profound martial arts. It was enough for the disciple to make a living. Chen Pinggan did not have the slightest intention of teaching Pei Qian the martial arts. Her temperament was far from her cultivation. After practicing the martial arts and the multiplication daoist method, what else could she do except to bully others, commit crimes, and decide the life and death of others based on her own will? Yu Zhenyi was called a short winter melon and wanted to kill someone. For the ordinary people at the foot of the mountain, it was a matter of life and death. In the end, there was a limit to a person's strength. No matter how good Pei Qian's talent was, she was still a 9-year-old child with a weak body. After running for 7 to 8 miles, she was already exhausted and couldn't move a single step. She stood in place and began to howl in grief. Looking at Chen Pinggan's white robe with tears in her eyes, her first thought was that this fellow was definitely going to abandon her. She judged others by herself. Pei Qian was already speechless. But she was very afraid that this person would leave. Chen Pinggan squatted beside her and Pei Qian immediately lay on his back. After Chen Pinggan stood up, She hugged his neck and her face was full of tears. Chen Pinggan walked slowly on the forest path and said softly, "As long as you don't do anything bad, I will not leave you alone." The little girl nodded vigorously. She did not need to run by herself. With courage, Pei Qian's spirit improved a little. She sobbed and said, "Okay, I will be a good person from today onwards." After saying that, she wiped her face on Chen Pinggan's shoulder. She did it back and forth twice and finally wiped away her snot and tears. Chen Pinggan grimaced. Taking advantage of the little girl's temporary relief, Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "You always think that I have money and should give you money. Why is that? What does it have to do with you whether I have money or not? I have a mountain of gold and silver. Must I give you a copper coin?" The little girl said straightforwardly, "Yes. Why don't you give it to me? Aren't you a good person? If you give me a few dozen taels of silver, isn't it the same as pulling out a strand of hair? I know you are a good person. A good person should do good deeds." Chen Pinggan thought for a moment and changed his approach. "If you are very rich and one day I don't have money, will you casually give me money?" She was silent. She thought to herself that it was good that she did not use the money to smash him to death. In the end, she would pick up all the big silver ingots and bring them home. All of them would be hers. She would not even collect the corpse for you. But she did not dare to say these words in front of him. However, the more she thought about it, the more she realized that it was impossible for her to get money from this fellow for free. Where did he get so many annoying reasons from? Was it really from the book? She felt that every word in the book was annoying. The two of them were speechless for a moment. Lying on Chen Pinggan's warm back, Pei Qian was silent for a long time. Then she whispered, "You are a good person. All the good people in the world are like you, right?" Chen Pinggan did not speak. Not far away, the forest shook. A huge creature rolled away with a shocking momentum. The sound of trees breaking could be heard continuously. It just happened to be heading straight for Chen Pinggan. It was a green water buffalo with a broken horn. It was dripping with blood and its back was torn open. The height of this beast's back was even higher than the strong young man's by a head. It roared in a human voice, "Die!" Chen Pinggan had actually already guessed the direction he was going to cross the path, so he stopped in his tracks. Although the water buffalo was covered in a ferocious aura, as if there were countless vengeful spirits lingering around it, it was obvious that it was not accumulated from a battle. But Chen Pinggan still did not want to make a move. The ferocious water buffalo's eyes were scarlet. It actually changed its route and fiercely crashed into the eye-catching guy. Even if it was an arrow at the end of its flight, an ordinary person would definitely be smashed to pieces under this collision. Chen Pinggan reached out and took the pagoda demon suppression talisman from Pei Qian's forehead. He threw it at the beast that had been beaten back to its original form. Then, he instantly unsheathed his sword. He slashed with his sword. The green water buffalo was slowed down by the demon suppression talisman. It knew that it was not good. Just as it was about to make a detour, a sword aura slashed down on its head. With a bang, the huge creature with eyes as big as copper bells was directly split into two by the sword. He sheathed his sword and rode the demon suppression talisman, which had no spiritual energy left, back into his sleeve. Chen Pinggan did not even look at the two halves of the corpse. He carried the little girl and continued forward. Excellency Jin Huang, who was rushing from afar, was also covered in wounds. He hurriedly stopped near the water god's corpse, holding the great demon's iron spear. The mountain god swallowed his saliva. Although he was shocked, he did not feel much fear. Instead, there was some respect from the bottom of his heart. With a solemn expression, he cupped his fists and said, "Farewell, immortal master." Chen Pinggan did not stop walking. He only turned his head and waved at the righteous god with a smile. "It's nothing. Don't mention it. The next time there's a banquet like this, don't casually invite others. Although it's out of kindness, the path of cultivation is most afraid of accidents. However, if I pass by this place in the future, I'll definitely disturb you and ask for a cup of wine." Fortune and disaster seemed to be far away, but in reality, it was only a matter of time. The mountain god Excellency said, "I've learned my lesson." Chen Pinggan carried Pei Qian for more than 5 kilometers before putting her down. One big and one small, one tall and one short, they looked at each other. She put on a blank face and pretended to be a fool. Chen Pinggan extended his hand. She frowned and slapped 2 lantern-lifting talismans into Chen Pinggan's palm. "Can't you give me one? I've run so far on the mountain path. In the end, I really can't run anymore." Chen Pinggan walked forward slowly. "Then do better in the future." The little girl grunted and walked silently beside him. Heart of stone. "What kind of person, Pui? I was blind." Chen Pinggan pinched her ear and said, "It's not good to talk bad about others all day long in your stomach." Pei Qian stood on tiptoe and cried, "I won't do it again, I won't do it again." Only then did Chen Pinggan release his grip. After a moment, Chen Pinggan pinched her ear again. The little girl's eyes were red. She vowed solemnly, "I really won't do it again this time." After another 10 steps, just as Chen Pinggan extended his hand, Pei Qian sat on the ground and cried loudly. Chen Pinggan continued walking. Seeing that he had no intention of stopping, she quickly stopped crying, stood up, and walked forward timidly. In order to stop herself from cursing that fellow in her mind, she found a way to control her thoughts. She began to murmur the contents of those books. It was so miserable. Chen Pinggan no longer cared about her. They walked in the vast forest. Thinking of the mountain character seal, Chen Pinggan became even more silent. 331, 10,000-word chapter. The 14,000-word update promised at the beginning of the month has been completed. Jian Lai had promised to update the word count 3 times. The first time was during the new year, the second time was last month, and the third time was this month. He did it all. Cao Qinglang didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that time passed very quickly. In the past, it was a river that flowed slowly. Now, it was a mountain stream that flowed quickly. He could even hear the sound of flowing water. In the blink of an eye, autumn passed and winter came. The first snow of the year came. It fell like goose feathers. Cao Qinglang, who woke up in the morning, sat on the bed and looked at the snow outside the window. He was stunned. He put on his clothes and shoes and quickly opened the door. The first thing he wanted to do was to tell that person that it was snowing heavily. But looking at the door of the side room, Cao Qinglang scratched his head. He finally remembered that person had been away for a long time. But he often felt that person would sit on the small bench in the yard. Whether it was early in the morning or late at night, he could see him as soon as he went out. He didn't talk much and just looked at him with a smile. He hoped that it was a good year. Cao Qinglang raised his hand and blew. It was a little cold and he needed to wear more clothes. He shrank back into the room. After changing his clothes, he sat upright in front of a small wooden table made by his father. He opened a book and began to recite the sage chapters. At the end of autumn, there was a new teacher at the school. He was stricter and seemed to be more knowledgeable. He explained the principles clearly. Even his schoolmates who didn't like to read could understand. He was very good. Cao Qinglang finished reciting the book and rubbed his hands to warm them. He was a little worried that there was not much money left. After his parents passed away, the government gave him a sum of money as compensation. But it was not given to him in one lump sum. But the government office would send money to him every month. Cao Qinglang didn't think much about it. He just thought that the government office did things like this. Besides, he had lost his parents and had no relatives in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. In the past, he only needed to tell the elders what he wanted to eat and buy. But now he had to be careful and spend every copper coin carefully. It was not a good feeling, but there was no other way. He had to live. Fortunately, during her most difficult time, that person stayed at home. Cao Qinglang, who was alone in this house, secretly had some thoughts. Cao Qinglang changed into a pair of yellow suede boots that were suitable for going out in rainy and snowy weather. However, when she put on the boots, Cao Qinglang cried. Her mother had bought this pair of boots on New Year's Eve. What about this year? Fortunately, Cao Qinglang quickly calmed down and went to the kitchen to fill his stomach. He was ready to go to school. However, When he was packing the books in the room, Cao Qinglang was a little dazed. That person said that he would make a small bamboo box for him when he was free. The book said that a gentleman kept his promise and kept his promise. Then he must really have something urgent. He just didn't know when they would meet again. Cao Qinglang picked up an oil paper umbrella and walked out of the yard with his bag on his back. He was surprised to find an acquaintance passing by. It was the teacher of the school with a very strange surname. The old teacher was dressed in a green robe and was also holding an oil paper umbrella. When he saw Cao Qinglang, he stopped and asked, "What a coincidence. You live here." Cao Qinglang wanted to put down the umbrella and bow to the teacher who happened to pass by. The teacher waved his hand and said, "No need. It's snowing." The teacher was very knowledgeable, but when he was teaching, he was very serious. Everyone was afraid of him, and Cao Qinglang was no exception. It was just that he was more respected by his classmates. Therefore, when the teacher said that there was no need to bow, Cao Qinglang subconsciously followed the old man's words. After that, the old man and the young girl each held an umbrella and walked in the deep snowy alley. The teacher naturally heard about Cao Qinglang's family situation. After all, in the school, many of the children in the neighborhood were his playmates and classmates. They looked at Cao Qinglang differently and whispered to him. Cao Qinglang just pretended not to see or hear. Therefore, the old man asked, "Now that you're living alone, do you have any difficulties?" Cao Qinglang smiled and shook his head. "Sir, no." His answer was methodical. His wording and attitude were not like a child in a shabby alley. No wonder the skinny little girl ridiculed him as a little teacher. The old man nodded and said, "After all, you're still young. If you have any difficulties, you can tell me. Don't feel embarrassed. There are many difficulties in life outside of books. Not to mention you, even I, at your age, have to ask for help." Cao Qinglang nodded. "Sir, I know. If I have any difficulties, I'll ask for your help." Cao Qinglang hesitated and was a little embarrassed. "Someone took me to school and said something similar to what you said. He told me that in the future, when I'm studying and making a living alone, I'll have to ask for help. If others don't help, I can't resent them. If others help, I must remember." The teacher smiled for the first time. "That person is Chen Pinggan, right?" Cao Qinglang was surprised. "Sir, you know him?" The teacher nodded and said, "We're friends, but I didn't expect you to know each other." Cao Qinglang was suddenly happy. Chen Pinggan was the teacher's friend. The teacher scolded with a serious face, "Don't think that if you don't study hard because of this relationship, I won't punish you." Cao Qinglang nodded quickly. An old man and a young man, a teacher and a student, walked slowly on the street that had been repaired by the government. Cao Qinglang became bolder and asked the teacher how he knew Chen Pinggan. The teacher only said that they were like-minded. Although they didn't know each other for long, they were indeed friends. Heavy snow fell on the world and didn't want to stop. Cao Qinglang felt warm in his heart. He walked to the gate of the school with the teacher and looked back. The last time they met was also a farewell. The man stood there and stopped. After saying that, he held an umbrella and watched Cao Qinglang walk into the school. The teacher turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" Cao Qinglang shook his head and smiled brightly. He turned and walked quickly into the school. After Mr. Zhong took his seat in the school, he waited until all the children had arrived before he began to teach. The old master's hair was white, and he was dressed in a green robe. He spoke slowly, and when he talked to the children about the sage's principles, he seemed to have the aura of a sage. In the capital of the Nanyuan Kingdom, there was an official family with a deep courtyard. The private library of this family was quite famous in the capital. Today, a young man who was the son of a concubine went to the library to read. He often came here to read, but the books were precious. The family rules not only forbade him to take the books out of the library, but also forbade him to take the books out. Many of the rare books were sealed and no one was allowed to open them without permission. Today, the young man was a little sad and angry. He didn't come here to read books, but to find a quiet place to relax. The young man passed the county examination and the provincial examination for all the students in the capital. However, His results were not outstanding, so he didn't become a shotsi. He was only qualified to participate in the college examination. This made him feel very guilty towards his mother. The two brothers who participated in the county examination with him both became shotsi in one fell swoop. The young man, who was known for his remarkable ability, was puzzled. He didn't know why Zhong Pingping and his brothers, who were far less knowledgeable than him, had better results. He thought it was because he didn't perform well on the spot, and the two brothers just happened to perform better. But today, he accidentally heard the two drunk brothers talking about the county examination and found out that it was their father who secretly bribed the examiners. Because the grandfather of the three brothers was once the Minister of Rights in the capital, and had students all over the country. He had presided over the Nanyuan Kingdom examination many times, and the chief examiner of the county examination in the capital. When they met their grandfather, they had to respectfully greet him as teacher and teacher respectively. This was the relationship between a teacher and a student. The young man firmly believed that his grandfather would never do such a dirty thing. It must be the father of the two brothers who used this as a cover, and didn't hesitate to damage the family's reputation for personal gain. This was fine. Although the young man was a concubine's son, he was born in a noble family, and more or less knew about the dark side of the officialdom. But according to the complacent discussion of the two brothers, why did the eldest uncle of the eldest branch deliberately suppress him? Why did he take away the title of shotsi that was supposed to be in his pocket? The young man stood on the top floor of the library, looking at the bookshelves and books, and smiled bitterly. In such a big family of scholars, other than him, who was a concubine's son, how many people of the same age in the family were willing to come here to read books? So many rare books, year after year, were put on the shelves, and no one cared about them. Wasn't it a pity? The young man raised the back of his hand and wiped his tears. What's the use of reading books? What nonsense is it? After complaining, the young man began to look for books to read. He still had to take the college examination, and he still had to read the books of the sages. Even if he didn't study for himself, and didn't want to get a title for himself, he couldn't let his mother down again. But today, his mood was irritable, so he wanted to read a book other than the classics. Along the way, he picked out a book, and finally, in the corner of the library, he picked out a book that was almost new. Then, the young man was stunned. When he opened the title page, he felt something was wrong. He picked up a page with his finger and found that there was a coin inside. It was somewhat different from the copper coins of the Nanyuan Kingdom. The seal was unfamiliar, and it was not made of copper or iron. It was like jade, but not jade, crystal clear. The coin was sandwiched between the book, causing the two pages to be slightly imprinted. At the imprint, there was an old saying that scholars knew, but not everyone believed. Books have their own house of gold, books have their own jade, and books have their own 1,000 grains. The young man was a little strange. After hesitating for a long time, he silently put it in his sleeve, wanting to take it back and show it to his mother. But he didn't expect that this almost led to a disaster. Later, when the young man was studying in the family school, he took it out and rubbed it in his palm. It was inadvertently seen by his elder brother, who framed him and said that the young man stole the tribute from his own desk. It caused an uproar, which alarmed his grandfather, who had been ignoring worldly affairs for many years. After that, the old minister, who had been concentrating on Taoist techniques all year round, put away the coin, and that day, he mobilized all the trusted stewards in the mansion. It took them 2 days and 1 night to carefully search through the thousands of books in the library, but they found nothing. They didn't find the second coin. The old minister ordered everyone to leave the library, and no one was to speak of this matter to the outside world, or else they would be expelled from the family. The old man was alone in the library for a long time, and then he found his trembling grandson and brought the young man back to the library. The old man handed the book with the coin in it to the young man, and said with a smile, "If you had 2 of these coins, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to become an immortal. Don't worry, take it. It's yours, and from now on, focus on your studies. All the books in this library are open to you. You can take whatever you want, and you can also take it out of the library to read." The young man who had profited from his misfortune took the book, and was confused. The old minister told him another secret, and said earnestly, in the previous dynasty, there were 2 young scholars who were born as prodigies. They were unstoppable in the imperial examinations, and their reputations as officials were not good. One of them even lost his integrity in his later years, which is why this dynasty has a deep taboo. This time, you failed to become an elementary scholar, not because of your uncle's actions. He doesn't have such a vicious heart, and he doesn't dare to. I'm not dead yet. Actually, it was my intention to suppress you, to temper your temper, so that in the future, you will be able to succeed in the imperial court. After all, the imperial court is not a game of chess. If you play too well, it may not be a good thing in this dynasty. After the excited young man left, the old man turned around and took out another book. There was also an imprint on it, but there was no coin. However, where the imprint was, there was a sentence from the sage, and there was a bandit gentleman, like cutting, like polishing, like grinding. Because there was only one coin, the young man had taken all the good fortune for himself. It was the will of the heavens. This made even the old minister, who longed for magic, not dare to snatch it away. The old man, who had been in the imperial court for most of his life, had a sincere respect and admiration, and said, an expert who is out of this world, really has the hands of an immortal. On the way up the mountain, Chen Pingan made a big bamboo box for himself. Logically speaking, other than the cotton bag, it could store many other things. However, Chen Pingan still let Pei Qian carry the bag and the bamboo fishing rod. He also made her a small and delicate walking stick. After that, the mountains and rivers were far away. Chen Pingan seemed to have changed from the initial rush to leave Tongyi continent, to return to his hometown in Baoping continent, to calmed down again. However, the tired little girl, Pei Qian, was full of complaints. She was just as straightforward as when they first met, and her words were hurtful. It was not known whether it was because she had read some books, or because she was worried that Chen Pingan would leave her in a fit of anger. Even if she complained, Pei Qian learned how to beat around the bush. Chen Pingan always turned a deaf ear to her complaints, which made Pei Qian more and more resentful. Along the way, the two of them saw a lot of sights that broadened Pei Qian's horizons. It was like encountering countless fireflies on an autumn night. It was like hanging small lanterns. While Chen Pingan was not paying attention, she used her walking stick to beat the ground until it was littered with corpses. As soon as Chen Pingan turned his head, she immediately stopped and pretended to hurry on with the journey. They also walked through an extremely strange dense forest. The soil was fertile, the branches stretched out, and there were all kinds of shriveled corpses of birds and beasts hanging on the branches. Pei Qian was so scared that she grabbed onto Chen Pingan's sleeve before she dared to walk. Before Chen Pingan entered the forest, he took out a Yang Qi lantern talisman and threw it into the forest. He found that the ordinary talisman suddenly lit up, but it burned slowly. Chen Pingan walked straight into it. Pei Qian begged Chen Pingan to give her a talisman as a protective talisman, but Chen Pingan turned a deaf ear to her. He told her that if she was afraid of those strange things, she could recite loudly. The teachings of the sages could ward off evil spirits. Pei Qian was skeptical, but she still held onto Chen Pingan's sleeve tightly while trying her best to recite the contents of the book. In fact, that Confucian classic was very thin. She could recognize all the words on the side, and she had finished reading the book. Pei Qian had wanted to change to a new one. He didn't want her to flip through and only read one book. It was too boring. However, Chen Pingan didn't allow it. He wanted her to read it over and over again, and not only to read it, she had to read it out. In the morning, he practiced the sword furnace stance, and she had to read it. In the evening, he practiced the sword furnace stance, and she had to read it. In the end, she really memorized all the chapters. When the two of them walked out of the forest, there were no strange movements. Pei Qian was sweating profusely. She was tired from reading, and her voice was hoarse. It wasn't until the two of them walked more than 10 miles that the trees began to shake crazily, as if they were venting their anger. After that, the two of them passed by a valley. Beside a waterfall, colorful butterflies fluttered about, dazzling one's eyes. Pei Qian took advantage of Chen Pingan's cooking to kill more than 10 colorful butterflies at lightning speed. She picked the most beautiful one, and with a pa sound, she clamped it between the pages of the book. In the end, she received a solid chestnut from Chen Pingan, causing her to squat on the ground and cry out in pain. Her forehead was red and swollen, and she didn't have a good expression when eating. The two of them also met a woodcutter who was chopping firewood and went down the mountain. They even ate a meal. Chen Pingan wanted to give some money, but the simple and honest family refused. Chen Pingan could only give up. Before walking out of the fenced courtyard, he wanted Pei Qian to thank them. Pei Qian, who had eaten a lot of food, wasn't too willing. However, when she inadvertently saw Chen Pingan's gaze, she immediately bowed and thanked them obediently. The two of them walked out of the continuous mountain range and encountered a large river. This was the first time Pei Qian saw a boatman pulling a large boat. Under the scorching sun, those men were shouting songs, causing her to be dumbfounded. After that, she secretly laughed. It seemed that there were quite a lot of people in the world who lived miserably. However, she quickly put away her smile. If that guy saw her, she wouldn't have a good ending. This time, she only collected a little less firewood. If he was hungry, she would only be able to eat a small bowl of rice. Sigh, this Chen Pingan was really hard to please. Rich people were always asking for a beating. When she secretly learned a peerless swordsmanship with her walking stick, she would definitely beat him up until he cried for his parents. At that time, she would see how he would continue to glare at her. Eating on the mountain and drinking water in the river. Walking by the river, she suddenly felt like fishing. She asked Chen Pingan to help her make a fishing rod, but he ignored her. Pei Qian had no choice but to take a hatchet and chop a thick bamboo. After chopping it down, she realized that it was not a fishing rod, but a bamboo wormwood. With a sad face, she picked a thin one. Fortunately, Chen Pingan was a miser and didn't go too far. He gave her a fishing hook and fishing line. However, the two of them were also fishing. Chen Pingan caught a lot of fish and even a big carp that was as long as her arm. However, she didn't catch a single shrimp from the beginning to the end. Could it be that the guys in the water also looked down on people? She couldn't wait to jump into the water and kill all the fish and shrimp in the river with her fishing rod. However, the big pot of fish soup that night made Pei Qian happy. She nervously asked Chen Pingan to eat 3 bowls of rice. She said that she had used up all her strength fishing today and had to eat rice to make up for it. She said that she would drink less fish soup and would not compete with him. She thought that he wouldn't agree, but she didn't expect that the guy actually nodded. This was a full meal. The fish soup was poured into the rice. There was nothing more delicious in the world than this. Anyway, she ate until her stomach was round. Later, she followed Chen Pingan to fish again. She threw and swung the fishing rod carelessly, but the hook still didn't move. That guy, on the other hand, caught a huge black carp. It took him at least a quarter of an hour just to compete. Seeing Chen Pingan running back and forth on the shore, she rolled her eyes. You're a guy who knows swordsmanship and immortal spells. Don't you think it's embarrassing to be played by a stupid fish like this? Looking at her fishing rod that was as steady as a mountain and complaining about the guys hiding under the water who didn't give her any face, Pei Qian sighed heavily. She only felt that she had a lot of good skills, but unfortunately, the heavens were not on her side. She had no place to use her skills. Therefore, she decided not to fish for the rest of her life. She spent so much patience and effort, but there was no harvest. What was the point of doing it? That day during lunch, Chen Pingan talked to her about some fishing techniques for the first time. Pei Qian understood the theory, but she was still unwilling to learn how to fish. However, Chen Pingan said that the next time he went fishing, he would personally teach her, so she didn't throw away the fishing rod. She said tentatively, "Fish soup is delicious, but I'm a little tired of eating it every meal. Sigh, why don't we eat something else?" Chen Pingan replied, "Okay, you go and find something." Pei Qian played dumb. "I'm too young. I want to, but I don't have the strength." The next day, Chen Pingan didn't use his fishing rod. Instead, he took Pei Qian's fishing rod and waited for half a day. He ignored the small fish pecking at the bait. After a big fish about 7 to 8 catties took the bait, he suddenly raised the fishing rod. The fishing rod stretched out in a beautiful arc just right. Pei Qian, who had been yawning for a long time, immediately widened her eyes. Chen Pinggan asked her to quickly take the fishing rod and let her deal with the big fish. Pei Qian jumped up and took the fishing rod. The scene that followed made Chen Pinggan unable to bear to look at it. With both hands tightly grasping the fishing rod, the little girl clenched her teeth and without saying a word, she began to pull the fish back with all her might. Chen Pinggan had said before about walking the fish slowly, reeling in the line and releasing the line, not letting the big fish see the light in a hurry, removing the strength of the fish bit by bit, and making it choke a few times, but Pei Qian didn't listen to a single word. She wanted to rely on brute force to pull the fish ashore. A good fishing should have been leisurely, but for Pei Qian, it was like a tug-of-war with someone. The fish was not small, and in the water, it was a strong black fish. On the contrary, Pei Qian's strength was not great. With a careless move, the skinny little girl staggered a few steps and was dragged into the water with the fishing rod. She once laughed at Chen Pinggan for talking nonsense. How could there be a fish choking water in the world? Now it was Pei Qian's turn to choke water. She couldn't swim, but after a strong force, she was unwilling to let go. In the end, it was Chen Pinggan who pulled her out of the water, but the fishing rod had been dragged away by the big fish. This time, Pei Qian didn't cry heartbreakingly. The little girl stood on the shore like a drowned rat, with her mouth wide open, crying silently. The fish was gone, tonight's fish soup was gone, and the fishing rod was gone. Even if she knew that there was still dry food, she wouldn't starve and there would be food to eat, but she didn't know why she was so sad. Chen Pinggan helped her wipe away the tears on her face and the river water, but he didn't comfort her. He just thought of the scene when he was young. Before he met Liu Xianyang, who was good at fishing, he didn't know how to pay attention to fishing. He didn't know how to pick the time and place, so he often returned empty-handed. On a sunny afternoon, his skin would hurt from the sun. That was probably how he felt. After that, there was only pickles and rice for the meal. Pei Qian went to the small tent to change her clothes. During the meal, Pei Qian was unhappy. Chen Pinggan smiled and asked, "Why are you suddenly so bold? Aren't you afraid of drowning?" Pei Qian, who was squatting beside him, lowered her head and ate the rice. She mumbled, "Aren't you beside me?" Chen Pinggan tipped her with a chestnut. Pei Qian suddenly raised her head and said angrily, "Why did you hit me? I'm so sad." Chen Pinggan smiled and said, "Eat your food." Pei Qian snorted and turned her head to look at the river. She was a little sad that the fishing rod she made with her own hands was gone. Chen Pinggan said, "I'll give you my fishing rod." Pei Qian was a little confused. Seeing that he didn't seem to be joking, she grinned and said, "Then I'll borrow you to fish often in the future. I'm very generous." Chen Pinggan was so angry that he laughed. She was so clever that she didn't want to use it on her studies and writing. Only in the dead of the night when she was sleeping soundly would Chen Pinggan take advantage of the night watch to silently practice the 6-step stance and swordsmanship. They passed by a small town and bought some things. Chen Pinggan bought her a new outfit. Pei Qian was overjoyed. That night, they slept in a small inn. Pei Qian hadn't slept on a bed for a long time. She was so happy that she rolled around on the bed. Suddenly, she saw a white cat curled up by the window, staring at her. Pei Qian jumped off the bed and shouted, "Rebel, how dare you stare at me?" She took the mountaineering staff leaning against the table and poked the white cat. The white cat really did what she said. It wanted to rebel. Not only did it not run away, but it also moved around the window. It was agile and avoided the attacks of the mountaineering staff. Occasionally, it would whisper at Pei Qian. Pei Qian gasped for breath. She supported herself with the mountaineering staff and stared at it. "Where did you come from? Tell me your name and I'll spare your life." Of course, Pei Qian was just teasing it. But the white cat actually glanced at her and said, "Crazy girl, is there something wrong with your brain?" It turned around, leaped up, and left. Pei Qian was so scared that she threw away the mountaineering staff and knocked on the door next door. After Chen Pinggan opened the door, Pei Qian said in a trembling voice, "There was a cat just now that could speak." Chen Pinggan nodded and said, "I heard it." Looking at Chen Pingan's unsurprised expression, Pei Qian said in a daze, "We're not in the mountains. How can there be monsters?" Chen Pingan sat back at the table and continued to flip through the immortal book that he bought from the inverted mountain. He nodded and said, "There are many spirits and ghosts in the streets. It's not rare. Most of them won't disturb the world. Some rich families will keep many interesting spirits and ghosts. For example, some rich women will have many kinds of little guys in their dowries. They have wings and can fly. They can help their masters dress and put on makeup." Pei Qian sat on the opposite side of the table, feeling wronged. She leaned on the table and said, "Won't you scare me to death? I was almost scared out of my wits just now." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "There are all kinds of things in the boundless world. When you go through more mountains and rivers, you won't be surprised." Pei Qian sighed and said, "I see." Chen Pingan said casually, "We saw the old man boiling tea at the top of the mountain and the woman washing her hair by the stream. In fact, they were mountain spirits and didn't mean to hurt people. Instead, they yearned for the secular life. Didn't you have a good chat with them?" Pei Qian was stunned. The old man was not only amiable, but the beautiful sister who finished washing her hair also played a song with a leaf for her. Pei Qian frowned and trembled with fear. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "They're not human. The rest of the people we met were like us." On their way, they actually met local officials who urged the people to pave roads and build bridges, rich people and famous people who were touring the mountains and rivers, and a courtesan who made Pei Qian's eyes light up. They were dressed up, which meant that they were full of money. There was also a wanderer who traveled the Jianghu with a man and a horse. He sat high on the horse and asked Chen Pingan and the others for directions with an arrogant face, which made Pei Qian very angry. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "What about that little guy?" She was talking about the little lotus person. Chen Pingan smiled and said, "He doesn't want to see you." Pei Qian stood up and went to her room to take the book from the package. She returned to Chen Pingan's side and accompanied him to read the book. She didn't dare to go there for the time being. She was afraid that the white cat would come back for revenge. Her swordsmanship was not good enough. She didn't have the confidence to kill demons. Chen Pingan closed the book and quietly took out the picture scroll. He had already thrown 9 pieces of grain rain money, but still couldn't make the founding emperor of the Nanyuan kingdom come out of the picture scroll. This made Chen Pingan somewhat helpless. Chen Pingan spread out the picture scroll and held a grain rain money in his hand. The last grain didn't produce any results, so he could only give up. Using the grain rain money to fill a bottomless pit, Chen Pingan's money didn't fall from the sky. But when Chen Pingan threw the grain rain money into the picture scroll, it was still like a clay ox entering the sea. The mist rose, but that was it. Pei Qian had put down the damaged and wrinkled book and stood beside Chen Pingan. He didn't deliberately hide this matter, so Pei Qian had seen the scene of the picture scroll eating money many times. Seeing Chen Pingan disappointed again, she smiled and said, "If I change my surname to Zheng, will it be better?" Pei Qian, compensate money. Zheng Qian, earn money. Chen Pingan sighed and was about to put away the picture scroll. Turning his head, he saw a white cat standing by the open window. It didn't look at Chen Pingan, but sneered at Pei Qian, "Little girl, go eat shit." Then it flashed away and went to the next table to shit. Pei Qian was confused. Chen Pingan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It really held a grudge, which was the same as Pei Qian. Chen Pingan was suddenly shocked. He stood up and pulled Pei Qian behind him. A little Daoist boy with a huge golden gourd on his back sat on the windowsill, smiling at Chen Pingan. The white cat jumped onto his shoulder and curled up. Chen Pingan saw the little Daoist boy from afar in the capital of Nanyuan Kingdom. After talking with Zhong Qiu, he knew the boy's identity. He called the old Daoist my master, and was in charge of the ascension of the lotus blossom blessed land. The little Daoist boy glanced at the blade-strengthening gourd on Chen Pingan's waist and sneered, "It's just an ordinary item. It's not the best. My blade-strengthening gourd is worlds apart." Chen Pingan asked expressionlessly, "What's the matter?" The little Daoist boy said, Doesn't your Aquarius continent have 2 of the best blade-strengthening gourds? Why didn't you get them? Before Fairy Su Jiao of Zhenyang Mountain fell, she once owned a purple gold gourd. The land sword immortal Wei Jin of the Wind Snow Temple also had a silver-white blade-strengthening gourd. Later, it fell into the hands of Alliance and was given to Li Baoping by Alliance. The little Daoist boy put his hands on the windowsill and shook his legs. There are 7 blade-strengthening gourds in the world. They are formed from a gourd vine personally planted by the Daoist ancestor. They are the most precious. The flying swords they cultivate are the most numerous, the fastest to form, the most indestructible, the most unparalleled sharpness, the best to nourish the body of the owner, and the smallest flying sword, which can kill without leaving a trace. As for the last one, it's the one I'm carrying. Do you know what's so special about it? Chen Pinggan didn't answer. Pei Qian hid behind Chen Pinggan. Although it was very good, he didn't dare to poke his head out. The little Daoist boy saw that Chen Pinggan was mute and felt a little bored. He carried the white cat on his shoulder and jumped off the windowsill lightly. He walked to the table and pointed at the rolled-up painting. My master wanted me to pass a message to you. He wanted me to help you choose 5 people and hurriedly drive you away. He felt a little apologetic, so he made an exception and let me tell you some things. The first is that oil paper umbrella. Keep it well and don't throw it away. With it by your side, your chi will be blocked. The second is the first painting you chose. I will remind you once, only once, to directly tell you the amount of Guyu money you need. For example, this painting with Wei Xian is. He smiled and stretched out 2 hands. The white cat on his shoulder languid raised a paw. The little Daoist boy smiled and said, it's 11. At this point, the little Daoist boy felt a little regretful, but also a little gloating. The total amount of Guyu money needed for the 4 paintings was set by the old Daoist, but the specific amount of Guyu money needed for each painting was arranged by him. Chen Pinggan didn't know about these inside stories. The little Daoist boy thought that Chen Pinggan would definitely choose the martial arts madman Zhu Lian. If so, then Chen Pinggan would suffer. He didn't expect that the little lotus person would make things difficult and unintentionally help Chen Pinggan choose Wei Xian. Chen Pinggan asked, then why did you only tell me the amount now? The little Daoist boy laughed and said, as long as I told you the answer before you put in the last one, it's not considered breaking the rules. My master won't blame me. The little Daoist boy saw that Chen Pinggan wasn't angry and became more bored. He waved his hand and said, that's all. I hope we won't have the chance to meet in the future. Seeing you is annoying. Chen Pinggan didn't mind and asked, is there an immortal ferry that leads to the Aquarius continent? The little Daoist boy was very unwilling to tell Chen Pinggan, but when he thought of his master's temper, he could only tell him the location and didn't dare to be rash. The little Daoist boy saw the little head that popped out from behind Chen Pinggan and snorted. He seemed to be very dissatisfied and didn't want to look at her. He swept back and disappeared from the window with the white cat on his shoulder. Chen Pinggan opened the painting again and threw in the 11th Guyu money. Without hesitation. Mist filled the air and shrouded the entire room. Chen Pinggan pulled Pei Qian back a few steps. They were 5 or 6 steps away from the table. The 1st and 15th of the blade-strengthening gourd were ready. A short man in a dragon robe rose from the ground from the painting. He stood on the table, then walked to the stool, and then to the ground. Looking at Chen Pinggan, the founding emperor of Nanyuan said with a straight face, Wei Xian greets the master. In the future, I will kill the enemy at your command. Chen Pinggan nodded. Then the two looked at each other without saying a word. The atmosphere was stagnant and a little awkward. Wei Xian suddenly said, Master has such a domineering aura. Chen Pinggan was speechless. Pei Qian felt that he had learned something new. Damn, isn't this guy too shameless? Wei Xian looked around and slowly said, Master, you have a set of eye-catching clothes. I'll change and go out for a stroll tonight. I'll take a look at the great mountains and rivers of the world. When Master sets off, I'll naturally appear. Chen Pinggan took out a new set of clothes for him. Wei Xian took off his dragon robe and changed into Chen Pinggan's clothes. He supported himself with one hand on the windowsill and jumped over the wall, disappearing into the night. Pei Qian asked, "It's so late. What are you looking at?" Chen Pinggan said helplessly, "How would I know what he is thinking?" The night passed uneventfully. Pei Qian returned to her room and saw the pile of shit on the table. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. The next day, Chen Pinggan and Wei Xian appeared outside the inn as expected. After that, Wei Xian didn't speak anymore. Wei Xian wasn't even as tall as Chen Pinggan. It was hard to imagine that he was the founding emperor and the #1 grandmaster of his generation. He was known for his outstanding martial arts and was known to be invincible on the battlefield. As time passed, Pei Qian got used to Wei Xian's existence. She just treated him as if he didn't exist. At the end of winter, the three of them approached a small town near the border. Further north was the Great Spring Dynasty, which was one of the more powerful forces in the Tongya continent. The immortal ferry that the little Daoist mentioned was at the northernmost point of the Great Spring Dynasty. Walking at the border and seeing the small town, Pei Qian begged Chen Pinggan, "Give me another talisman, the one that shines with golden light." "Xiao, it blocked that big blue water buffalo." Chen Pinggan was deep in thought. Pei Qian wasn't willing to give up. "I don't want you to send me. I just want to stick it on my forehead. I beg you. Aren't we in a hurry? Don't you want me to walk faster and return to that Dali Dragon Spring earlier?" Smack. It really stuck on Pei Qian's forehead. It was slanted so that it didn't block her vision. Pei Qian immediately smiled like a flower, and he really quickened his pace. She had a huge mansion in the capital of Nanyuan country on her forehead. How could she feel tired? Walking with it was like taking a stroll in her own house. Wei Xian, who was following behind the two of them, glanced at Pei Qian. He probably felt the same as the white cat. He felt that there was something wrong with this lass's brain. Chen Pinggan had the long sword infatuation and the narrow saber stopping snow hanging at his waist. He took off the blade-strengthening gourd and drank a mouthful of wine. Wei Xian's footsteps were slightly heavy at the beginning. Now, he was relaxed and at ease. Pei Qian couldn't tell what was going on, but Chen Pinggan was well aware. When the three of them walked up a hill, they saw dust flying in the air not far away. More than 100 cavalrymen were fighting and retreating. There were already dozens of corpses on the ground. These cavalrymen seemed to be risking their lives to protect an old man. Chen Pinggan's eyes were more focused on the two Qi refinement warriors who were chasing after the cavalrymen. One of them was a swordsman. In Wei Xian's eyes, he was more focused on the cavalrymen. There was a look of admiration in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "Soldiers who have been through hundreds of battles. When they dismount, they become elite soldiers. When they dismount, they become iron cavalrymen. This should be the border army of the Yarrow family of the Great Quan dynasty." Pei Qian was no longer afraid of this short and small man. She was puzzled. "How do you know all these? Do you usually wander around just to find out about these?" Wei Xian turned a deaf ear to her. His eyes were burning. The Nanyuan country was once known for its iron cavalrymen. They forced the grassland cavalrymen to retreat beyond the Great Wall. They almost paid tribute to the Nanyuan country. It was Wei Xian's credit. Chen Pinggan suddenly turned his head and asked in a deep voice, "Border army of the Yarrow family? Are you sure?" Wei Xian pulled a long face. He didn't even have the intention to speak. It was a waste of his saliva. The hill shook. Chen Pinggan suddenly flew up and landed from the sky. He happened to cut the fleeing cavalryman and the two Qi refinement warriors in the middle. He had once promised Mr. Qi. Or rather, he had promised the only locust tree leaf that was willing to fall into his hands. Therefore, Chen Pinggan stopped today because he met Yarrow family. .332. The two sides faced each other, except that the Yarrow clan cavalry was replaced by Chen Pinggan who had descended from the sky. The swordsman softly said that there was no hurry. The retainer then patiently played with the mud with the tips of his feet, bored to death. The young swordsman wore plain white linen robes. After a battle where there was a great disparity in strength, He was not stained with any blood. The man was handsome, but his eyes were long and narrow. His lips were thin, causing his entire temperament to be slightly harsh. He did not carry a sword. His life-bound flying sword was as long as a swordsman's sword. When it was drawn to kill, it was like a fire dragon coiling around. When the Yarrow clan cavalry's spears and sabers came into contact with it, they could not block it at all. The retainer standing beside him was a burly martial artist. He wore the deity's dew armor, also known as the dew armor. Chen Pinggan was not unfamiliar with this type of armor. He had once taken one from the imperial tutor of the ancient Yu kingdom. Later on, he had purchased an extremely high-grade broken dew armor from the inverted hanging mountain. It was later repaired by Lu Tai, but he had never had the chance to wear it. After all, Chen Pinggan's golden necklace robe was even rarer. The two of them cooperated skillfully. The swordsman rode his life-bound flying sword to kill the enemy, while the martial artist guarded the side of the swordsman to prevent any of the Yarrow clan cavalry from escaping. He fought the swordsman in close combat and helped the swordsman block the arrows from the crossbows and horsebows. There were a few times when arrows were shot at them from tricky angles. The pure martial artist simply used his body to block the arrows. In the end, it only caused a few sparks on the surface of the snow-white dew armor. The loss of spiritual chi stored in the armor pellet probably did not even cost a single piece of snow, while the other party often had to pay the price of a fresh life. The wild cultivators of the mountains and swamps loved riches and danger the most. They dared to take risks when they encountered an opportunity. Once those ancient spiritual masters thatched cottages, immortal mansions, and shattered secret realms of various sizes were suddenly discovered and excavated, wild cultivators would definitely swarm over. In order to fight for a spiritual weapon or magic treasure, they would fight until their brains splattered everywhere. What were they after? Wasn't it all for the pleasure of crushing others? Either they relied on divine weapons to kill people, or they relied on protective magic treasures that made them invulnerable to swords, spears, and spells, causing their opponents to feel despair. The sword cultivator was strolling leisurely on the battlefield. With a flying sword, within a radius of 1,000 feet, the sword light was like a rainbow, leaving behind after-images of bright red fireflies. Wu Fu followed like a shadow, tightly protecting the young sword cultivator from all directions. The young sword cultivator was like his sword. He was straightforward and did not make any unnecessary movements. However, the burly warrior was different. He had a violent temperament and could not freely chase after the steel cavalry, so he did not fight to his heart's content. Therefore, every time the sword cultivator severely injured the Yarrow family's elite cavalrymen and fell off their horses, no matter if they died on the spot or if they were in the path of the two of them, the burly warrior would stomp on their heads or stomp on the cavalrymen's chests. The mangled flesh and broken armor mixed together, creating a tragic scene. A person fell from the sky. The young swordsman stopped when he saw the person blocking his way. He asked with an elegant smile, "Are you the new consecrator of the Liu family of Daquan?" Tongyi continent had many mountains and rivers. According to the immortal records, compared to the Aquarius continent, Tongyi continent was even more different. Therefore, the people of different countries were usually proficient in the elegant language of Tongyi continent, especially the officials of the Ministry of Rites. The burly warrior said unhappily, "Mister, why are you wasting your breath? Just kill him. He is just a warrior below the 7th level. Such a young martial arts genius, killing him is even more satisfying." The swordsman laughed, "There is a big fish out of thin air, isn't that what I want?" Although the swordsman stopped to talk to Chen Pinggan, the flying sword of the swordsman was hovering at the front of the Yarrow family's steel cavalry. In this pursuit, other than the sneak attack by the two of them, which narrowly killed the Yarrow family's steel cavalry, the swordsman had been riding on his flying sword to kill the Yarrow family's steel cavalry at the outermost perimeter. The first to break out of the encirclement would die first. That was the rule of his game. The old man's armor was no different from the surrounding cavalry. It should be the light armor of the Daquan Empire's border army. He held onto his abdomen, blood dripping from his fingers. Although the situation was bleak, the old man's expression was calm, without any signs of dejection or cowardice. Even though the elites under his command protected him and suffered heavy casualties, such a great man did not return home triumphantly, nor did he die in a heroic battle at the border. Instead, he died in this kind of filthy political struggle in the imperial court. The old man's eyes were filled with guilt and sorrow, but he did not reveal any of it on his face. He had been in the military for decades, and was used to life and death. As a general, he was merciful and did not command troops. This old general who controlled the southern border was abnormally calm. The remaining 100 Yarrow family's steel cavalry protected the old man tightly. They were not afraid because of the strength of the assassin. The Yarrow family's military was very strict. For example, the Yarrow family's disciples, regardless if they were direct descendants, were already familiar with the bow and horse at a young age. After the age of 15, they were all required to join the army and start as scouts. The Yarrow family's men died in battles at the border. Countless of them. It was to the point that the widows of the Yarrow family had spread to many countries. Chen Pinggan did not turn to look at the cavalry, but asked the old general a strange question. General's surname is Yarrow? Is your ancestor related to the Yarrow family of the Dali dynasty in the north of the Aquarius continent? The old man frowned. Dali dynasty? I have never heard of it. The old general hesitated for a moment, but my Yarrow family's ancestor truly came from the Aquarius continent. But as for where exactly he came from, my ancestor was extremely secretive about it. When he ordered people to write down the family tree, he only mentioned the 2 words dragon kill, and a few of his hometown's customs. And he clearly forbade his descendants from visiting the Aquarius continent. Chen Pinggan asked again, did General's ancestor ever mention the name of a street, or a large willow tree with lush shade? Although the old man wanted to nod his head, maybe he could form a relationship with the strange man, and maybe he could win a chance to live, but his upright character did not allow him to do so. Furthermore, it involved the ancestral place, and the descendants could not simply talk about it, and he said, he did not mention any street, nor any willow tree, he only said that the locust flower in his hometown tasted good, and was passed down from generation to generation. My Yarrow family's ancestral house had a 1,000-year-old locust tree planted in it. Chen Pinggan then turned his head and smiled at the old man. I understand. The old man became even more suspicious. Tilda, what did you understand? Tilda the sword cultivator seemed to be waiting for some news. The corner of his eyes kept flickering, as though he had obtained the answer he wanted, and teased him, are the 2 of you done with your small talk? If you are, let's get down to business. Chen Pinggan held onto infatuation sword and snow-stopping blade hilts, and asked, did someone pay to kill someone? And you took the money to eliminate someone's misfortune? The young sword cultivator said helplessly, you talk too much. Chen Pinggan smiled, it's not common, you just happened to meet. Among the Yarrow family cavalry, there was a young rider who looked somewhat similar to the old general. Looking at the fiendish sword cultivator who killed people like cutting wheat, and then looking at the young man in white robes whose sleeves fluttered in the wind, the young border soldier's brain didn't seem to be enough. A young valiant general, who was 2 generations younger than the old general, finally had the chance to catch his breath and speak a few words with his lord. Previously, he could only flee for his life, helplessly watching his fellow soldiers die under the flying sword. It was truly a sorry sight. This young valiant general, who was in his 20s, had his face cut open by a sword cultivator's flying sword. His skin was lacerated and his flesh was lacerated. It was a miserable sight. However, the young man did not care at all. He only asked softly, General, with the flying sword's supernatural power displayed by that evil sword cultivator, he shouldn't have asked us to send a signal to Third Master and Zhenyang. The old man had been staring at the back of the knight-errant. After hearing his trusted aide's question, he sneered, we are not only one of the targets, but also bait. The young rider was obviously a direct descendant of the Yarrow family Iron Cavalry, and he knew a lot of inside information about the border army and the imperial court. He said carefully, then the imperial court secretly borrowed most of our army to participate in the battle between Excellency Jin Huang and the water god of Pine Needle Lake? The old general sighed softly. This is also an open conspiracy of the person behind the scenes. Not only did it cause internal strife in the enemy country in the south, but it also set the stage for us to be attacked this time. This is definitely not something the Fanlu Ma family can do. Chen Pinggan turned his head and asked, "Old General Yarrow, may I ask why these two people are chasing after you?" The old man smiled. "Maybe it's a grudge on the battlefield." This conspiracy involved some secrets and scandals of the imperial court of Great Spring, so the old man naturally did not want to say more. The Yarrow family border army had always been loyal to the Liu family emperors, and stayed away from the disputes of the imperial court. They obeyed whoever became the emperor, and did not get involved in any disputes. However, in the recent 10 years, there was a helpless accident. According to the rules of the family, the Yarrow family's women were not allowed to marry into aristocratic families, and they were only allowed to marry into local landowning families. However, the young daughter of the old man fell in love at first sight with a young man who was traveling to the border. The young man was also well-behaved and talented. The two of them even fought side by side and went through fire and water. It should have been a good thing to tie the knot and become an enviable immortal couple. However, the old man abided by the family rules at that time and did not approve of this matter. His daughter was indeed a Yarrow family daughter, and she silently accepted this lovesickness and wrote a letter to break off all relations with that person. Unexpectedly, the son of the Great Spring Empire's top-notch family came to the border again. On a snowy day, the dignified eldest son of the heavenly official of the Ministry of Appointments knelt outside the Yarrow family's ancestral hall for a day and a night. Everyone in the Yarrow family was moved. In the end, there was no reason to separate this pair of lovebirds. The old man agreed to his daughter's marriage with him, but no one in the old man's generation went to the capital to attend the wedding. After that, his daughter only went back to her parents' home once. The old man also did not have any correspondence with that powerful in-law who controlled the promotion of all the officials in the world. However, even so, he could not get rid of the fact that the girl's surname was Yarrow. It was only an exception once, but 10 years later, it brought about the hidden danger of the family's destruction. First, last year, the old general's in-law was secretly instigated by his sworn enemy, Madame Fanlu, to impeach him without restraint. The Minister of Personnel was severely reprimanded by the furious emperor. When he returned home, he immediately picked up his brush and hurriedly wrote a letter with bleak wording, "My body is frail and weak, and I'm getting old. I'm still not as good as a child. I only have 2 or 3 teeth left. I've had no fate with the word fresh for a long time." The emperor did not allow it, but the old minister's reputation in the Ministry of Appointments fell to rock bottom. However, apart from the deep-rooted internal strife, the real trouble this time was that it involved the crown prince. There were many unruly outsiders in the capital who took up positions in the imperial court and added fuel to the fire. What was interesting was that the 3 princes were all outstanding and had their own strengths. In any dynasty of the Great Quan dynasty, they would undoubtedly be the crown prince's candidates. The ups and downs of the officials in the capital and the movements of the generals at the border were too much for the eyes to take in. Even the cavalry of the Yarrow family, which was far away at the southern border, could not stay out of the matter. The undercurrents of the Great Quan dynasty in recent years were very dangerous. The sword cultivators fought in an instant. The intrinsic flying sword that was hovering around the periphery of the Yarrow family cavalry swept past the horsemen. Thankfully, the young sword cultivator had chosen the fastest path without any obstacles in his pursuit of extreme speed. If not, the sword would probably have pierced through a few more heads. Chen Pinggan pulled his sword out of its sheath and closed his 2 fingers together to form a sword sign. He controlled Do Ziji's sword, which had cost him a fortune, to defend against the flying sword of the swordsman behind him. The young swordsman's heart sank. Not only was this young uninvited guest a swordsman, but his sword could also block his life-bound flying sword, Lantern Candle. Could it be that it was a magic weapon that was hiding its strength? Otherwise, with Lantern Candle's sharpness, the so-called divine weapons of the Jianghu would not be able to withstand a blow from the flying sword Lantern Candle. However, the sword did not even seem to have a crack. The burly retainer was somewhat gloating. "Sir, are you still not in a hurry?" The young swordsman was not angry. He smiled and said, "I'll test this person's strength and play with him for a while. I have the ability to protect myself." "Very good." The pure martial artist wearing the Jew armor laughed savagely. He stomped a hole in the ground and charged forward. He threw a punch at the young man from 50 to 60 feet away. The fist aura surged, and the aura was as thick as a bowl. Chen Pinggan put one hand behind his back and hid it in his sleeve. As he controlled infatuation to block the flying sword of the swordsman, he raised his arm and used his palm to meet the fist aura. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. The fist aura was directly crushed by Chen Pinggan. The burly retainer laughed loudly without any expression of panic. It had been a probing punch and did not even use 50% of his strength. "Sir, your skills are not shallow. As for how deep they are..." The man in the snow-white armor shouted softly and suddenly accelerated forward. In the blink of an eye, he was several steps away from Chen Pinggan. He suddenly swung his right arm. When he threw out this punch, because the punch was as fast as lightning, the burly man's entire right shoulder bloomed with snow-white light. There was a bang. He still used his palm to block the man's punch. The assassin's eyes showed a trace of confusion. The young man in front of him did not move at all. Although he was puzzled, it did not affect the ruthless knee strike he raised his leg. In a fight between martial artists, especially in a battle between masters, every move had to be done instinctively. It had to be faster than the mind and thoughts. Only then could one be considered to have truly reached a higher level. The hand behind Chen Pinggan's back left his sleeve and lightly patted the knee of the white-armored retainer in front of him, causing his body to lean forward. Then, he hammered the man's chest with his elbow. The burly warrior wearing the deity's Jew armor was sent flying backwards by the elbow strike. However, the fist was still caught in Chen Pinggan's palm, so it was pulled back. Chen Pinggan's fist smashed into the Jew armor outside the man's chest. The burly man flew backwards and landed on the ground dozens of feet away. However, because he had the military school's armor pill, his injuries were light. Only the chi in his body was shaken up and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Slapping the ground with his palm, the man stood up again and spat out a mouthful of blood. He grimaced and grumbled, "Mister, is this motherf*** a sword master or an external martial arts grandmaster who trains his body?" The young swordsman stood behind him with a playful smile. "You don't allow a martial arts genius to be both." The man took a deep breath and turned his head to look at Wei Xian at the top of the hill. His mood was no longer relaxed. He said to the swordsman, "Then this kid really deserves to die. Sir, have you played enough? Let's not fail miserably. This guy didn't come alone." The swordsman nodded. "The relationship between the Liu family of De Quan and Old Yarrow should be like this. Since this is the case, then we can begin." The swordsman whistled sharply. A moment later, the swordsman's figure dashed to the side. With a wave of his hand, his natal flying sword no longer entangled the young swordsman. It turned illusory and entered his chest. Like a fishing line entering a deep pool, it disappeared in an instant. The natal flying sword returned to his acupuncture point to be nurtured. The retainer wearing the Jew armor paused for a moment and then followed the swordsman into the distance without another word. Although Chen Pinggan didn't know why the 2 assassins left, he didn't stop them. The cavalry of the Yarrow family who had survived the disaster were even more in the dark. They looked at each other. The old general weighed the pros and cons and then dismounted from his horse. He ordered the young cavalry general who was supporting him, "Send a group of scouts out to investigate the situation. The rest of you rest and reorganize." The 5 border army scouts spurred their horses in all directions as if they had scattered. Chen Pinggan walked slowly towards Wei Xian and Pei Qian. Old General Yarrow wanted to say something but stopped. In the end, he didn't say anything. He wanted to thank him, but just as he was about to open his mouth, he pulled at the wound on his abdomen. He had no choice but to keep his mouth shut. However, he cupped his fists in the direction of the young man as a form of silent thanks. The fact that the other party was willing to lend a helping hand and stop the 2 assassins who were sure to win was already considered extremely benevolent. The old man did not have the face to ask for more. Half an hour later, A troop of cavalry galloped over. Apart from the dozens of Yarrow family's border troops who were covered in blood, there were more than 20 unfamiliar faces. They were either Qi refinement warriors with sparkling eyes and jade-like skin or Wu Dao gurus with majestic aura. These people were like stars surrounding the moon, closely guarding a man in a brocade robe. This man was about 30 years old and had a jade-like face. Obviously, he was the master of these experts. As they neared the Yarrow family's border troops, the man waved his hand and the troops quickly separated. The man rode alone and came to a stop. He laughed and said, "Old General Yarrow, it's fortunate that I'm not late." The old general was about to stand up and reply, but the man had already dismounted. He held the horsewhip and waved it vigorously. "Old General, you are injured. You don't have to be so polite." The old man still insisted on standing up to welcome him. He quickened his pace and led the horse to the old man. He said softly, "The Yarrow family's disaster was caused by me and Li Shilling. Since I happened to be at the border this time, there is no reason for me to stand by and do nothing. I hope old General can understand. If it wasn't for the urgent situation, I wouldn't have shown myself." The old general changed the topic and said in a low voice, "Your Highness is precious. How can you put yourself in danger so easily?" The man laughed. "General Yarrow is the great general of the southern expedition. My de Quorn is a second-grade official. I have been risking my life for decades. Is it worthless?" The old man smiled bitterly. "Your Highness." The man waved his hand and said with a smile, "We've already come and done what we've done. I've also heard of General Yarrow's lesson. Can we return home now? These assassins might have a backup plan." The old general smiled helplessly. "I'll do as you say." The man suddenly pointed his horsewhip at the opposite hillside. "Who are those people?" The old man explained, "If they hadn't stalled for time, I wouldn't have lasted until now. They have the bearing of a Mohist ranger. Your Highness, you don't need to think too much. We've only met by chance. There's no need to draw legs on a snake." The man nodded. He suddenly slapped his head and hurriedly took out a small porcelain bottle from his sleeve. He pulled out the stopper and immediately, a fragrant aroma filled the air. He poured out a dark green pill and handed it to the old man. "This is a secret healing medicine from the palace. Old General, just swallow it." The old man did not suspect anything. He thanked the prince and tossed it into his mouth and swallowed it without hesitation. The man's smile grew wider. He personally helped the old man toward the carriage he had brought. On the hilltop, Chen Pinggan watched them leave. He took out the military school's armor pill and handed it to Wei Yixian. The latter didn't take it immediately. Chen Pinggan explained, "This is the military school's armor pill. It's called the deity's armor pill. After pouring in true qi, one can wear armor. Similar to the martial artist from before, it can block swords and spells. Unless the armor is penetrated in one go or a certain area is repeatedly hammered, it's usually a protective talisman before the spiritual energy is exhausted. It's very effective against a sword cultivator's natal flying sword." The quality of the armor pill was directly related to the amount of spiritual energy it could store. Therefore, there were 3 types, which were jokingly called the water pit armor, pond armor, and Great Lake armor. The deity's armor pill was ranked 3rd. Almost all of them had the appearance of the water pit armor. However, the one sold by Inverted Hanging Mountain's Lingji shop was extremely special. It was very likely to be an ancestor's armor, the earliest batch of Ju armor. It was meticulously crafted by a military master. Wei Yixian pushed Chen Pinggan's hand away and smiled, "I don't deserve it. It won't be too late to take it after I've done something." Chen Pinggan smiled and put it away. Pei Qian said expectantly, "If he doesn't want it, why don't you give it to me?" Chen Pinggan ignored her. After that, the 3 of them went in a different direction from the Yarrow clan's cavalry. They rushed towards the small town at the border. Along the way, Wei Yixian said a few more words. He asked 3 questions in one breath. "Young master, do you want to be a moral saint and seek the 3 immortals?" Chen Pinggan couldn't help but laugh. He shook his head and said, "Of course not." If he really had such ambitions, Chen Pinggan would have long acknowledged old scholar Sheng as his teacher. Especially after the trip to Tongya continent, Chen Pinggan became even more determined. Wei Xian asked again, "Then young master, do you want to fight for the throne?" Chen Pinggan laughed and pointed at himself. "Me?" Wei Xian finally asked, "Then, do you want to be virtuous and achieve immortality?" Chen Pinggan asked, "Why are you asking these questions?" Wei Xian didn't say anything. Chen Pinggan also didn't want to say anything. The three of them remained silent. "3:33, before entering the border town, they passed by a lonely inn. Outside the inn, there was a wrinkled and shabby signboard. On the phone, Chen Pinggan shook his wine gourd and decided to get more wine. Chen Pinggan could tell the quality of the wine. He had drunk the Daylily wine from Huangliang Blessed Land and the wine from Osmanthus Island. He had also bought a lot of wine from the roadside wine shop, so he didn't care. Outside the inn, there was a skinny dog basking in the sun. From afar, it saw Chen Pinggan and the other two and began to stand up. It bared its teeth and barked. What kind of hospitality was this? A little cripple ran out with a knife and pointed the tip of the knife at the dog. He said fiercely, "If you yell again, I'll take your head." The dog fell back to the ground. The little cripple looked up and saw the three rare guests. He quickly hid the knife behind his back and said with a smile, "Don't be afraid, guests. We're not a gangster's inn. I guarantee that we're doing honest business here." The limping skinny young man seemed to be worried that the customer would turn around and run away, so he made the first move. He turned his head and shouted into the hall inside, "Lady boss, we have a customer. Hurry up and clean the table. There's your favorite, a handsome young man, and a scholar." After the waiter reported the good news to the lady boss, he quickly turned his head and bowed. He stretched out his hand and said, "Guests, please come in and have a seat. We have the green plum wine made by the lady boss's ancestral method. We also have my master's specialty roasted whole lamb. This is the only shop in the thousands of miles of border." Chen Pinggan and the other two walked into the inn. There were not many tables in the hall on the first floor, presumably because the business was slow. The second floor was livable, but there were no guests in the hall at the moment. A woman was sitting on a bench and eating melon seeds. She glanced at the so-called scholar. She didn't have much hope at first. The little cripple was a maggot who grew up in a cesspool. How could he know how to write the word handsome in his life? The woman was wearing a red and yellow wide-sleeved robe. The robe was of good quality and the style was good. However, it seemed to be covered with a layer of grease because of the passage of time. The woman's face was plump and rosy, and her figure was graceful. Moreover, she was not ugly at all. She was a woman in her 30s, but she would not lose to those beautiful 15-16-year-old girls. Her eyes lit up and she coquettishly cried out, "Hey, hey." She threw a handful of melon seeds on the floor and casually used her embroidered shoe to push them under the table. She twisted her slender waist with all her strength like a snake and wriggled towards Chen Pinggan. She slapped him and gently placed her hand on the shoulder of the handsome young man in the white robe. She pinched him in passing. She couldn't tell that she had picked up a treasure. Not only was he good-looking, she didn't expect him to be so strong. He was not one of those useless embroidered pillows. Chen Pinggan saw that she wanted a yard after taking an inch and wanted to slap his chest, so he took a step to the side and let her slap empty air. He smiled and said, "Innkeeper, I want to buy 3 to 5 catties of wine. I won't eat or sleep. I'll leave after I buy the wine. I heard from the waiter that there's a green plum wine here that has been passed down for generations." The woman resentfully withdrew her hand. "Young master, why are you in such a hurry to go to Huzi town?" She really wasn't trying to attract business by scaring young master. That place was often haunted by ghosts and demons, which could cause people to be bewitched. This year, it was even worse. Many merchants and travelers had met with misfortune. No one died, but those who went crazy over there would at least have a pair of hands. Therefore, young master, you should stay at our inn. We have as many jugs of green plum wine as you want. It's not expensive. The best 5 jugs only cost 1 silver tael for 2 jugs. Also, You can have a whole roasted lamb. After you eat and drink to your heart's content, you can stay here for the night. When you come back. The woman's eyebrows were slightly raised, rippling with lust. Sister, I'll personally bring young master some water to wash his feet. Pei Qian was drooling at the side. When he heard the words roasted lamb, he couldn't move anymore. She wiped her mouth and lightly tugged on Chen Ping'an's sleeve. Chen Ping'an thought for a moment and asked Wei Xian, "Can you drink wine?" Wei Xian nodded. "A lot." Chen Ping'an turned his head and smiled at the lady boss. "I can't stay, but I can have a meal at the inn. In addition to the wine at the table, prepare an extra 5 catties of green plum wine for me. I want to take it with me." The woman waved her hand at the little cripple. "Pick a lamb for your old hunchback master. Remember to choose the right size and be careful. Don't always think that a cheap master will fall down from the sky and teach you peerless martial arts. This kind of good thing won't happen to you. Hurry up and scram." The young man muttered and ran away. The 3 of them sat down. Just as there was an empty bench, the woman went to the counter and took a few plates of food. She placed them behind the table and sat across from Chen Ping'an. "Judging from young master's accent, you don't seem to be from Daquan. You're one of those scholars who traveled to study, right? From the northern Jin kingdom?" Chen Ping'an smiled and said, "I'm from further south." The woman leaned forward and bent over to grab a handful of dried fruits she bought from Hua Town. She pressed her heavy chest heavily on the table. She noticed that the young master was looking at her with a smile. His eyes were clear. This made the woman a little surprised. Was there a cat in the world that didn't eat fish? She smiled sweetly and asked, "Let's drink a little wine first. I can accompany young master to drink slowly. When the lamb is roasted on the table, I'll be a little tipsy. At that time, I'll tear off the golden and oily lamb leg. The taste will be amazing." Chen Ping'an nodded and agreed. The woman went to fetch a jar of wine and 4 large white bowls stacked together. She removed the clay seals and poured the wine into the bowls. The green plum wine was amber in color. It was especially clean and not turbid at all. Just by looking at it, people who loved wine would probably be intoxicated. The woman was quite proud. She smiled and introduced the ancestral green plum wine. It was brewed in half a year, 3 years, and 5 years. The worst was half a year. There was once a hero from the capital who traveled here. He was leading a tall horse. After drinking the wine, he gave a thumbs up and praised it endlessly. He said that the capital of Daquan had never had such good wine. Pei Qian had an innocent look on his face as he asked, "People from the capital only drink half a year's worth of wine?" The woman choked and quickly remedied. That hero only wanted to taste it at first. Later, he bought a few gins of 5 years old green plum wine like your young master. Pei Qian put on a fake smile and pretended to be enlightened. "So that's how it is. People from the capital of Daquan are really not forthright. They only want to buy some wine, but they want to taste it first. How about I? Father, if you want to buy, just buy the most expensive 5 years." Chen Ping'an threw a chestnut at Pei Qian. Pei Qian held his head with both hands. Chen Ping'an moved the large bowl of green plum wine in front of Pei Qian to Wei Xian on the other side. He let the Nanyuan Kingdom's founding emperor, who claimed to have a huge capacity, drink 2 bowls each. 2 bowls should not be a problem. Pei Qian rubbed his head and said with grievance, "Can't I drink a little? I've walked so far. I'm thirsty. My throat is smoking." The little girl's lips were cracked and almost bled. If it wasn't for the demon suppression talisman on her forehead that gave her amazing physical strength, she definitely wouldn't have been able to walk to this inn. Money makes the devil turn millstones. With the talisman, she could travel quickly. In the end, it was because of money. Chen Ping'an laughed. "Who wants to drink with you to quench their thirst? Ask the lady boss for a bowl of water later." Pei Qian glanced at the old woman in the flower and snorted. He crossed his arms and turned his head, not looking at the woman. The woman didn't care. She got up and brought a bowl of tea over. She gently placed it in front of Pei Qian. "Drink, it's free." Pei Qian immediately held the bowl with both hands and drank it in one gulp. It would be a waste if he didn't drink it. He hated the old woman, not the tea in front of him. Chen Pinggan and Wei Xian looked at each other. Chen Pinggan sighed. He thought that the shopkeeper was not easy to deal with. He liked to hold grudges and was not inferior to Pei Qian. When she had her back to the three of them, she secretly spat into the bowl of tea. She twisted her wrist and slightly shook the bowl of tea. Then she carried it to the table without leaving a trace. However, the taste of the green plum wine was really amazing. Apart from the lack of spiritual energy, it didn't lose to the Osmanthus wine on the island ferry. He had to fill the blade-strengthening gourd. If it really didn't work, he could have Wei Xian carry a few jars with him. Since she dared to say that it was a huge amount, she must be a wine lover. Chen Pinggan took small sips of the lovely green plum wine. When it entered his throat, it was like burning charcoal, but when it entered his stomach, it warmed his stomach. His mood also improved. He asked, "Shopkeeper, have you heard of the Yarrow family's border army?" The woman casually said, "Of course. Who doesn't know of the Yarrow family's iron cavalry? I'm not bragging to you, but in this inn of mine, there was once a young general surnamed Yarrow. He led a group of attendants and left a large silver ingot on the table after eating a whole roasted lamb. However, these soldiers, even if it's just eating and drinking, are scary. I don't dare to go near them. I always feel that they have a murderous aura." The woman patted her chest lightly. It was a pity that her tight clothes couldn't bear the burden. Chen Pinggan asked, "The Yarrow family's border army has a good reputation?" The woman smiled and said, "Whether it's good or bad, we commoners don't know. We don't have the opportunity to interact with these nobles. However, their reputation isn't bad. That's fine. After all, I've been running this inn for more than 10 years. I've never heard any rumors of the Yarrow family bullying anyone. What I've heard the most are stories of the Yarrow family's people who made great contributions and received rewards from the imperial court and were promoted to high-ranking officials." Chen Pinggan nodded. He had a general impression of this branch of the Yarrow family that had migrated from Liju Grotto Heaven to Tongya continent. Wei Xian had already finished a large bowl of wine. This was the second bowl. His face was flushed, but his eyes were bright. The border army doesn't disturb the commoners, nor does it raise expectations. It's clear that they want to express their stance to the emperor. They don't have any thoughts of setting up an independent regime. This is a wise move. Otherwise, how could they be at ease when the emperor is in a foreign land? The woman was stunned. "Sir, what are you talking about?" Wei Xian drank a mouthful of wine and slapped the table. "Wherever the horse hooves go, it's all the land. This wine is delicious." The emperor of Nanyuan Kingdom, who claimed to be a great drinker, was drunk into a puddle of mud. He lay on the table, dead drunk, snoring thunderously. Now, he had to stay at the inn even if he didn't want to. After that, the little cripple and a hunchbacked old man brought a large plate of roasted whole lamb to the table. Chen Pinggan rarely ate so full. Pei Qian was even more full. In the end, he almost tore off the lamb and stuffed it into his mouth. Chen Pinggan chewed and swallowed slowly. He ate slowly, but he didn't drink quickly either. The lady boss was sitting at the counter. Chen Pinggan had invited her to have a meal with him earlier, but she had politely declined. It was fine to drink a little wine with him, but if she was thick-skinned enough to have a meal with him, it would be too unkind. No inn would do business like that. Pei Qian ate until his stomach was full. He began to walk around the table, otherwise he would feel uncomfortable. Chen Pinggan asked for Pei Qian's room, which was one of the 3 rooms on the 2nd floor. He helped Wei Xian down the stairs and threw him on the bed. Although his alcohol tolerance was low, his alcohol tolerance was good. He slept after getting drunk and didn't go crazy or talk drunkenly. Pei Qian went to his room, closed the door, and began to burp. Chen Pinggan picked up the bamboo chest and placed it in his room. He went out, preparing to ask the lady boss about the local customs of the Great Spring Empire. Chen Pinggan discovered that a guest had arrived at the inn. He was around 30 years old and wore a long blue robe. He sat at a table and smiled foolishly at the cold-faced woman at the counter. There was no wine or dishes on the table, not even a plate of food. At the bottom of the stairs sat the little cripple, who looked at the man with disdain. On the other side of the curtain hanging at the entrance of the kitchen, the hunchbacked old man was sitting on a bench with his legs crossed, smoking a pipe. Chen Pinggan wasn't in a hurry to go downstairs. He leaned on the railing. The sword cultivator who had stopped the two assassins from pursuing the Yarrow clan's border army clearly had a backup plan. Chen Pinggan sensed a vaguely discernible ruthless aura in the distance. It should be a great demon with quite a high level of cultivation. It was at least on the same level as the sword cultivator. However, it had suddenly appeared and disappeared in the end. It was forcefully suppressed by a wave of overwhelming righteousness. That was why the young sword cultivator had retreated in a hurry. The martial retainer wearing the Jew armor could only flee with him. As Chen Pinggan saw the disheveled azure-robed man, his first thought was that this person was the hidden character who had instantly killed the greater demon. He was either a genius cultivator from one of the sects of the Tongya continent, or, like Zhu Juren, he came from the Confucian Academy. However, Chen Pinggan was soon unsure. That person was annoyed by the lady boss, rolled his eyes at by the little cripple, and ignored by the hunchbacked old man. Moreover, he was embarrassed and the inn knew everything about him. He didn't even have the chance to pretend to be rich. He felt sad and looked at the woman. He said affectionately, "Zhonyang, I don't mind that you're a widow and have a child." Really? Chen Pinggan slapped his forehead. Not to mention the man's identity and cultivation, he wasn't as good as him when it came to love. He deserved to be ignored. How could he talk to a woman like that? What kind of words were these? They were clearly stabbing a knife into the woman's heart. Sure enough, the woman, who was originally cold and indifferent, raised her head and stared at the bastard. She gnashed her teeth and said, "Do you believe that I won't go to the sheep pen to get a dustpan of dung and pour it on your head?" Chen Pinggan looked at the woman again. The man in the blue robe was lying on the table, waving his arms and legs, especially his hands, which were like rags. He was heartbroken. "Zhonyang, how can you be so heartless? How can I live like this? Aren't I poor? But Zhonghen has a bright future. Scholars have to be poor. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to write the wonderful eternal chapters," the little cripple spat. "Eternal chapters, your grandpa. Even I, who never studied, feel disgusted when I hear those limericks of yours." The hunchbacked old man seemed to choke. Obviously, he had a lingering fear of that man's eternal chapters. The man in the blue robe suddenly understood. He immediately sat up and looked at the woman with a smile. "Zhonyang, are you afraid that you'll ruin my bright future? So you don't want to be with me? It doesn't matter. I don't care about worldly views." The woman couldn't stand it anymore. She said coldly, "Little cripple, old hunchback, use a knife. I'll give whoever can kill him 10 taels of silver." The old hunchback didn't move, but the little cripple had already run to the kitchen to get a knife. The man in the blue robe stood up, straightened his clothes, then quickly turned around and ran away. Chen Pinggan didn't go downstairs. He returned to his room and closed the door. He took out the second scroll and put it on the table. Martial Madman Zhu Lian, you're tuning in to the Celestial War YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.